Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the European Sports Car Championship. It is round 2 of the season, and we head to Germany for the 4 hours race here at the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. The no chicane layout as well. So this is going to be an interesting and fascinating 4 hours worth of racing. I'm your host, Matthew Duffin, joined in the commentary box today by our Round 1 commentator, Ashley Denman, and Samuli Kumar will be bringing you all the cameras and replay action that we get to see today. Ashley, welcome back to the box. Obviously, you brought us coverage of Race 1 a month ago in what was a fantastic race, and I'm sure we're going to be in for plenty more action tonight around the Nürburgring.
Yeah, certainly expecting it. Great to be back here as well in the box, and nice to have you alongside me as well. Matthew, Lorenzo, he's not here obviously, as you can already tell, but he is here as well in the same vein because he's a team principal for one of the teams out there. So maybe we'll have a word with him later on and get the trio sort of in here for once, Matthew. But yeah, brilliant to be back here, and I'm very much looking forward to this and excited about it too.
It's going to be a fantastic race, 4 hours. We saw from the previous race a month ago how much drama can happen at Catalonia, and what a round it was as well. Plenty of drama and action that we brought you through there. There are a couple of penalties hanging over drivers for this week's race, a couple of pit lane starts that will be taking place for 4 of the teams, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 4 of the teams, they will have a pit lane start. And that will be also, I think, a drive-through penalty is added to that as well. That is for car number 33, 98, car 5 and car 99. Obviously, we'll bring any updates to penalties as we go through the race. But the championship standings, well, they obviously make for a little bit of interesting reading after the first race of the season. The LMP2 classification is Impact SimSport, who obviously won that race, 25 points. NOP, with, I believe it's the fastest lap there with the extra point for second place. Tri-State Racing, Gazex Racing Team, World of Sim Racing Team, No Limits Academy, IRL Sim Team, Gazex Racing Team, another one, and then Old Firm Racing, Delta Racing, and Turn 1, rounding out the 11 in the LMP2 category before heading over to LMP2 Pro-Am, in which it is Delta V who took the win and fastest lap there before Velotti Racing, Alpine by XRL Esports, Prismatic Motorsport, East Block Racing, Fury Sim Sport, AITT, I believe that is, Revolution E-Racing, and Impact Sim Sport at the bottom there as well. Heading into the LMP3 classification now, Velocity Racing lead that one from Kitsune Racing Team, Simtech Sensations, Unity Racing by Venom, No Limits Academy, Cool Camelera, Camelama, thank you very much. Racing, Tri-State Racing, Wildfire Racing, Prismatic Motorsports, and Team Rex down at the bottom. And down into the GT3 category, then I'm just going to have to scroll down a little bit on my guide because that's a bit too small on my screen. Vortex from Dr. by TS, Dynaco Racing Team, SM Motorsports, Eagle Speed Academy, Impact Sim Sport, Fisher Motorsport, Quadash Racing, Rising Panda Racing, Project 91 Racing Team, Team Frida Sport, I believe that is Frida 13DA. Yeah, we'll go with that one. Delta Racing, PCS, VR Racing, Old Firm Racing, and the Italian Job at the bottom. Some fantastic names, some fantastic liveries as well, looking at them images. I can't wait to get this one underway. There's been a lot of build up to this. I was gutted to miss the Catalonia race, and it's great now to be able to get this one underway and get my campaign going on this series. There's been a lot of build up, and I've been really thoroughly excited for this championship.
Yeah, certainly. Same over this side of the box as well, Matthew. So I'm excited to be back, of course. I've said it already, but it really was a fantastic round at Catalonia sort of over a month ago. It seems so long ago, and but the time does fly, and we're already back here for the second one. And yeah, I can't wait for it to get underway. We've had the 3 categories so far, the GT3s, the LMP2 Pro-Ams, and the LMP3s. Currently, we're just finishing off qualifying for the top LMP2 Pro class, and you can see the times there on your screen as well. Currently, Gazex leading that provisional poll. But yeah, it's certainly looking and shaping up to be an exciting one, put it that way.
The time's not much in them, is there? Not much in them times at all. 1 second separating the top 9, 1.9 down to Gazex in P10. There is 11 cars classify, but we've not seen one out there on the track at the minute. W&S haven't left. I don't think are in the lobby actually, because the others are all in the pit lane. But not a lot in that time. Just over a second separating Delta Racing to GazX P1. And anything can change because such a small margin, easy to find a couple of tenths here or there. But qualifying in this sort of circumstance, Andy, doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter, does it? Because 4 hours, it's a long race. You know, it could easily turn on its head if you get a pole position, could easily go wrong for you in that race. Vice versa, starting 10th isn't the end of the world because 4 hours, a long way to make you way through the field.
Certainly is. It's fine. You can call me Andy. It's my dad's name. So, you know.
There we go. Yeah.
You knew somehow. You knew. But yeah, you're quite right. Qualifying is not the be-all or end-all, and it certainly it helps you gauge where each team is on overall one-lap pace. But at the end of the day, it is 4 hours. It's an endurance event. You don't need to, throw the kitchen sink at it right from word go. You can take your time with the dishes and slowly get around to doing the washing up. Don't know where I was going with that, but that's how we got there.
I love that phrase.
Yeah, no, I don't know. It just came to me. Either way, Matthew, you mentioned there one driver, or one car, I should say, missing from the top LMP2 category. I can tell you why. It is because they are waiting in the interview room for us because they've had to serve. They're going to have to start from the back of their category because they were a bit of a late comer into the series. So they missed round one, but they are here for round two. So why don't we bring them in and have a little word with them? We've
just brought them in. Well, I believe it is Ismail who is joining us now in the commentary box. Good afternoon. Welcome to the box. Obviously serving that qualifying ban. You'll be starting from P11 in the LMP2 category. What's your thoughts on today? What's your thoughts on the race?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one today. We have a pit lane start and a drive-through right away. 4 hours, so we're going to see what we can do there. We definitely had the pace. We saw it in practice. And overall, it's just really unfortunate that we have the penalty, and we're just going to fight from the back. And if luck has it, then we'll see where we can really end up.
Me and Ashley was just saying that 4 hours, long race. You had plenty of time to make up these places and make up some points and positions. What's the game plan going in today? Is it just nice and steady at the start and see what you can pick off?
Yeah, so we missed last round, so this is going to be really important just to get into the swing of things. Really just clean out laps, clean racing, no incident points, just keeping it out of the wall. It's a very difficult car, especially because we're usually a GT3 lineup. So it's just getting used to that high downforce again and just staying out of trouble. And hopefully we can get something that we can be proud of. And yeah, I mean, I love this league, so we might as well just be here either way.
Indeed, it's a fantastic league, fantastically run. Great to have you now coming into the LMP2 class. Has it been a difficult process to transition into that?
Yeah, a little bit. I think the hardest thing is probably the outlap, just to get used to it. I joked around. I almost practiced the outlap more than anything else. But other than that, it's a little bit less powerful now, and the tire model's a little different. So it's a little bit more like the touring cars. It's not like a GTP, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's a race car, and you just have to get used to it.
And obviously, just the two of you in the car today, yourself and Mark Reynolds, will be taking to the track this afternoon. Work cut out for you both, but I'm sure you're going to enjoy this one.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Ashley, anything to add?
I would love to ask Ismail. Of course, you are a real-life success story as well as in the virtual world. You've transitioned from one to the other. How do you feel the real-world sort of stuff is going to help you here for the virtual one today?
Yeah, so it's so simple. I always love answering this question because I never started with any sort of karting or anything. So I only started sim racing about a year ago. So anything I've ever done on the real-life track is as a direct result of the sim racing. So coming back into the sim racing, it just makes you feel the same exact way. I love the competition in sim racing. I think it's almost at some points better than real life racing because you can push harder, there's less pressure, and you keep it out of the wall. Let's say you go into the wall, you don't have a big crash damage bill to pay. So when you get to professional leagues like this, where it's so advanced and it's so set up, it's really, really a good experience.
I mean, that's fantastic to hear, first and foremost, and yeah, brilliant that you can bring that sort of contrast from one world to the other. I did have one more question. It's completely slipped my mind now, but I remember it now. In terms of sort of, I guess, realism in a sense, I'd love to know from a simulator to the real world, how closely related are they, or is it quite poles apart?
So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of differences because you're in a real life race car and you have a lot more variables, but I think that the true key part of it is the learning curve when you get into the simulator, into a new car, into a new track, going from the slowest you've been to the fastest you've been, and adjusting the setup and getting used to the track and braking markers, trail braking, this is all the same exact thing. So when I get to a real life track, it's the same exact learning curve. The first session, I'm this much off, and then the last session, I'm in the top 5. It's the same exact way you would do it in the simulator. Yeah, you have a little bit of noise. Yeah, everything's moving a lot quicker around you, but you get used to that eventually after a few races.
Lovely. Well, I mean, thanks, Ismail, for the insight there. Brilliant answer as well. Good luck is all I have left to say to you today, and hope you enjoy it.
Thank you, guys.
Best of luck, and to the W&S Sim Racing team there then, who is going to be up for this one. The funny thing is something he said, that I watched the Gran Turismo film for the first time last night because it come on Netflix, and he's just said about his sim to real world experience. Hey, it's like it was meant to be that I watched that film last night. It's going to be a fantastic day. He's going to be in for a hard task though. 11th to 1st. Can he get that win? Can he get the podium? Like he says, points is prizes for him today, and that's what it is at the end of the season, isn't it? Points mean prizes. As we all know, it's not about taking the race win straight away. It's about being consistent throughout a championship. In which is, can we just point out, by the way, what a stacked calendar it is. The calendar is phenomenal for this season. We've already done Catalonia last month. We head to Imola in just under a month's time for 4 hours of that. We then go, sorry, that's in 2 months' time, apologies. We have a June off. July, we're at Imola for the 19th of July. 16th of August, we're at Spa-Francorchamps for round 4. Silverstone on September the 13th for round 5. And to end it at Portimão, Algarve. What a circuit to end it on, October the 25th. So still plenty of drama left to have here at the European Sports Car Championship. And we have finished with the qualifying session. So I can kind of just run you through the pole sitters at the moment. It is Gazex Racing who took the LMP2 pole. LMP2 Pro and went to Delta V. LMP3 went to Kitsune then. And LMGT3 Delta Racing. I'm going to be interested all season, just to let you know, actually, on the Acura of Impact, the NSX, favourite car of mine. So I will be keeping a close eye on that one because I hope that one does really well. But I hope all the drivers have a fantastic season. We are in a bit of a sort of cool down period, letting the drivers getting ready to prepare themselves for this race. And one thing we haven't mentioned yet is we can see there it's 10 in the morning here at the Nürburgring. It's 19 degrees. Cloudy is an understatement. It is very misty here in at the Nürburgring today.
It's foggy. You're gonna have, yeah, it certainly is. You're going to have limited visibility, definitely out there. I mean, certainly in some corners, maybe not so much others, but I mean, the chances are it shouldn't really affect them all that much. I mean, going from sort of practice sessions, sort of who was topping the timing tables there. For FP1, we've got Impact SimSport in the LMP2s, we've got Velotti Racing, Kitsune Racing, Impact SimSport again in the GT3s, and they sort of carried it over very similarly to Free Practice 2 yesterday. Camelama Racing, the only change there in the LMP3 category. And then looking at the pole sitters that you just mentioned, it's pretty much the same, maybe an upset or two, but not hugely out of balance. So I would say, the practice sessions they were also foggy. If you're following the ESCC Instagram page, you can keep up with all the latest news there, and you can see there that it was foggy. So they're accustomed to it at this point. Qualifying, it shouldn't change anything, and even for the race itself, it should be guns are blazing, everyone ready to go.
And these are professional drivers, aren't they? Let's be honest. These are some top sim drivers out there. We've got some real-world drivers out there as well. So the foggy conditions shouldn't faze these drivers. Me and you may be not quite accustomed to this on the racetrack, but these are top drivers, so these should have no problem in whatever condition is thrown at them. And also, we go into a very different circuit compared to Catalonia a month ago. Obviously, a few more elevation changes here than what is at the Catalonia, and the corners a lot different. Catalonia quite kind of an all-round mixed circuit of slow speed, high speed, medium speed corners. Here, very different, and I think that's going to play a factor into today. I think you can't tell a lot from what we've seen in the prologue and in week 1. Week 2 still going to be something different, and then heading to Imola again, another different circuit. I think we're still sort of understanding who's going to be doing what. I don't think we know who's a runaway sort of leader or group of leaders at the moment.
Yeah, again, I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Matthew. You're quite right. It's still gauging who is going to be a front-runner contender and who's going to be a bit more sort of battling it out hard in the mid-pack. But I mean, hopefully, of course, everyone's there to do the best they can do. And like you say, the two different contrasts of circuit we've had so far, you've had a lot of precision, I would say, in the first round of Catalonia. And then for this Nürburgring, I would say it's a lot more of an aggressive circuit. You are hard on the throttle as you get out of the corners, and then you are hard on the brakes when you get to the next zone that you need to slow the car down for, and you're trying to chuck it in and get it to stick all at the same time. So it is one of those circuits where I think aggression pays, but equally it can bite back. So drivers do still have to watch out and be careful. Some of the curbs are a little raised. I think of also turn one as well. It drops away from you really steeply, and that can easily unsettle the car, especially when trying to put some load and get out of the corner itself.
And I think you've seen in the Nürburgring, in real world racing, sim racing in the past, turn one's always a crucial corner, especially on the opener of a race, because you don't want to be going from hero to zero. It's not going to be won on the first lap. It's a long old race, so everything's going to be cautious. And of course, Mercedes-Benz Arena, sort of turn 2, 3 and 4, a little bit of... I'm not a fan of that section of this circuit, I must admit. I kind of feel like it's a bit of a nothing part of the track. But it will be tricky with a good group of cars to get through on them opening laps.
Well, I can tell you now from my experience here, I'm practicing for the 24 hours coming up soon on iRacing, and I jumped into the VLN sort of at the weekend and just had a little go around there, and that part of the circuit, I can absolutely tell you, I detest it. To me, the Mercedes Arena doesn't make much sense, but it's there, it's part of the circuit, and you can get some really good side-by-side action through it. So, like you say, a group of cars going in, particularly if they're going to be of different classes, the differing speeds in through the apexes, it's going to be interesting to see how the drivers handle that one, especially if they get caught up in a bit of a pack. But it's, I mean, the whole circuit itself, Nürburgring is such a famous one. It really is a stunning circuit layout. I think the quicker chicane that we've got here, it's not really a chicane, but at the same time kind of is. That should really allow the drivers to fire it through that corner and then try and hook it all up for the final one itself. It's fantastic. I can't really describe it any other way, Matthew. It really is an outstanding layout.
When is the Nordschleife 24 then? When are we looking at that one, Ashley?
The weekend of June the 7th to the 8th, or 6th to the 8th of June, I should say. So it really is only 2 weeks away. So this could be some crucial practice for some of those GT3 guys.
How are you looking at the moment though, Ashley? How are you feeling? Obviously, you've just said the Mercedes-Benz Arena, you to test it. What's the rest of it looking like? What are we driving?
Well, GT4, BMW for a bit of safety, and then you can attack the curbs a little bit nicer with that car. So maybe you might see a few of the BMWs here this evening in the GT3 class. Maybe you see a bit more of an aggressive style from them. But either way, it's looking good so far with the team I'm part of. I'm looking forward to it, but nerves obviously. It's a long circuit, yeah.
I've just done 2-3 weeks ago at Nordschleife 24. We did it for cancer research here in the UK, and I was sore for the week after, let's put it out way. I suffered with a few back problems, and I was sore for the week after, let's put it out way. And I only did 5 hours in the car, so yeah.
Oh god.
Went from 3rd to 4th in the last half an hour because one of our teammates crashed into the wall. But that's not the Nordschleife. We're at the Nürburgring. Obviously, we're not going to be turning left. We're going to be turning right at the final corner for today's event, and it's going to be an absolutely fantastic, beautiful place around here. Really is a gorgeous place to be a part of, as it looks like we're about to get ready to go onto the grid.
Yeah, it is gorgeous when the sun shines. I think the fog is kind of ruining it slightly, but I mean the Eifel region in Germany itself, it is very pretty. And yeah, here you go, Matthew, the grid.
The grid then, excuse me, for today is Gazek's Racing, starting off by Markino Jordanovsky P1. Impact will be P2, that'll be Corbin Lenway. Michael Simpson for Tri-State P3. Oliver Hagstorm in P4 for NOP. Then it'll be Carlos Hernandez for WOSR. Lewis Gregg for NL Academy. Ossie Petola in for IRL. Ryan McIntosh for Turn 1. Philippe Sauna for Delta Racing. Christian Abalsa for Gazex. And Ismail will be starting from the pit lane there. For LMP2 Pro Am, that will be Julian Hoffent for Delta V. Apologies if we butcher any of these names. I've got to learn them all. Ashley's at least had a one round of practice. Senna Buckhoven for Velotti. Fabian Elbers will be for Alpine by XLR. Brandon Mosby for Impact. Paolo Vinicius for W2 Pro GP. And then Araya Best for Prismatic. And Louis Vasquez for Revolution. LMP GT3 is Marco Di Costanzo for Kitsune, Mathis Sachot for Unity. Rachel will go with for Rachel Concoli for Prismatic, Zachary Leibold for CCR, Danny Bunshu for Simituk, Felipe Borges for Team Rex, Evan Waslam for Velocity, Mark Cox for Wildfire, David Goff for NL Academy, and Stephen Selby for Tri-State. Down into the LMGT3, it is João Fonseca for Delta Racing, Sam Vaughan for DR by TS, Maiko Van Luck for Vortex, Davide Medue. Oh my days, we are going to struggle today for ITJ. Then it is Richie. They've all changed on my list now, so I'm struggling to read it on the screen. They've all changed on my list. Richie Cowhan for Impact, Benjamin Carvalho for Old Firm, Aaron Beaver for Fisher, Jordan Newman for Frida Sport, Connor Swain for VR Racing, Nathan Edwards Project 91, Ryan Stringer for Quadash, Ronnie Richard for Rising Panda, Joel Ursulo for PCS, and then we've got 3 of the cars in the LMGT3 starting from the pit lane. That is Cars Keppers for SMM, Danilo Vaz for BSS, and Arunad Dehu for Dynaco. And if I have mispronounced all of them names, I can only apologise as we come round the final corner and are about to start the race here in these foggy conditions at the Nürburgring. I'm only seeing 2 cars, so I'm wondering where everybody else is. There they come now.
There's still a safety car out there, Matthew, so that I
Apologies.
think they're going to be doing one more because, the field is rather spread out still, like you just said. You're struggling to see where they all were. But no, I think we've got one more until we get to the green conditions itself. But it confused me for a moment. I won't lie, it had me going too.
Yeah, so I'm coming around the final corner and didn't notice the safety car. I was more wondering where everybody else in the background was. Again, apologies if we do butcher these names. We will get on top of that by the end of the season. Plenty of people already in the comment section as well who are tuning in ready for this race. We are going to go for one more lap, so the gap is going to hopefully come down just that little bit. Anybody to watch out for today, Ashley, from Barcelona? Anybody you think that is possibly worth keeping an eye on throughout this race?
Yeah, I mean, that's such a tricky one to call. Like you say, it's a very different style of circuit. I mean, Vortex Delta Racing in the GT3 category there, and you can see them in the top 3. They were 1 and 2 come the end of Catalonia, so that could be quite interesting because they are right at the top again. And the you'll get this eventually, Matthew, but all of these names, a lot of them are acronyms. So DR by TS is actually Delta by Tri-State is the long version of it. But again, it's a lot of names out there. It's hard to remember them all. But yeah, I'd say Delta Racing, Vortex, GT3, they're right at the front. Keep an eye on them because they may pull away once again. Kitsune's been looking good in practice so far over the weekend. So that'll be your LMP3 team I'd keep an eye out for. But equally, Unity, Prismatic, they're up there for a reason. I'd say have a look at the Alpines in LMP2 Pro-Am. They were very, very quick come the end of the race. So that could be a team to keep an eye on. Equally, Lorenzo's team, W2 Pro GP, bit of a mouthful, but W2 Pro, they could be ones to watch because this is their first round of the season, so it'll be interesting to see how they get on.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on what happens, and we are just coming through in towards the final sector now. And the key is here as well, with such cool conditions today, the tyre preparation and the brake preparation to get everything up to temperature and ready to go is going to be absolutely massive.
It's certainly going to be key, especially when they on the run down to turn number 1. We're getting towards the end of this warm-up lap, so they really need to make sure they're all prepared, mindset as well, ready to go, and then it's going to be well, you know exactly what it's going to be. It's foot flat to the floor, quick as you like, and see how many positions you can pick up in the opening laps. But equally, these top two classes, the LMP2 and LMP3 I refer to, the cars themselves, they've got to warm up those tyres a bit more, so keep an eye on them in the first opening laps.
And of course, we've got to remember that there is limited tyres for the LMP2 and the LMP3. They're only allowed to change tyres. LMP2 is 4 tyre changes, LMP3 is 5 tyre changes. The GTs have no limit on the tyre changes as they come through the final S's and head towards the final corner. Now the safety car pulls into the pit lane, and we are 2 by 2 as we round the final corner here at the Nürburgring and get ready to get underway for the second race of the season. 4 hours of Nürburgring is, as we wait for them to come down, green and go now, and it's a decent start from your pole sitter at the moment. He looks like he's got away well. P2 now gets a second bite of the cherries. He sort of gets that second phase right. Coming down in towards turn 1 though, all side by side still. Bit of contact there between second and third. Spinner, that is Michael Simpson from the United Kingdom, who is around. A bit more argy-bargy between some of the back runners as well. And a few cars all coming together just door to door. Nathan Edwards in the green Porsche managing to avoid some of the contact, but already a spinner at the outside of turn 1. That was a bit late on the brakes from him into the back of P2, which sent him round. Maiko van Luck, the Belgian driver, currently sits in car number 2, and there's a bit of drama there. Can't see for the grandstand. That is Luis Vasquez from the United States. He's now around in the LMP2 Pro-Am category. That is just coming out of turn 4 and out the Mercedes-Benz arena. And big damage for car number 5. That looks to be, sorry, car 20. That is the Danny Bunchu from Switzerland, who has got some significant damage on the back of his car already down in LMP3. So we'll have to see what happened there, because we kind of missed it. He's going to struggle to get that around to the pit lane.
Yeah, he really is. It's going to be a tough one to call. We may see a full caution yellow here on this opening lap, but I mean, he's got, the majority of the field has already gone past him. I think that may be a request for a tow there from Danny. Yeah, look at it. There's just nothing. I don't know how he was able to get it to where he got it, to be fair. Oh, just a huge pile-up right in the middle of the field. Didn't really do anything. You're just a passenger.
And we said, didn't we, that turn 1 and that Mercedes-Benz arena, while the pack is so bunched up, is going to be so crucial to get right. And it didn't go right. And sadly for the LMP3 car, he's got it all to go again. But like you say, a passenger, looked like he got rear-ended from somebody there. Bit strange, because it's kind of out the corner as well. You'd have expected everybody to be flat out through that part of the track, because we have gone to a virtual safety car here then. So the pack slow down. They've got to slow to a specific delta time between each sector, so they'll have to stick to that. And we are under now virtual safety car proceedings then, I assume, as the LMP3 car will return back round to the pits. Like you say, you expect him to get a tow, but I still think he's circulating. I'm not too sure. Virtual safety car is out either way. This will be obviously try and save him a lap time, I assume, as well, obviously, to not make him go a lap down by getting round to the pits.
Could be a bit of that. I mean, it's hard to really judge what they've, when they call these things. You could either have given it a full flag caution, because the majority of the field was around the other side of the circuit, and just see how far he could have got, trundling along. But I mean, at the same time, I think he did request a tow. We should also really point out, Matthew, for new watchers here potentially, this is of course modelled after the Le Mans series in Europe, the real world racing event. And so the majority of the rule sets are identical. Of course, you do have to tailor it slightly for the sim racing world. But when we get a virtual safety car such as this, the pit lane stays open. Drivers have to, remain to that 80 km an hour. That was the time the speed you were mentioning, and they can't overtake, of course. But the full caution yellow, pit lane locked. You can't go in, and you are just sort of under pit limiter, I believe it is on that occasion. But yeah, it's hard to judge what was the best call, of course, but yeah, they do have to request a tow. They can't just do it automatically.
And it was Luis Vasquez, wasn't it, who is in the pit lane, still stationary there as well. The prismatic car in P7 in LMP2. Oh no, LMP2, sorry, is in the pits. It's the Swiss driver. There we go, P10. He is in the pit lane. We've also got prismatic in the pits in LMP3 as well as Revolution then in LMP2 Pro Am. We've also got a pit stop for Rising Panda in LMGT3. So a lot of cars here just recovering, and in fact there is a car that is off and in the wall under the virtual safety car. That's going to be an interesting one to see what happened there. The driver may have his head in his hands for possibly having a moment on his own under the virtual safety car. But he manages to carry on back on his way. But a few drivers into the pit lane, and this is going to be an interesting one to keep our eyes on. Just noting also that according to this, everybody who started from the pits is now a lap down. So I don't know if that will be given back to them or... Oh no, they had to do a drive-through, didn't they? So they've been able to complete their drive-through during this virtual safety car.
Do you know what? I actually can't answer that question. I genuinely do not know the answer to it. Yeah, maybe I'll have to do a little bit of digging while we figure that one out. But I think by the time I get the answer, we probably would have found it out watching it along either way. All I do know is after the VSC, they should transition into a full course safety car. So you should see the field begin to bunch back up, of course, during that period. You can see here Ismail, we had a lovely chat with him moments ago before the race itself. He is at the back of the LMP2 category, but it does look as though he's got away rather cleanly, and I would expect him to when there's no one around him in a way. But yeah, on the track himself, and yeah, we'll find out if he can serve that drive-through. It'll be interesting to know.
Well, he is a lap down as well, so let's see what happens. But he's got some tough work to do. So do 3 of the LMGT3 cars, although one has actually just come back onto the lead laps. Keep your eyes out for the 98 and the 33. Both are lap down at the minute. Both will have to serve, as will car 5, have to serve a drive-through penalty if they haven't already. So keep your eyes out for that one then. So we didn't even get, or we nearly got, a full lap of racing, a full lap of green flag action. And the virtual safety car came out just before the end of that lap. So 6 minutes have flown here in this 4-hour race, and we're already under virtual safety car procedures. And obviously, as Ashley says, that is a 80 kilometers an hour speed limit you have to stick to. You cannot go above your delta time or above the speed limit, otherwise a penalty will be coming your way, and you will not want to get a penalty, that is for sure. We'll have a nice clean race and get to the end. But we can say it was a good start from the race leader, wasn't it? He got away well, did Oliver Hagström there, and he did what he needed to do. It was the contact behind him between second and third that allowed him as well a bit of breathing space. Yeah,
it certainly was. I'm also just picking up on the incident report. We've had 2 reports of drivers are out of line on the start. Car number 16 and car number 2. And I found who they are. We've got Vortex, who I was saying was probably going to be one of your front runners. They are actually leading the GT3 category. And also car number 16 of Impact Sim Sport. They are currently, I believe, under investigation. No decision as of yet, but have been reported for not starting where they should have on the grid itself. But I mean, it's a rolling start. It's quite hard to judge, I would have said.
Yeah. Now, I can only assume, and this is from my experience of Assetto Corsa Competizione, they was maybe too far ahead of where they should have been in a certain area. I'm not 100% certain, don't hold me to that, but I can only assume that is what I'd go off. It's the same on there. If you're too far ahead of where you're meant to be, it will penalise you for that. Also, if you hit the little refresh button on that, 4 more incidents that's being looked at, pinged up as well. Cause of a spin for car number 3 at turn 1. We saw that one at the start. Car number 70, car 51 for causing a spin. Car 78 hit car 46 when slowing down for the VSC. So we didn't see that one. Also, car 47 plus 60. That is for race start restart violation, so we're waiting for any action on these at the moment. Out of line start though, Ashley, I can update you on that. Drive through for car 16, so that is the Acura that has received a drive through for being outside of the start, out of line at the start of the race. No further action for car number 2.
So Vortex will stay right at the top of their group then, so that's good news for those guys at least. We're going back to the start itself, Matthew, I feel like it's all been a bit overshadowed here by this early VSC that we've got. LMP2, they've gained 3 positions. They qualified in 4th, and they're now leading the overall race itself and leading their class, of course. They absolutely sent it into turn number 1, and not down the inside, but around the outside. And I think that's them having that, of course, the knowledge of the circuit, where it cuts so violently at the apex of turn 1. You can keep the traction a lot better going around the outside of that corner. And it looks as though they really did use it to full effect.
Well, if you look at the top 3 people, the top 3 cars in that LMP2 category, NOP gained 3 spots, NL Academy gained 4, and IRL gained 4 as well. So really, everybody's gained out of this. That's fantastic. 4 and 3 spots is a lot of places to gain up on that opening lap, considering we got just under a full lap of green flag racing. So that's a brilliant race start for them 3 teams. Delta Racing as well, they're up 4 in P5 now in LMP2, so they've really had a good start as well. You can see there on the graphic who is winners and losers out of all of that. W&S have been given the lap backs. They are on the lead lap here, so they are a little bit behind P10 is Ishmael, but they're on the lead lap. That's the most important thing. What we need to know is, have they served their drive-through penalty or not? Or have they been allowed to serve their drive-through penalty or not? I suppose we will find out in a moment or 2 time, as we are still under the virtual safety car here then. And that is Luis Vasquez for Revolution coming out of the pit lane, the 52 car. That's his 2nd pit stop. And I don't think there was it was just the LMP2 Pro and the LMGT3 cars that had drive-through penalties to make. If you actually look at every category, there's some big gainers here. Look at P4, Nathan Edwards, Project 91, up 8 positions in LMGT3 from the start. P3 in LMP3, Velotti, up 4 places at the moment. The only category that hasn't had, according to my timing screen, a position change is LMP2 Pro Am. Who's all stayed as that?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you've got it bang on there. It's exactly what I can see too. So no, it is very interesting. And like I say, we're getting into the 11 minutes already gone. We haven't had a full lap of racing yet, so we still really are in the world of the unknown, because we have absolutely no idea the true pace of any of these guys at the moment. We've only got qualifying still that we can sort of go off of, and so it's going to be exciting when we get back going again, of course, for all the reasons, including the racing itself.
The busiest people at the moment, race control with the looks of this. No further action for car number 51, causing an incident at turn 1. So no further action there. They seem the busiest people on there though, because they're still going through 1, 2, 3, 4 more incidents they are still going through. So they are busy people in race control, and they'll be busy all day long, I will assume. But we are still under the virtual safety car. For those who are wondering, there is a fastest lap of the race. We are now into full safety car. So there we go. Safety car will come out, as Ashley said a moment ago. This will now bunch the whole field back up, and this will allow us to go racing once again. Fastest lap of the race, 4:58, on a lap that takes under 2 minutes. So that's not too bad, is it?
I've just seen Velotti set their fastest of a 5:02. So in the LMP3.
The best thing at the minute, LMGT3 are quicker than LMP2.
Fantastic. Flip
So,
the complete
there we
table on
go.
its head.
Oh dear, this is brilliant. We have got a couple of drivers that are a lap down. I'm not sure if Simitok are coming back out here. Danny Bunshu, who was the Swiss driver in LMP3 who had the big damage, still in the pit lane, has been there for 9 minutes. So I'm still learning iRacing a lot, so actually maybe you'd be able to tell us on the damage, sort of what would he be looking at roughly for a pit stop there with the amount of damage he sustained? Is that about accurate for 9 minutes?
I would say he's going to be there for at least 12, 13, and if he had the tow, he'll be there even longer, because it will take the time to get the tow, the theoretical tow truck to go get him, bring him back to the pits. From where he was at the sort of exit of turn 5, 6, just as you come down here to Dunlop Curve, I would probably say he's going to have at least a 4-minute tow, maybe around that mark. I could be completely wrong on that front. I'm just taking a bit of a sort of a guess on that, in theory, when you continue around the circuit, getting back to the pits itself. And then on top of that, he'll have the repairs. And judging by how much that car was damaged, he had definitely suspension damage. It looked a bit out of alignment. He was crabbing all over the place. The rear was completely gone. I would say that's at least a 12-minute repair, if not more. It's, you know, he's going to have the meatball flag flying over him, as everyone very famously knows it as on iRacing. But it's, you know, you have damage on the car. You can't continue coming to take it. It's necessary repair work. So normally when you get that flag, it's at least 10-minute plus.
There we go then. So into the 10 minutes, he's going to be a couple of laps down, but if he keeps on going, there's going to be a chance of, like we say, some points somewhere along the line. Right, couple more incidents coming in. Car 78, stop and hold penalty for 30 seconds for a virtual safety car incident. And that has also given him 3 penalty points for the driver of that car. We also have a drive-through for car 47 for a start procedure violation there then. So car 47 is that of Felipe Borges then for Team Rex in the LMGT3, who was 4th place at the moment. He's got a drive-through penalty. And then I believe it is car 78 is... stop and hold. Now again, I doubt they'll be able to do them now. We're under full safety car. And 78 is that of Nicholas Thomas for PCS in the LMGT3, the Lamborghini. So yeah, a couple of penalties just coming in now. A few more inquiries to be looking at as well. Another 3 have gone in since. So in that time, race controller managed to decide 2 other decisions, and then they've just been given another 3. So 2 done, 3 more to add to that list. And we are not even a quarter or a third or any with 16 minutes into this race, and there is still a lot of drama left in store. I think race control prepared themselves for a busy day today. But did we see that a moment ago? We saw coming up towards the Schumacher S's, by the way, looked a little bit like the sun's just trying to break through just ever so slightly at that top end of the circuit. Now it looks gloomy here coming through the Mercedes-Benz Arena, but it did look a lot brighter up the Schumacher S's a lap ago. So keep our eyes on if that sun is just trying to break through a little bit, and we'll see what happens.
Brilliant. Well, in doing all of that, Matthew, I've managed to snag Lorenzo here. Hello, Lorenzo. Welcome back to the commentary lounge. Can you, I mean, what happened there at the opening lap? It looks like you were probably in a good position to see kind of what went down, but I mean, it's all been kicking off, hasn't it?
Hello? Is that a question to me, Ash? Sorry,
No worries. Welcome back, Lorenzo.
Thank you.
Sort of, yeah, no worries. It was more, I feel like, where you were sort of in the midfield with your team, maybe you got a bit of a better view of what happened there at the start than what we potentially got. I mean, it's all been kicking off here in the opening lap. How was it for your team, first of all? And have you got anything else maybe you can give us?
It's kind of funny going from commentator to manager now giving out interviews first thing. But jokes apart, it's been interesting, really. We basically went safe, and everybody, I think, behind us, one of the cars, I think it was the 52 from the iRevolution e-racing, I think got caught up with some of the LMP3 cars right at the exit of the arena. And then got spun around and everything kicked off. We just maintained our own, and after that, I think right after the Schumacher S, I think we saw 2 LMP2s being thrown around just before the VSC came out. So we just try to mind our own business and try to survive the whole endeavor of the first lap, which we did. It's always a positive in our books.
Yeah, it certainly would be in doing so. Well done. I mean, of course, first round for you and your team as well. I mean, what are your sort of hopes, I guess, expectations for the series? I mean, at the moment, you're currently running around 5th in class. I mean, what are you expecting in this race itself?
No, it's going to be interesting for us because originally Chris wanted to do LMP3. I'm just kind of like managing the team. Chris is basically the more entrance kind of like driver. He wanted to drive the LMP3s, but we couldn't find the teammate in time, and the configuration that he probably wanted to for the LMP3s couldn't happen, so we went for the LMP2 Pro instead. And it's going to be a learning curve because I know Chris hasn't driven a lot. I barely drive the car nowadays since I don't have a lot of time to drive. I drove a few laps because I'm a reserve driver today, just in case. But I think more importantly, what happens is kind of like just maintain the car on the track, try to grab as much experience as you can possibly grab, and try to improve for the next few races, because it's the first time we're coming back on the car, like I said. So it's just learning curve from there. Realistic expectations, like if we go into top 10 overall, that will be a victory. But we're just taking the race as each lap goes by.
Yeah, taking it as it come approach, and I think very understandable from your side as well on that front. One more question then, maybe before I let you disappear, Lorenzo, and focus up once more when we get going. Is this long period here of virtual safety car and safety car, is this going to affect the strategy?
We had a talk, actually. I'm not going to lie. I'll be very transparent. We thought about pitting because, you know, there is the danger of 4 hours over here, in LMP2s go over about 45 minutes-ish in their stint, and there is a good possibility of a splash and dash if you just go blazing in the car, and you also have to maintain the respect the minimum and maximum driving time, especially if you're on a two-man crew for gold and bronze on the Pro-Am. But even then, I think it's going to be interesting. It won't change the strategy all that much. I think it will help for you to get maybe some damage off if you do linger some damage from the start. But other than that, I think strategies overall won't change a bit. If this was mid-race, for sure.
Yeah, understandable as well. Well, thanks for joining us, Lorenzo. I don't know if Matthew has anything he would like to add before we let you disappear.
No, nothing from me.
No worries.
Right.
Well, thanks for joining us, Lorenzo, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Best of luck.
Thanks, boys, and enjoy the broadcast. Have a good one.
Thank you very much there from Lorenzo. Ashley, a couple more penalties coming in while you was doing that one. Drive through for car number 94. Overtaking in the last corner under virtual safety car and didn't return the place. That is a Mercedes-Benz down in the LMGT3. There it is, Ryan Stringer for Quid Dash. Team also no further action for car 32. Heating up tyres, exploiting a loophole is what it says on here. So no further action on that one. And then just to get two more done, there's another two gone in. So I hope race control are thoroughly prepared for this today. And how many people do we know are in race control? Are we aware?
I would think it's probably about 3 people at a push. I would want to say maybe 2 at a minimum, but
I hope it's not one guy or girl on his own, because if it is, my days, they're going to have their work cut out for them. Safety car is coming in this lap, so we will go back to race. We saw that the lap cars could unlap themselves. We have had Tanner Prater there in for the NL Academy coming to the pits, car number 32. He's just left pit lane and has gone a lap down now. And we've got a bit of a jumbled grid here as we get ready to go. We've got some LMGT3s ahead of a couple of LMP3s, a couple of LMP3s mixing it with the LMP2s, Pro and Pro-Am. We've got a bit of a jumbled up grid in terms of the categories here based off the start and everything that went on with it. But the safety car pulls into the pit lane, and it will be Oliver Hagstrom to take us away as he comes down towards the start line. The green flag is about to fly, and we can go back to racing here at the Nürburgring with 22.5 minutes gone. It is back to green here as he comes down to the line now, and we all start to get underway, and they're already 3 or 4 abreast coming down in towards turn 1. What disasters this could possibly spell for us. As look in the background, still 3 or 4 wide, and they all come through one sidewards. Hopefully we're not going to go back under a VSC again. But Paolo Vinicius there was a car that was all out of shape. Coming through turn 1, there's a Porsche now spun around at turn 1 as well. And oh my days, it is chaos here at the Nürburgring today, coming through Mercedes-Benz. This is the second racing lap that we are having here, and more carnage for all the cars, as there's the Acura going up the inside of what looks to be the BMW in towards turn 3, and Brandon Mosby is the car that was spun around out to turn 2. But Ashley, drama's already not as big as the first time round.
Yeah, not as big as the first time, and thankfully I think we probably will get the full lap here, but I don't want to speak all too soon because we haven't quite got even down to the Dunlop curb, but they seem to be behaving themselves a little bit more. Lorenzo's team we just had a word with, as that is another car going off. Delta Racing, Felipe Sauna, a few big players here in this restart as well have had incidences, but yeah, I was saying Lorenzo's team, they were off down in turn number 1, got back going again. Delta Racing have just had an off. We had Impact Simsport in the LMP2 Pro Am class also having an off, and all those teams, you know, from round number 1 and based on qualifying, are big players.
And that's that's Felipe Borges then, who has had a spin Team Rex car, and look, he's got to wait for all this traffic to come through. What he's trying to do is reverse to get back onto where part of the track will be. The problem is the drivers want to come out there to open the corner up, and he manages to rejoin nice and safely. And this is what you get when you get such a jumbled up grid based off the first restart. These are the sort of incidents that can be happening, can't you, with the different classes and categories of driver. We have had, though, a full flying lap. We've got a fastest lap of a 1:54, so they've managed to shave 3 minutes off their previous best around here. But it is Oliver who is leading this race. Car 89, he's got a 9/10 of a second gap already. Had a good restart, and that was crucial for him to get a good restart and start of all the trouble.
Yeah, it certainly was, and yeah, definitely taking that with both hands, and he's going to try and run away with it now from here. I don't blame him whatsoever. He was a leader and front runner for the entire race of Catalonia, had a good battle there on that occasion, and yeah, he looks to be once again set up for another sort of podium potentially, but it is of course early days, hard to call. Julien Goffinet there leading the Pro-Ams, he's currently 4th overall, and I can't believe it, but an LMP3 is currently in 7th, Matthew. That is Unity and Kitsune right behind them, closing them down.
Yeah, they are indeed, and here is Unity of Mathis Shout there then, coming through the black and yellow car number 35 with Velocity with Kitsune right on the back of them. Then the Kitsune car was the pole sitter in LMP3, so he's lost the race lead somewhere, and they've got that LMP2 car just gaining on them through the Schumacher S's and into this next sector. Definitely looks a lot brighter at the moment, as if the sun is just trying to peek through. This could be where the LMP2 is going to try and just go up the inside and capitalise, coming through the little right hand bend, and indeed he will. And now he cheeks between the two of them to get through in towards the chicane. And that is the Gazix car who has come through. Nicely done from him there. Moves up a couple of positions, and a great fight here as the Kitsune car just had a little look up the inside into the final corner, and nothing to be done there. So as we were between them two as they end the second lap of going round here, it's coming up to about 10:30 in the morning track time here. So still very early. The temperature will rise as the session goes on, and it definitely looks a lot brighter. Apologies, it's 12 o'clock, so I'm not sure where them 2 hours have gone to, but it's 12 o'clock. Track temp still 19 degrees then at the moment. Sorry, air temp still 19 degrees, but you can see that it is cloudy. Track temp 29 degrees. That sun's just peeking through. This is now going to have an effect on the tyres, from it being that bit cooler and a bit foggy and misty to now the sun starting to come through. That's just going to play a bit on the tyres at the moment. That should be, Ashley, relatively okay, because we've not had many racing laps.
No, it shouldn't be too much of a factor at this point, and the reason why 2 hours have disappeared, Matthew, is between practice sessions, quali and race. They normally spread them out by a few hours just to simulate a real world setting, so that'll be the reason on that front.
For some reason I assumed we looked at it on the formation and I couldn't
it doesn't matter, no worries. But from qualifying to the race itself, we have had a track temp increase of about 9 degrees. So we were looking at 2021 in quali, and now we're virtually on the verge of 30 degrees here. And as it creeps up slowly as the day wears on, that's going to definitely have a bit of effect, particularly on those cars with a bit more downforce. So the LMP2 and the LMP3 class may have to factor that in a little bit more.
Now, you spoke about strategy a moment ago when we were doing our previous interview. These guys would have all been fuel saving. 45 minutes, I think it was, for the LMP2 cars to sort of do a stint. That's going to be extended just a little bit, isn't it? Tyres are going to be fine. Fuel would have been saved during that virtual safety car and safety car period. What we expecting now then, towards more of the hour mark, are we thinking?
I would think for an LMP2, like I say, 45 minutes if you're going full blast. And I think where we had such a long VSC safety car period, we almost got, I think, like 25 minutes. I would imagine what that will mean is we lose the splash and dash, which may happen at the end of the race. So I think it is going to be a case of, nailing your strategy in a sense of getting the pit stops right when they need to be taken, providing nothing else comes along and messes that up. Just make sure you look after your tyres and look after your fuel load as you go around, and you should be okay to the end if you're in an LMP2. LMP3 slightly different. They normally tend to pit at the 40-minute mark, sometimes earlier if they are quite aggressive on the fuel. And then the GT3, they tend to get to the top of the hour. I would imagine it's no different here. It's going to be a matter of how long they decide to go for. I think with the fuel saving and what's happened so far, I would expect maybe an hour 20, hour 25, just literally add on the time that they've just sat behind the VSC.
Here we go then. So splash and dash possibly out the window. That's going to be interesting to see who does what strategy-wise now and how long they can go on this first stint, because this first stint is what could be lining up for the stint at the end of the race. You're seeing penalties popping up on the top of your screen. These are penalties that me and Ashley have already gone over at the start of the programme and that are happening. We've also had a warning for car 20, unsafe rejoin, 3 more no further actions, and there is just 1 more racing incident to be looked at from the stewards as it goes at the moment. But this is the fight for P3 in the LMGT3 class at the moment. The ITJ team in the Ferrari are on the back of the BMW. You can see P3 of Delta Racing just in front, and the M4 and the Ferrari 296 just kicking up a bit of dirt on the outside. There is the M4 as they come through towards the final part of the Nürburgring. But this is all for P3 in class at the moment, and this is, I think, as well, the P5 Mercedes isn't too far behind them. He's only just under a second behind them. So little three-way fight here early on for the final podium spots. The top 2 drivers in this category, though, they are up the road and have disappeared a little bit. So they've got a decent gap of Vortex and DL by TS as well. So all doing well as P4 ITJ's Ferrari sets a fastest lap of the category, and a lunge up the inside from the Wildfire car there on the velocity of Evan Waslam there. Little bit of contact coming through turn 1, but nothing too major. Maybe something that's just upset the front of that LMP3 car. He has looked a little twitchy. He was being flashed by the Audi of LMGT3. The audacity.
I think he was a bit upset by the fact that he's ruined his racing line there, and Van looked clearly displeased by that flashing of the lights. But I can't blame him. He has got a Delta by Tri-State right up his chuff, only 3 tenths back. So these two were when we go back to a month ago, they were the Titans that battled it all the way to the end in the GT3 category. It does seem to be that once again here so far, because they have got a nice gap back to Delta Racing in 3rd. The good news is for the Italian job there, the ITJ, they're 4th, battling for 3rd as well, and even Quad Dash. I think they're looking for a little bit of redemption here, because Catalonia didn't quite go their way. They had some pace, it just didn't quite go for them in the way of Lady Luck, and so they will be looking for a nice rebound here today.
They've got a lot of traffic behind them in LMP2 and 3. Who is that with no rear part on their car? Just gone through. The red car there, just ahead of the Italian job driver. No rear bit on the car as Tanner Prater here comes through for NL Academy. Is that one there just in the background? That is the Scimitar car that had the damage earlier on. So, Ashley, again, you know a bit more iRacing than myself. Surely that would have been back on the car for us to see. Surely he's not lost that part of bodywork again here as he's into the back of the BMW, who is P3 in LMGT3, spins him round at the final corner, and the BMW of João Fonseca off at the final corner. Maybe rear end damage on that car, but surely that LMGT3 car, it would have had its bodywork put back on in the pit lane.
You would hope. I mean, I did look at how long they spent stationary in the pits. It was 13 minutes. I thought it was going to chop off the nose of that Porsche then. It's one of those things where you probably can get away with it a little bit. He's got the rear wing, which is the important thing. I think this is going to be an absolute slam dunk penalty for them. Yeah. Completely in the back there. But he may not lose too much time with the lack of bodywork. But it's a fine line that you play when you come to the iRacing damage model. sometimes it's worth just not taking the full, I don't know, it could have been 15 minutes worth of repairs needed doing, and they've gone for the 13 minutes just to make sure they've got enough. Clearly they feel like it is enough and are going around with it, but it's going to hamper them a little.
Nearly a great move there by what I have to say is a beautiful looking Ford Mustang, almost Aston Martin F1 colours on that Ford Mustang, and it looked absolutely splendid indeed. Trying to make the move on the Porsche. This is for P6 and 7 in LMGT3, and like I said, a slam dunk penalty probably coming the LMP3 car's way there. You've got to be alongside, haven't you, to try and get past a car into the braking zone. There's no point just trying to lunge up the inside and clearing the traffic as we go through. Stop go penalty for car number 78. That is just penalties that are being caught up on from ones we have read out earlier in the programme. Race Control have fully now completed all their incidents. No further action on the final one as well. So this is then Old Firm on the back of the green Porsche in front, coming towards the back part of the circuit. Not really going to have a look at an overtake here. It's not really an overtaking manoeuvre as they come through lovely through the S's. Now in towards the final corner, and that Ford Mustang looks glorious. That's just the Porsche, to be fair. Don't mind a bit of green on the car. And they're just behind the BMW that's actually was involved in the incident not long ago. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do. 3 hours and a half just under left to go in this race, and the Ford Mustang closing under the braking and not close enough in towards turn 1 as we are. Great battle behind as well. A couple of LMGT3s having a scrap there. Back then to LMP3, the tri-state team with Stephen Selby in the car, currently just ahead here then of a few more LMP3s behind him. I was just looking at the LMGT3 cars behind. That's Van Luck, who's pulled away a little bit from the BMW, and Waslam there manages to get the move done on, I can't remember who was just in front of him a second ago. There's that many cars, we've got that much information to keep a look at and keep our eyes on today that it is going to be hard, but it was Selby who was in front. Waslam gets ahead well, so drivers just starting to make a few moves here, and it's interesting to see that there doesn't seem to be too much patience at the moment. It does seem to be as if it's almost like a sprint race after this restart, because drivers have had the hurry up to get on with it.
Well, I think it probably feels a bit that way because with the restart, the whole field was bunched back up together. It's your best opportunity to make, easy positions because they are all close and bunched together. So take your opportunities whilst they're handed to you, because as the race goes on deeper, the pace of each driver is going to start to show its hand, and that's when it becomes harder to make up a lot of positions quickly, because you really do need a big advantage to be able to, one, catch up to the next car, and then of course get around them as well. It's not easy to do, and like you say, you kind of need to be alongside to make a move work and stick. You can send it if you really are confident on your braking zones and getting the car stopped in at the apex, but it's no guarantee.
Yeah, no guarantee. This is the Unity car going at it. 4P1 with Kitsune. Kitsune have got ahead of Unity here for this first position. That is an LMP2 Pro-Am car just making the move on Unity now. So Kitsune have taken the lead in LMP3, and Unity would have just been able to see the flash of lights, a little disgruntled again at the overtake from the LMP2 car, just putting him offline into the Dunlop hairpin a little bit, while overtaking Kitsune was a little more easier. And there's an absolute pile-up. It's involving the Ford Mustang and the Porsche that was battling earlier on. There's the Acura that has gone around. Another Porsche rejoining now, and the other green Porsche has also been caught up on this. That was for 6th and 7th between the green Porsche and the green Ford Mustang a moment ago. They've now been involved in an incident. This is what's happened. So round the outside of turn 2 in the Mercedes-Benz arena, Ford Mustang on the outside. Does he just chop the nose off? Nah, I'd say there's a car's width left there. It just looks like the Porsche ran into the back of him. And then the other green Porsche just wants to drive through a car that's parked there. I'm not sure how the Acura and the other Porsche ended up off there. Hopefully Samuli can just take that back a little bit so we can see what happened to the Acura and the red and black Porsche. But just a silly move there from the green Porsche, I have to say.
Well, when we get to these guys, the Acura and I think it's the McLaren there in front, it's going to be a reaction. They're going to avoid the cars that have spun, and they're going to get heavy on the brakes, and therefore the rear's just going to go on them. Actually, you got tagged. Look at that. Yeah, you got a tap there. this is, I mean, if there was ever a reason to hate the Mercedes arena, it's that. I mean, it really is that. The corner, the turn 3, it really invites an overtake. Particularly if you want to take the racing line. And I get it. It's nice when you look at corners like that. I immediately think of Austin Turn 1 at America, similar sort of situation. But at the same time, you can easily have a coming together. And it just happened to be that they blocked the road when they did a synchronized spinning.
It's one of them corners, isn't it? And like you said, I'm glad you used Austin, because there's a couple of corners at Austin off the back straight as well. It goes so wide, and then it narrows down into a tight corner where all of a sudden somebody's going to come from right to left, left to right, and there's going to be contact because you think you've got ahead or whatever. That's kind of what turn 3 is here. Ford Mustang staying to the outside, comes across to try and meet to the apex. Obviously his spotter or whoever's watching him today, his teammates would have told him that the car's still there. He's left that course with, bang, instant happened. And it is just a bit of a shame to see. But yeah, we'll have to see what race control say about this one. This is Delta V. And Velocity then 1 and 2 in LMP2 Pro-Am coming into turn 1. And wide berth, tight entry, in and out, lovely job there. And then into the Mercedes-Benz arena. When they designed this track, it kind of just feels like they've put this bit there just to add a little extra to the Nürburgring. I'd much rather take the section without this over this bit. But this is what the drivers have got to face today. And you see the Mercedes-Benz grandstand there just to your left now. Track limits on the exit that corner is going to be a key one to keep our eyes on today there. It's easy to get an off track if you just go too far wide. Try and choose that runoff almost to your advantage. Down now towards Dunlop we go, and Velocity just sat within that half a second window. Just wonder if Velocity's got the setup suited more for the handling than the straight line speed, because the car in front looks like it's pulling away a little bit on the straights, and Velocity really gain under the braking.
It looks that way from the onboard shot here, at least. I mean, maybe I can get an idea of what their top speed is. If I mess around with my timing tower here, Matthew, I should be able to work that one out for you. We are looking at Bockhoven and Delta V, so Gauffin A. You know what? It's actually the opposite.
Well.
Velotti have the fastest speed trap, 255.8 kilometres compared to 255 flat from Delta V.
Shows what we know in the commentary box, but we've got all the gizmos and gadgets at our disposal to find out this information as it gets all tight and twisty into the final chicane with an LMGT3. Oh, bit of a wiggle from the car in front, and now a bit more drama as they nearly make contact in towards the final corner, and the Velotti team there managed to escape that one pretty unharmed, but they nearly ended up in the back. And I believe that's allowed, who is that in the green and black, that's allowed to come alongside. In fact, that's the Gazex car, who's not got alongside, has got ahead of Velotti. So that's for the wrong category though, so I got all excited, and that is LMP2, not LMP2 Pro.
You got to be excited. It's still a good reason to get excited because it is still for position. Of course, they are different car classes, Matthew, but they are all on the same bit of track in the same car class, you could say. So it is still a position gain for Gazex.
This is my, if you can't tell, this is my first sort of race where there's been different classes of the same car. So we will get used to this, don't worry. Normally I've done multiple multi-class races, but there's no multiple classes within that, so apologies. We'll get used to this one as we go along, but I tell you what, it's great racing, isn't it, so far? It's been fantastic here. Misty's come over again. I'm going to say it's gone a bit more foggy than brightening up like it's going to be, so the weather is really sort of back and forth today. Track temp has just dropped a little once again, so yeah, this weather, you know, there's no rain lurking around at the moment, but just with that extra cloud cover, it is playing its part here.
It certainly is, and like you say, the track temp's just dropped again, which is nice for the drivers at least, because it means they'll get a bit of extra grip through the tyres themselves. They don't have to work them as hard, or they won't be worked as hard, I should say. This is Gazex going to try and go for the move then. You don't often see the moves up to the chicane. I would imagine he's just going to give that one up, though, because it's not really worth the fight at this point. But I think that is also a different car class. So, sorry, not car class. The category class. You can see, Matthew, even for myself.
Yes.
It's so easy to do. So easy to do.
Everybody in the chat probably wondering where they got these two commentators from, as Oliver, your race leader, having a fight then with that of Pelota in the IRL car to the outside of turn 2 now. Great battle for the lead overall. The LMGT3 car just getting in the way and kind of boxing in that of Oliver Hagstrom, who now loses the lead to Ossi Pelota then. And that was a great move into turn 1. And track smarts there, using the slower LMGT3 car just to your advantage to box in your competitor.
Yeah, fantastic overtake for Peltola. It reminds me, and it could just be because he's Finnish, but very Häkkinen, if I do say so.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Oh, yes. But absolutely timed it to perfection and got it done on the track. So brilliant overtake there for Ossie and the IRL team making their way up onto the top step at the moment. Interestingly, though, for the IRL team, they've had a late driver swap. So for Peltola and his teammate in that car, they were pretty much rushed into it, sort of almost last minute in the previous hour running up to this race. I can't imagine how much practice time they've got in the car, but they must have enough because they're right at the sharp end.
They're all right at the sharp end. I assume if you've got drivers that are potentially down as like a reserve driver or a backup driver, like I assume as a team you're still fully testing everybody and everyone to their full maximum capability going into the event, just in case something happens. So I assume that everybody would have had a good amount of practice and a good amount of seat time coming into this event. But a great battle for the lead, a little bit wide there, coming onto the mid-corner of the final part there. Now they're going to put a lap on the LMGT3 Porsche. And Ossie coming down, a battle of the Scandinavian drivers at the moment as they come down into turn one. Oliver's going to have a look up the inside and thinks better of it as he gets closer on the braking.
Certainly did on that occasion. The other team just sort of keeping an eye on the timing terrace of Vortex and DR by TS. They're also having a battle for the lead of their category, but I'm sure we'll keep you informed on that one. And if you're looking at the time tower, you can obviously see it in front of your eyes too. But these two still going at it then, Peltola and Hagström. And coming now down towards turn 5, I'd say my favourite corner on the circuit as well, Matthew. It sort of cambers up very nicely, and then you get to my least favourite corner on the circuit straight after.
Which is your least favourite corner?
The one they've just gone through, the downhill right-hander. I can't tell you why. I hate it.
I enjoy that good overtaking opportunity because it catches a few people out that I race against, and they always seem to go a little bit deep and carry too much speed in. So up the inside. Thank you very much. As we come through Dunlop, a few overtakes there of overtaking or lapping LMGT3 cars. This is Carlos Hernandez in the car 51, being chased by the Gazex car of Monco, the German driver. Coming into, I'm not a big fan of this section. It is my big bother. If we discount Mercedes, that little two corners there, I'm not a fan of. That's where I seem to struggle.
It's funny because I actually like that section of corners. It just shows you different drivers, I suppose, and different preferences. But yeah, down to turn 5, into that first sort of left-right into the Ford curve. The Ford curve, the right of that, I can't get it. I think it's the off-camber nature. And like you say, too much speed and you go wide and deep.
And speaking of deep, that was deep from the car in front, the 51, but gets better straight line speed out the corner. Maybe a little bit of slipstream from the car in front has helped him there just to stay ahead of the Gazex car. And they are as they were. So what you're saying, Ashley, is if we eliminate Sector 1 of this circuit, then you're absolutely fine.
I think so. I do like the back. But I think it's hard to say because, you got brilliant overtaking opportunities through Sector 1. So I think maybe I'll just toughen up and get on with it.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to go. You've got a 24-hour race to do soon, so you best start knuckling down in Sector 1. Hey, at least you know it's your weakest part of the circuit. You know where you can always improve, and that's the best thing to know as a driver. As again, look, we get to this part of the circuit and the sun starting to come out. So the weather here in the Nürburgring is really sort of throwing in a spanner in the works. And if you're a strategist of these teams today, Ashley, what's going to be going through your mind at the moment? We're obviously at the midday point of the session, and temperatures are going to still rise for a little bit, side by side out of Dunlop. That comes to nothing heading up towards Schumacher S's. But with the weather constantly changing, this track temperature fluctuating up and down 4 or 5 degrees at a time, as a strategist, is this something you have to keep your eyes on a lot?
I mean, you're calling me a strategist, I know, but my limited knowledge of the strategies in iRacing particularly, in all honesty, I don't think so. Like you say, a 4-degree swing, it is a lot, and I think if you're really sort of nailing every tiny little detail, maybe, is this going to be a move? Oh, it is. Very nice overtake there from Marinko for Gaz-X into the chicane. You don't often see it being done there, especially with it being the faster version, but he's managed to get it done, and through he goes up to the overall 4th spot, passing the World of Sim Racing team there now in 5th. But yeah, in terms of the strategy, like you said, Matthew, asking the question again, I don't think 4 degrees is going to matter all that much to these guys. I think it's just going to be part of the ebb and flow of an endurance race. And if you do lots of endurance races, of course, you're going to be used to that aspect anyway. I expect when it gets a bit hotter, you just take a bit more care of the front tyres, most likely. And then as it cools, you can be a bit more aggressive. So it could be interesting to see how the drivers take that into their stride.
We've got a big story coming through, Ashley, that is developing now. The car number 16, a Cora LMGT3, is out of the race. That is the Impact car, I do believe. Just looking on our guide, that is, yeah, the Impact Sim Sport car number 16 is out of the race. Fastest in both practices, but is disqualified by iRacing for not serving a penalty.
I mean, I don't really know what to say. I mean, they got the starting violation. They were out of line at the start. I mean, and that now on top, of course, out of the race entirely. I mean, they were looking strongest, of course, based on practice, and now they're not even part of it. So you could say a huge swing there for the GT3s. I mean, everyone else might breathe a sigh of relief, but yeah, big blow to the team.
Huge blow, especially when you've been fastest in these practice sessions. That is a massive blow, and a massive blow to me, because I did say top of the programme that, go on the NSX, favourite car, and it's now not even there as we're approaching the hour mark, and we finally get some good racing under our belts. And look at this traffic. This is what you love about multi-class racing. LMPs, GT3s, there may be an LMP3 in there as well, who knows, but it is absolute chaos in the middle section and the final section of this circuit. And this is Alpine by XRL coming through, currently P3 in class, and they are on the back of, I believe that's one of the LMP2 Pro drivers. That is, it's the Gaz-X car, so mixing it with the Pro boys. And yeah, the Alpine doing a good job. It is a bit off the pace at the moment in terms of where his at the second place in category is. So we'll have to see what they do. A few other penalties, Ashley, to go by. Stop go penalty for car number 10 for an unsafe rejoin. Now, car number 10, unless Samuli gets to meet him, he has done. That is the Ford Mustang. I can only assume that was for when him and the Porsche came together. He moved forward slightly when then the other green Porsche hits him. So I think he's been given a stop go penalty for that incident on its own. And then there is another incident being looked at for network instability for car number 16, but that'll obviously surely go down as a no further action due to the fact that number 16 is out of this race.
If I could be honest here, Matthew, I think that's really harsh there for car number 10. He's been put down as the fault of the crash. I personally think it was actually more on the Porsche.
He's been put down for an unsafe rejoin. So all I'm going off, and this is what we're going off on the incident report form, is that car 10 spins car 84 in turn 3, then immediately accelerates, causing our car to crash into them and getting crashed by cars behind. So it was reported that car 10 spins car 84. That's not been looked at. It's been looked. The steward inquiry has been looked at for the acceleration on then the rejoin of the other green Porsche with car 91 afterwards. So no report has gone in for the initial incident originally, which like you just say, I'm very surprised at.
I am. Do you know what my counter? I'm gonna come back at you again with this one, Matthew. He never left the circuit. He's still on the circuit. How can you safely rejoin or unsafely rejoin a car that's not actually left? I'll leave that one to the people watching at home, because he is still within the white lines, albeit it's half spun. But take that one how you will. Either way, stewards have decided it's his fault for an unsafe rejoin and have given him a penalty.
Yeah, and while car 91 comes into the pits, and this should be, I assume, for a not a mandatory pit stop, but a regular routine pit stop. I think that's early for an LMGT3 to be coming in for a pit stop, but they've got strategists, not Ashley, doing their maths. He's coming in bottom box. I thought he was going to do a drive-through then, but he's at the final box of the pit lane. The strategists are obviously going to be working this out, and the team are going to be letting the drivers know what they've got to do. Nathan Edwards currently in that car. Sam Vaughan as we drop back down then to the ITJ, the Italian job team, just being overtaken by Team Rex, I believe that is, in the LMP car as well through Dunlop. So good stuff there.
I was just about to say it, watch him drive through, and then he immediately pulled into the final box, so he completely threw that one out of the window for me as well. But yeah, it's a very early stop, like you said there, for the GT3 car. I'm actually really surprised they have come in already, especially they've not even got to the top of the hour. The only thing I can think here, Matthew, is maybe, just maybe, they're doing the strategy in reverse. They'll have a short one here to start off with, and then they'll go long for the final 3, I would imagine, making sure they do get to the tops of the hour every single time, and just feel maybe that is the best way to go about it. It could also be a case of who they were potentially racing at the time, and maybe just want to get a bit of free air.
This as well is why we love multi-class racing, can we just point out, and endurance racing as a whole, because this pit stop now that we're talking about 54 minutes in could be completely irrelevant, and they could pull an absolute masterclass by the end of this race, have such a margin over their rivals who they was racing against towards the end that it's not even going to matter. It's all these fine details we speak about now that come the end, when we've forgotten about this pit stop on the 54-minute mark, you know, will just be absolutely brilliant, and obviously the strategies and the teams are going to play their bits. Van Luck coming back under pressure from the BMW of Sam Vaughan just behind them. Sam Vaughan actually did his personal best lap of the race last time out. It was actually faster than Van Luck's personal best, and was 0.3 he gained. So Audi, you don't see many Audis out there nowadays, but the Audi currently leading the way, and this is going to be an interesting one to keep our eyes on for Sam Vaughan in that BMW to see what he can do.
I think the reason you don't see that many Audis out there is it is a very tricky car to drive. I have tried it myself. If you can get it right, it's very, very quick. However, it is so sort of sensitive, shall we say. You really can't attack the curbs because you will just unsettle it, and it will, you know, absolutely spit you out sideways without you know, blinking. And so it really does take some skill and masterful driving to manage to wrestle it into submission. So the fact that they won last time at Catalonia, they've clearly got experience with the car, clearly feel it's best for their drivers, and so they're making it work again. It's fantastic to see, and like you say, you don't often see an Audi.
No, you don't often see an Audi, and I suppose as well it's the fact that, you know, there's a spin for the Prismatic team in LMP3, Concoli in that car. The Hungarian driver's just had a moment in the Mercedes-Benz arena. We'll see what happened to him. Behind an LMGT3, comes through turn 2, breaks into turn 3. That's the Corvette just in front of him. And is the rear just going to go? Oh, it's the Corvette that has the spin. So the Prismatic car didn't have a moment. It was the Corvette that dropped the rear. I was waiting for the LMP3 car to drop the rear coming through turn 3, but it was the Corvette in front.
Yeah, Screaming Moose Motorsport there. I'd imagine they'll be screaming because they're... it's fantastic, isn't it? And just to give it another thing, look at the moose on the side there, Matthew. It really does bring it all together.
And I tell you what, the Moose is going to be swallowed up by a load of LMP cars, and big contact from one of them onto the rear of the Screaming Moose car there of Kepper's. Rear bumper off, and it took another LMP car with it. Oh, that's something. Oh, that's broken.
Oh, if he wasn't screaming before, he's screaming now.
Yeah, pillow at the ready, and that's going to be to be towed back, and we are being told that there is potentially a virtual safety car, if not a full-blown virtual safety car, coming our way. So we started the race, virtual safety car. We're going to end the first hour, virtual safety car. This is what happened in... Oh, was that the race leader who hit him?
It was, yeah.
It was the overall race leader, and there was just cars everywhere. And I tell you what, that is, I have to say, that is a little poor from the race leader there.
Samuli, are you able to get a... Yeah, this is what I wanted to see.
This is second place. This is Oliver. Second place. That's the race leader in front, and bang.
Closing speeds, that is. They definitely were not prepared for the GT3. Of course, the GT3 has to slow for the corner themselves. They're aware of the traffic around them. I think we're going to get even more replays before this is done. And therefore, the closing speed, they just wouldn't have been able to predict it as well. And he tried to avoid them, but just couldn't.
I'm struggling to see why he's tried, you know, like the closing speed, yeah, but Why are you... I'm struggling to see why the leader's looking that side of the circuit. I know there's LMP2s on the outside. Patience. And that has possibly cost. It's cost Aussie, the race leader. I do believe that Oliver got through. Oliver's in the pits. So Oliver has pitted at the top of the hour. This now brings that strategy back round, sort of now do what you was going to do, because what was it, 45 minutes we said for the LMP2 car, so they've gone an extra 12 minutes longer. You're going to pit now. You're not going to run the extra 10 minutes based off the first virtual safety car on what you save here. Get in the pits, get it done. So Oliver has pitted. He's came out in 6th place in class. But for Aussie there, potential damage to the front of his car. It just all looked a little messy from the Corvette, from the LMP2s, from the Pro-Ams, the LMP3s, whoever was in that bunch. It all looked a little bit messy coming through the Schumacher S's, and it ended in a bad way.
Yeah, it wasn't great, but for NOP, they've managed to get a cheeky pit stop here under the VSC. If people cast their minds back to a month ago, you would have known that I absolutely tore up the rulebook and put my own spin on things and kept saying, why did they not do it under a full caution yellow? Of course, you couldn't get in the pits, but here they can, so they can get that cheeky pit stop in where everyone is slowed down. They would have got in, been serviced, and back out they go. So I think NOP definitely made the right call there in terms of strategy, because you've got to the top of the hour. You still would have eliminated that splash and dash, I think, towards the end of the race, but it's still going to be tricky to call so early on, because we literally are about to hit the hour mark. And oh look, there's that car again without the rear body. Still going round.
Yeah, it must have done what you said. As long as it's got its rear wing, that seems to be fine. But it's like in the Formula One, isn't it? You lose 25 seconds. I think from Imola, you lose 25 seconds in the pit stops, in and out. Same with the virtual safety car. You'll gain about 10 seconds or so in the pits, just because everybody else isn't travelling at full racing speed. So for Oliver there and the NOP team, great choice to come into the pits. And I tell you what, well done on pitting as the virtual safety car was coming out. If that virtual safety car had come out as you go past pit entry, you're not gaining anything, are you? But they've gained a lot of time by pitting there.
Yeah, they certainly would have done. The only thing I will say, if the VSC stays out this long, then potentially the Iron Lynx team can then also come pitting lap after and still not have an issue, and then probably come back out right near them and still be racing. So I think that'll be interesting. Sorry, Matthew, what did you say there?
Sorry, depending on the damage that Iron Lynx car may have sustained, because we're not at racing speed, so you've got to think, when you see a car that's had a bit of a contact or something, you'll see it as if it's almost like warming its tyres up, feeling for the damage in the wheel. Well, he's not going at racing speed, so that car will feel better than what it will maybe at the higher speed. So we'll see what happens to the Iron Lynx car. Great to have Iron Lynx on the grid as well, by the way. Obviously, if you know the name Iron Lynx, you'll think to the World Endurance Championship, running the Mercedes-Benz this year, and he's coming into the pits, he's Aussie. So, yeah, I'm going to be interested to see on what happens here for Aussie then. And a battle of the Scandinavians for the lead of this race, it was, if you remember back as well. The Swedish and the Finnish drivers. Great group of nationalities on this grid as well. Great to see different people from around the world taking part in this event. Fastest lap is Oliver overall with a 1:47.9. Heck of a fastest lap from him there. And then we have only lost the one driver in this race, and that is car number 16. I won't be surprised to see that have been reported, Nothing's came up yet, but I won't be surprised to have seen that reported, whether it's by the Iron Lynx or by the what was it, the Laughing Moose or the
Screaming Moose?
Sorry.
They won't be laughing.
It won't be, no, definitely not. The Angry Moose by the end of today. Based off what we've just witnessed. But there's Oliver, possible net race leader here coming into the Schumacher S's, and a fantastic job as well, because he could have been caught up in that incident with the Iron Lynx car and the Screaming Moose car. Luckily enough, it was only the two of them that I think got caught out by it. So what has brought out the virtual safety car was for very little.
Peltoller's out. Sorry, Matthew. Peltoller is already out. The Iron Lynx team have been in, and they're already out on the circuit.
There
Look
we
at
go.
the gap. There, you can see right at the top of your screen the NOP car.
So they've not gained any time. In fact, Sam Miller for Impact is also out the pits. So he's done his stop and has came out ahead. So Oliver Hagstrom there then has dropped down a couple of positions. Alex Gonzalez is also out the pits. Trosten Gross is out the pit lane as well. So Hagstrom, who may have pulled a blinder getting in just before the virtual safety car, is down in 5th place now.
Yeah, certainly seems that way. I don't know quite what's happened to the LMP team. The only thing I can think is when the VSC was called, is potentially it wasn't in activation as they came round the final sort of corner. So the IRL team, Impact, WOSR, GazX have all been able to gain that little bit of an advantage over the NOP car. But maybe, down to fuel load, they had to do it there or then.
So sort of reverse what you'd normally see, getting the advantage after the virtual safety car. Maybe they've had that advantage before it came out, like you say. Interesting to note. We'll keep our eyes on the way this race pans out. But for Oliver and the NOP team, huge work to do now. Huge work to do indeed. W and S have got Mark Reynolds now in the car, so Ishmael no longer in the car. Mark Reynolds is in. They've done 2 stops at the moment. They're now 10th in class. They're ahead of the NL Academy. And they're not a million miles, off of Tri-State in P. It's not Tri-State no more. It's Gazax who's in the pit lane. So Mark Reynolds, WNS, if you remember, they started from the pit lane in this race. They've already gained 1 place. And, they're coming around to the back part of the circuit. Gazax in the pit lane at the moment. So they're not going to be a million miles behind a couple of cars in that category. So good for them. And it was the 98 car, I believe. Was it the 98 car? Or was the other cars? 98, 33 and number 5. Well, the car number 5 is running 15th place. Number 33 is 12th, so he's climbed up from starting in the pit lane. And the 98 is running 11th. So a couple of climbers for the cars that started in the pit lane at the start of this race and had an additional drive-through to do as well, let's not forget. And I think, to answer our question earlier then, based on car 16 disqualified by iRacing for not doing a drive-through, that to me would state that them 4 cars did their drive-through under virtual safety car. Or the iRacing would have disqualified them.
Yeah, certainly would have done in that sort of sense. Sorry, I just had to briefly nip away. I've come back now, so I'm trying to follow where you've just left me off, Matthew. But yeah, I mean, we're under VSC still, as you can see out on the circuit. This is a car we haven't seen a lot of so far this evening. They finished 3rd at Catalonia, and that's the Dynaco Porsche there. Fantastic name, fantastic colour as well. And let's see how well they can do. Currently 11th in class.
On the front of that as well, hasn't it?
They have, yeah. It really is something though. Not the is Rexy green? I'm trying to remember now.
Rexy's the green one. Roxy's the pink one.
Pits are now closed.
Well, there you go. You know a bit more than I do.
Oh, okay. Roxy won at IMSA at Laguna Seca the other weekend, so there we go. And then I believe the same team also have an LMP2 car that they run on IMSA, but I can't remember the name of it.
I'm stumped.
There you go.
You really are ahead of the curve here.
Yeah. While we're under VSC, you obviously won't have known this then. Daytona 24, Rexy had its front bumper taken off. So for the next race, they decided to put the front bumper back on, and where the teeth are, they gave it braces, as if it had been to the dentist.
Oh, fantastic.
And I just thought that was a lovely little touch from the team. Comical, brilliant, and it had its braces on. And I just appreciate that kind of stuff. And the team, obviously, as serious as a race team as they are and want to win and want to do really well, just the fact that they can have a laugh and a joke and put braces on the car, I just find fantastic.
I personally think that's what defines a good team from a great team, in that you can do well and at the same time you can still have a laugh and a joke, a prank here or there, and you still take everything seriously when it does come down to it. And something like just putting, braces on your livery of your teeth in the car, it doesn't change anything in terms of the racing themselves, and that would be the same in the virtual and the real world. Once they get down to it, the drivers are locked in, they're strapped in, locked in, they're all ready to go, and they're not going to care what the car looks like as long as it goes quick.
Just seeing comments in the chat here. If the 33 BSS wins this one, I'll give $100 for everyone here.
Oh, yes, please.
Come on, the 33 in LMGT3. We'll be $100 richer by the end of today. We've gone now to the full-blown safety car for these next couple of laps, just to get the pack all up to speed, and obviously they'll let the lapped cars go as well. So
Where is the
far,
33? Sorry.
the 33. That if you remember, that car started from the pit lane.
I've got,
It's down in
there's
12th place in class. Henrique Gomez is in that car. Here he is. Lovely livery on that car. There's another animal on the side of that. Looked like a wolf of some sort, I'm going to say. We've got all the animals on the liveries too. We've got the Screaming Moose, wolf with glasses, Rexy's on the front of the Porsche ahead. Brilliant to see. Hats off to some of the people that design these liveries, by the way. They look spectacular. That is a gorgeous looking car there. And that is really nice. I do appreciate a good livery. We've got a panda on the side of this one for the Rising Pandas. Amazing, beautiful. All the animals have come out here at the Nürburgring. Little panda on the front and the side. Fantastic. I tell you what, I do appreciate a good livery, and there are some good liveries here. Let me tell you. Oh, just seen it. My phone's just popped up with the Formula 1 qualifying result. I won't tell you. I'm not going to spoil it for anybody. Interesting.
Do you know what it reminds me of, Matthew? Sorry, I'm going to cut in with you here, but you've all the animals, and this, whether you're British or whether you're American, I think you can all very much relate here, and I think most of the world can relate. You know, when you're a youngster and you go and play for your local sports team, there are always something like, I don't know, make a town name begins with a H, and there'll be some H Hornets or whatever. It gives me that sort of vibe where you pick an animal, pick it, from your location or area of where you live, and then just make a team name out of it. Yeah. Exactly that. Brilliant, though.
It is brilliant, and again, I suppose it'd be like that Rexy thing in the real world. We've just got a bit of, the team's obviously gone for a bit of a comical side of let's just put a moose on the car, and let's look at this. Look at the SMM car. It does give Canada vibes, doesn't it? With the red and white sort of flag with the American driver sat in it. So, car number 5, moose on the side. It's just brilliant. It's just, I love it. I just think, as serious as sim racing and real racing is, team morale. And having a nice, funky livery with an animal or whatever it may be on the side, it's just something fun, isn't it? And it's nice for the fans to see these kind of cars. Again, Nicholas Thomas, no animal on that Lamborghini, but how nice is that car? That just looks beautiful.
It's got some good-looking edges. I'd love to know what PCS actually means for them. Whether there is because it literally is down just the team name PCS. So I don't know if that is an acronym of some sort or what. But maybe if they are listening, then it would be brilliant to know what that means, even if it is in French. But yeah, there certainly is a good-looking Lamborghini.
Oh, I've saved myself because the Screaming Moose is a Canadian team. It has got the Canada flag next to it. So I said that and I had to quickly double-check as. PCS into the pit lane. I still think the Ford Mustang looks an absolute beautiful car. I think it gives me Aston Martin F1 vibes, and I think it looks absolutely gorgeous. All these cars are beautiful. Look at that. That is nice.
It is. Oh, sorry, PCS coming into pit lane. That could be a penalty for them, but I'm double checking. I say because under safety car, the pit lane gets closed, so you can't enter it.
What
and I don't know.
Was PCS?
That is a fantastic question. I'm going to try and find the team. PCS. Yeah, there they are. In pit lane still, and I don't know if that's because they've had to do their pit stop in the end, but they really should have taken that into consideration and done it under VSC, because I think that may now give them a penalty.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Look at these cars bunching up here into turn 1 as the safety car is collected. We've had a warning for car 25. The driver removed the pit limiter for a few seconds, gained time under the virtual safety car. So, car 25, that is the Delta V car.
Prepare for
That's a little naughty there, trying to just gain a bit of an advantage.
All cars.
84 car is under investigation, not down to pit speed at the time of VSC being called.
Weaving, pass around cars.
We've got another investigation for blocking movement braking. That is car 5. That is the Screaming Moose on car number 9, which is the Iron Lynx car. So that one has now been reported. Car 37 moves the pit limiter at the end of the pit lane for a few hundred metres. That's under investigation. Car number 47 accelerated past the pit speed limit, exiting the pit lane. They should have been behind the number 3, as well as the number 5 for the same thing. So a couple of investigations. VSC seems to be a moment for the teams to allow them to get some stuff submitted, and that's where race control who's been a little quiet, as you're not seeing things. These are lapped cars being told to unlap themselves at this current moment in time.
I'm quite surprised. I mean, I understand the incident report for the IRL team and Screaming Moose being flagged, but of course the calls are saying that the Screaming Moose car braked too early. Well, from my interpretation of a rule book, it is the car behind's decision choice to get past safely.
18,
of course, providing the
60,
car in front doesn't do anything
20,
drastic. But I mean,
23,
to me,
91,
personally here, Matthew, I think he's coming into a
47,
corner.
and 5.
He's got fast cars behind him. He's going to try and let them through and not hold them up as much to try and reduce his loss in the race pace scenario as well. I think he did the right thing personally by slowing the car down, letting cars go around the outside of him. And I think it was just a combination of lots of cars on a small bit of tarmac, lots of fast cars on a small bit of tarmac, and one slower car just because of the different classes. And it all just came together and became a bit chaotic. I don't think he's done anything wrong, but stewards may see it another way.
I'm fully with you on this one, actually. I think it is the overtaking car's responsibility, and that's how I read the rule book as well. There was that many cars around him at that time, none of which was a GT3 car, all LMPs. On his outside, right behind him, and a good group of them.
Reminder, pits are closed. Closed.
It's hard. It's really hard.
I feel he'd be unlucky to get a penalty, I think.
Yeah, again, I completely agree. So I don't know how they'll see it, but we'll have to wait and see what the stewards decide on that one. Still here under safety car conditions, though, just over the hour mark now, and the pass-around manoeuvres are being underway.
We've had a lot more. We've had 4 more go in. Car number 2 has been reported. That is for race start, restart violation. Car number 9 for an incident. Car 84 for a code of conduct violation. And car 37 under investigation for a full course yellow, gaining advantage violation there. So still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stewards inquiries under investigation. We will bring you that Screaming Moose one against the Iron Lynx as soon as we get it. That is the next one that is being looked at. They look at them in numerical order as to when they come in, although there is now a few that have been removed that I see, so I'm not sure what has happened there, but a couple has moved. We will obviously bring you what has happened to a few of them as we go then. So safety car still currently out on the track. We are an hour and 15 in to this 4-hour race, and this is the second full course yellow of the day. Obviously we had one after the opening lap of the event here at the Nürburgring, where the sun's just gone away, but it hasn't gone misty yet. It's as if the sun has burnt the fog away and managed to make it just overcast and cloudy now. It is 32 degrees track temperature as we are approaching 1 o'clock, so that has climbed significantly here. It was down to 25 the last time we saw. 32 degrees track temperature. That is a massive significance.
I was just about to tell you it's been creeping up, and it's there. So you beat me to it. But yeah, it certainly has gotten warmer. The track is going to follow that trend as well. I think it is also because, Matthew, with the weather, and here we go, a little bit of a meteorologist hat going on, because they're on a mountain, they are some, I think, 560 odd feet above sea level. I can get you the exact number. It's 676 meters, so way more than what I just said. But you get the cloud cover, of course, being higher up, and then as the sun burns it away, like you just said, it clears it all up. But it does mean the track temperature stays a bit lower because of that cloud cover, and then when it does disappear, it does start to creep up quite quickly as well. So yeah, low 30s. I would imagine it might get up to sort of a 34 at a push, but probably not much more than that.
So keep our eyes on what is happening. You can see the little radio messages going on at the top of your screen. Sadly, we don't get to hear what they are. Samuli, I think, is going to tell us when safety car is coming in. At the minute, as he says, this lap now. So thank you, Samuli, for that one. If you don't know who Samuli is, he's in the background for us, bringing you all the camera actions and all the replays, what you see here. And he deserves as much of the plaudits as the drivers, the stewards, me and Ashley, because he does a fantastic job in what he brings for you guys to all see at home then. So safety car is in now. Iron Lynx will take us away. And let's not forget, Impact, WOSR, GazX all jumped NOP in the pit lane due to the virtual safety car. So Oliver Hagstrom here has got work to do. Fastest man on track. He's got work to do to get ahead, or to get back in front of this race. There is LMGT3s mixed with LMPs all the way through this grid. This could be a chaotic start. We've had 2 restarts. We've had the race start and 1 restart, which have both been chaotic as well. And we are green here now to get back going in this race. I want to say it's not the greatest getaway up front, but it's neither a great getaway for the NOP car. Look at Oliver dropping down the order, 3 wide in towards turn 1. And Oliver, best of the breakers, down he comes. They all get through relatively squeaky clean. A little bit of door rubbing going off at turn 1, but nobody around at the moment, as there's a spinner, and it's the impact car of Sam Miller who's around and drops down. NOP of Oliver, by the way, has gained 2 places in 3 corners, so he's on it for this restart already, managing to try and get up the pack. He gets a run on the GazX car just further up the field. Here is Alpine by XLRL, and there is Oliver for NOP round the outside. It's as if the pit stop didn't even matter, because he's only 2.5 seconds off the back of the Iron Lynx car after the restart.
I'll tell you what a restart from Oliver there. Absolutely stunning to see that kind of action unfold at the when we get going here again. I tell you, he's had another brilliant go at it as well, though, is the Delta V car of Julien Goffinet. That's the next car up on Oliver's list to get by before he can get onto the Iron Lynx car as well. He's the Pro-Am driver here, Julien. And yeah, another fantastic restart for him as well. Getting a clean getaway, and that is key very much as cars are off in the background. Who is that? Brandon Mosby for Impact.
Yeah, Brandon Mosby round. That's dropped him down to 6th place in category. And here comes the rest of the field, all trying to get through. And he's dropped the rear again. Oh, that's put Van Luck off the circuit as he avoids the spinning Brandon Mosby, who just lost the rear of the car, literally the corner after he'd had a spin. Maybe just overdone the tyres, and there's more carnage. The Panda's in the wall, and I'm not sure what happened to him. Did he just lose it on the outside curb? There is the screaming Moose being overtaken by some LMP cars, but Michael Loeffler there gets back going for the Rising Panda in that McLaren. So what happened here? He's side by side on the outside with another McLaren, comes round. Now contact is made between the two of them. And a bit of a tank slapper and hard into the wall with that front right of the corner of the car. We'll have to see on his progression now, but lap 1 ends after the restart and already dramas again.
I think he was very lucky not to collect any other drivers in that incident there, especially on that part of the circuit. They are flat to the floor, picking up a lot of speed quickly on the exit of the curves onto that back straight and then through Hatzenbach and the rest of it. And I think that we're going to see here another restart here for Oliver Hagstrom. Let's see what he can do. I mean, this is just absolutely amazing. I don't know what confidence level this man has, but clearly it's through the roof.
Look at it, pulls out already. And then there's cars overtaking him everywhere at the moment. You just see one go flying down the inside. And then just late brakes up the inside of 2. And then this is where the blue, watch for the blue LMP car in front. He's about to have a moment. Look, rear goes light, round he goes. And then that's where the LMP2 Pro-Am leader gets up into 2nd place overall at the moment. Oh, he just hugs it tight to the curb. That's a lovely bit of driving. And then gets the up and under, bit of a wiggle on corner exit. And thank you, Mama, for the carrots. Job done from him there. And then he's all over the back of the LMP2 Pro-Am leader now. And that is 4 or 5 corners of beautiful restart driving. This is the Delta V car, the leader in Pro-Am. Watch when he goes. Will this be pulled? He's crossed over the checkered flag line there. The race has started and just avoids the cars pulling out. And he's just, as if he's hit a nitrous button and ignited down the start line, and away he goes. Great start there. Warning for car 37, by the way, for pit exit. Full Courcello gaining an advantage. Warning for him on that one. This is the Delta V car there, just making up a few moves. He's now got Oliver, though, in the NOP just behind him. And this is for 2nd and 3rd overall as well on the circuit, by the way. So the Pro-Am driver doing very well at the moment. He's got a good gap back to his next rival in the Alpine car, 3.7 seconds. A lot of gravel being kicked up on the track there, I've just noticed, on the outside of turn 5. As here comes Oliver trying to chase down the Iron Lynx car once again, and cannot get past that of Delta V, who is just in his way at the moment. And how frustrating, actually, is it when you're following a category car that you're not driving against, but is in the same machinery as you, effectively?
Yeah, it can get frustrating, but at the same time, this is part of this type of racing. The multi-class aspect, I think, is kind of a nice way of wording it. But I mean, you would imagine, because they are effectively pro and amateur drivers, that Hagström should have the advantage over him. However, Gauffin really has shown his speed and class in this race so far. He's obviously there for a reason, and he's putting it on show once again, and he is hanging it with the best of them in this race. So this is allowing the Iron Lynx team to try and pull away, as there goes the move for Hagström into the final corner, and it wasn't too much of a fight back from Julian, but maybe down to turn 1, who knows?
Well, I can tell you, Julian is under investigation for the restart of that race.
The jump start? It's maybe it was a blinder.
it was a blinder. It's whether they'd gone green or not by the time, because I don't think every car has to wait till the start line, do they? I think it's when the leader crosses the start line, isn't it, that we're back to racing. So, going to be a fine line.
It'd be interesting to see how they interpret the rules on that one, because the leader, you would argue, is already gone, so therefore he can go. He being the leader of his own category as well, he can define the pace for that group, if you want to think about it like that. So I think, but in both scenarios, he would dictate it. Is what is happening here?
That's Ivan Chambers' round. That's the Ford Mustang backwards again, and is rolling backwards. I think he's just rolled out the way to be able to spin the car around. But Ivan Chambers there, as the rear bumper drops off the McLaren for VR Racing, getting involved in a turn 1 incident. Let's have a look then. So here is Chambers, well ahead of the Mustang. Oh no, you just kind of know what's coming, don't you? Yeah.
Door was left open. That's the
only
thing I say.
Van Look then taps the Mustang around.
Double whammy.
Absolutely. Can we get another shot of that if possible? But the Audi there of Joran Englund tapped then the Ford Mustang around after he'd slowed it down, and the Ford was just so far back, wasn't it? So this is on board with Joran Englund. Look how far the Ford is back on the McLaren. Tries to avoid, taps him round, and then bang from the Audi driver for Vortex. That could have massive implications there for the Vortex team that was leading this category. They're now down in 5th place.
That's a hard one again, though, to judge, Matthew. Again, I'm not trying to be a steward, but I feel like, sort of putting that hat on, if you like. It looked as though the Ford was already spinning on his own accord. So will they take that into consideration when they look at it, I wonder?
They will have all the information and the data in front of him, and this is why they're the stewards. This is why they're race control. We can only give our opinion as commentators, as part-time sim drivers, from our knowledge, and obviously they are the guys that will decide the rules and will follow them accordingly. But yeah, a lot of the restarts seem to be what's causing a lot of dramas. When we get into a good rhythm, there's not a lot happening out there in terms of incident-wise.
It doesn't seem that way. In other news, if you're tracking your $100, they're currently up to 7th, so they have been climbing slowly but surely. Yeah, they've been making their way further up the grid as a BSS. So if you're keeping an eye on that one, they are making progress.
You clearly are.
I mean, $100. I'm not going to turn my nose up at it,
Gomez Nunes in the chat, so we won't forget that name. We'll make sure that we remember that come the end of the stream. And that was, I think, from what I can see, that is for everybody watching is going to get $100. So we'll see. Oh, he's in the car, so it's the driver himself who is going to give everybody watching $100 if they win today's race. So that's 300 for me. That's 100 for me, Ashley, and Samoulis. That's 300 already for the people in the commentary box already. So that could be an expensive day for Enrique Gomez as the Rexy type Porsche is off onto the grass. That is Maximi in the Dynaco car. Dynaco, dinosaur front end. Understood. We've got that. Let's go. I think there's a little dinosaur on the door there as well. So that's had its own little moment. The Screaming Moose now pulls out and goes side by side with it, coming down into the braking zone, and stays to the outside. Down in 15th place is the Screaming Moose. Lucas Santos in the car. A lot of drivers kicking up that gravel, and that's going to cost momentum down towards the last couple of corners here, just out of the exit of the corner before. I like the fact they've even given the car eyes above the windscreen. That is fantastic.
But the gravel shouldn't cause too much of a slowdown. They tend to sort of skip over it as you just dip it into that part of it. It's if you really take an excursion, a beach holiday. Obviously, you will drastically feel it then. So, but tiny little bit shouldn't affect them all that much. But yeah, you are right. If you're getting close now, if you get any further and push that little bit harder, then you really are going to suffer if it does go just beyond. But they should be okay. And Matthew, whenever I think of Dynaco, I always think of cars. So Lightning McQueen 100%. Is currently on my head.
Well, yeah, Lightning McQueen wasn't Dynaco, but I know what you mean.
It wasn't, no.
Any Pixar film in relation, obviously, always have Dynaco in it. But yeah. Speaking of Dynaco, have you heard about the Daytona 500 in real life for next year?
Oh, no, I have not. Go on.
So I don't know how true this is, but I read it the other day. Apparently they've got a partnership with Disney. It's going to be renamed as the Piston Cup, and all the cars are going to be done with Cars liveries for next year. So you could actually see a Dynaco car on track next year at the Daytona 500. If that is true,
love it.
I think that I may take an interest in NASCAR.
I might be there with you, in fact, especially if I get to see the King, Strip Weathers, driving around for Dynaco. That'd be amazing.
Right, so we have got an update on the Screaming Moose. Warning for car 5 and for car 9. So both cars picked up a warning for the incident brought out the virtual safety car. For car 5 for unpredictable braking, and car 5 for no braking reaction on a slower car class. So no penalties given, just a warning for both. Now, I didn't notice that there's a tick at the end of this submission sheet, which then is an appeal. So there has been several incidents appealed. I don't know where we will see the appeal update. I assume that'll come on underneath. Obviously, we had a warning for car 37 for gaining an advantage. Full course yellow. No further action on the 2 after that. We've had a duplicate protest for 4 other appeals, so we'll bring you news as we get more penalties come through as and when. I'm looking now, I'm keeping an eye, line 34 on the incident report form we have for that car 25 jump start, so we can bring you the update on that as we get it.
I'm quite interested they decided to sort of pin the fault on both parties though. I think that's actually quite well done on the stewards' behalf. Big up the stewards on that front, because it was a tricky one to manage, and I think that's fair for all parties when you're looking at it. This is starting to hot up here a little bit, Matthew. We've got a nice gaggle of GT3 cars. Not much between the lot of them. There's a nice LMP3 in there for good measure. Having a look down the inside of the Panda McLaren, I think he may have had contact. Yeah, I was going to say, he's gone.
He didn't appear on the exit of the corner there, so I feel like he's gone on. I also feel it was our friend with half a rear end missing from earlier on. Is the LMP3 car that it looked like? It looked like it was fully fixed. Well, hopefully, there he is in the background. It looked like our friend from earlier, but here is the Panda. And you're right, a great little fight here. Michael Loeffler in the Panda car, just ahead of Aaron Beaver in the Fisher car, behind for 8th and 9th place, as well as P7 and 6 just up the road. So a good gaggle of cars having a great fight here with them 2 LMP3s. That's the Team Rex car, I do believe, in the green, the white and green LMP car just behind the Porsche. There he is. And I'm sure that little red LMP3 is the one that had the half of its bodywork missing earlier. So clearly under the last VSC, it's decided to have a full repair.
That's that way. That was a little bit touch and go into the final chicane there, but managed to get through all unscathed. But that did slow the Porsche up somewhat, I think, there on the exit. They're now going to definitely be under threat from the car behind, especially as they make their way onto this short start-finish straight and into the heavy braking zone of turn number 1, where we see the car pull out of the slipstream and have a little lunge and dive at it. I don't think we're going to on this occasion. but maybe had a thought about it in his mind. Either way, Santos clearly not going for it.
Car 5 is the screeching moose, not the screaming moose, we're being told.
Is there a big difference between the two descriptive words there?
Screeching and screaming earlier, that's all we can say. It is 15th place in class at the moment, but SM Motorsports, we can call it, we've been told as well. And here is Paolo Vinicius. We're now going to drop back to Sam Miller for impact in the LMP2 category at the moment. Having a good little race with the LMP2 Pro-Am car down in towards turn 1. The Pro-Am car is on the outside of turn 1, and Sam Miller later on the brakes gets to the apex. Good little move up the inside for turn 1 into Mercedes-Benz. Now that is Scout Lawrence for Prismatic in there, who currently sit 5th in class as well. They're some 6 seconds off the P4 car, but they're having a nice little fight with some other LMP2s around them.
Indeed. Here is Fabian Albers for the Alpine team for the LMP2 Pro-Am, and then Senna Bokhoven for Velotti there, just moving on up, I believe, past another back marker in this battle, but not a lot separates these two on the circuit, some 0.4 of a second, so this is a nice battle we're watching unfold here for second place in class. But we are sort of getting into this point of the stage of the race now, Matthew, where, you know, we've had the 2 restarts, of course, but we should start seeing them all calm it down a little bit, I should say, and start thinking about the overarching strategy itself, particularly if no other interruptions occur. Yeah,
especially while we're approaching that halfway stage of the race, you would like to feel now that we're going to start to get into a rhythm and to get, sort of now into that strategic phase where people pitted, and then you would have saved that fuel and a bit of tyre under the last virtual safety car. Here is the Alpine, leaves the door just open a little bit, and that it didn't allow the car through, and that is the Velotti car. My days, did the Alpine just squeeze enough at the final corner, and he comes right across. I'll tell you what, Velotti's going to look right around the outside in towards turn number 1. Great move there on the outside, gets the inside for turn 2, and that is Senna Bokhoven there, who makes the move on the Alpine car. Great overtake here in LMP2 Pro-Am.
Yeah, fantastic stuff, and keep an eye on the W2E Pro car right behind them. They've managed to close up in as well as Prismatic, Scout Lawrence at the wheel of that car. They're all in this battle and having a good old ding-dong fight for it into the first left-hander of this part of the course. In the corner I absolutely despise the most around here, through the right-hander, down the slope and in towards Dunlop Curve. You can definitely have a good chance of sending it into this part of the circuit. Not on this occasion, though, playing it sensible at this present moment.
Yeah, playing it sensible indeed, but a great little battle there between Delta Racing and the Alpine car. Penalty for car 84 for avoidable contact. That is a drive-through penalty for the 84 car, and that is Aaron Beaver in the Fisher Porsche down P9 in LMGT3 as William Lincoln is around for Team Rex. That is coming through. Is that at the final chicane just before the final corner? It is, yes. So he's at a moment side by side with the LMGT3. Oh dear. You can just already see what's coming here.
There it is.
Oh, he dropped the rear. So not actual contact, unless it was maybe a little bit of net code, but it looked more like he dropped the rear than got a tap off of the BMW.
I think he just went into it too hot, knowing he had to get past the GT3, and in doing so, like you say, just lost the rear end of it and had a nice little half spin. I don't think there was any damage though on that car. I think if the BMW tapped him, it wouldn't have been enough to really cause anything significant. So I definitely think they will get away with that one as we jump back to our leader in Ossi Pertola, and the Iron Lynx team having a nice little advantage over NOP, some 3-second gap.
Yeah, and they've kind of had that gap, haven't they, since Delta V managed to hold up NOP for just a little bit. Gaining on some traffic now, though. This is where it's going to start to play. Oh, he's gaining on the Screeching Moose at a similar part of the circuit where he caught the Screeching Moose last time around. So let's hope for a bit of a cleaner overtake this time. I mean, there's not a gaggle of LMP cars around them, so hopefully it'll be a bit better, gets a great run up through the Schumacher S as the Screechy moves straight out the way, doesn't want a part of that one, and they get through the same part of the circuit clean as a whistle. I'm wondering if both drivers there maybe was like, oh God, not again.
I think trauma might have set in.
Exactly.
Oh dear, yeah, leaped out of the way as soon as he got the chance to. Fair play though, because this is the overall leader of the race. You don't really want to be causing any incidences with them, as they're now trying to find their way through more of the GT3 traffic around the latter end of this lap. Seems to be managing it quite nicely here, Petala. But the problem is, so is the rest of the LMP2 field. So NOP seem to be doing quite well. The gap, maintaining pretty stable, I should say. Gazek's there as well. They set a nice fast lap. So did turn 1 as you go a bit further down. Here comes Hagstrom's turn to try and now make his way through the GT3s.
And this is the problem at the moment, isn't it? This is what we love about multi-class racing is lap times are going to be all over the place because of the traffic that we're now carving our way through. And when you're in the LMP2 class running at the front, you're going to get a bit of the action, a bit of the lapped cars in the way. There's nothing they can do when you're in the middle of a corner. They can't go anywhere. So for the likes of now, look, when we see in Hagstrom here, is he's just now had to, for 2 corners, just be held that little bit by the BMW in front. While when you look at the Iron Lynx car, he's not really in any traffic coming into Dunlop now. So, this is how it's going to play. But then later down the line, it could then reverse its hand and be able to then change it. Oh, he didn't know which way to go there, did he? On the back of the McLaren just a moment or two ago. Is through the Schumacher S's now, goes to the left of the Porsche, and through he goes. So, yeah, NOP just struggling with traffic on that lap, and that's where endurance racing and multi-class racing is going to try and sort of bite you in the bum a little bit, but it can flip on its head and go the way of Iron Lynx later.
I was going to say, it can come right back at them within a lap or two. You never know what sort of traffic is lying in wait down the road for you. And if you do get caught out of the wrong part of the circuit, I'm thinking Mercedes Arena, I'm thinking just after the Schumacher S is there as you get towards, Cumho curve, bit curve as well. They're not easy places to overtake, even with superior speed and downforce on your car, so it's a tricky one. I think the other thing, I haven't mentioned it at all here, Matthew, but I think as they make their way through the final chicane there, pit entry, I don't know if you're able to you were able to jump in earlier into the driver briefing, but I was able to get a snippet as to what was being told, and they made the decision about the pit entry to not follow the line itself because they felt like it was going to be too much of a backing up process in the final chicane. So if you do see drivers just jumping over that white and red line, don't worry, they are allowed to do that. They've just let iRacing do its thing to work out if they've hit the pit, got a penalty if you like. I think it's defined by the grass that you see right before the barrier, but just so you know.
Now you'd have just seen pop up on your screen that car 35 has just been given a drive-through penalty. That is for a safety car restart violation, so they have been given that one. And car number 99 now with a drive-through penalty for avoidable contact as well. So both them drivers there, drive-through penalties for them two. You've seen pop up on your screen. I can tell you, which I don't think will pop up on the screen because I think it's only the penalties that come up. Ivan Chambers has had a spin. That is at the famous turn 5. And he's now onto the grass to just let these two go through, and he'll rejoin to the track nicely on his own. There's the VR Racing having another moment. Let's see what happened. Being lapped by a group of LMP cars coming down in towards turn number 5, into turn 6, sorry, should I say. Rear just goes light. He is missing that back bumper though, so maybe that is what is the cause of it there. Car 48 now with a drive-through penalty, avoidable contact, it says on the top of your screen. Car number 25, it was interesting this one. We're not seeing the no further actions pop up on screen, Ashley. No further action for that LMP2 Pro Am car, so he didn't get found at fault for jumping the start.
Oh, a very lucky boy indeed then, and he'll happily take those positions he picked up from that restart. Lucky for him. I think that turn number 5, I'm going to start a club, I think, Matthew. The I Hate Turn 5, or is it Ford Curve, I think. I Hate Ford Curve at the Nürburgring Club. So if you want to join, let me know. I'll happily set it up.
Brilliant. I'll figure out what corner I don't like, and we'll set one up for that one as well, and we'll have them sort of working in tandem. NLP have got the gap down. They've almost gained like a second and a half in recent times over the leader there. So Oliver at the moment doing a cracking job. But again, this is what we were saying about the traffic can just flip itself on its head and just make it change a little bit as they come through. So obviously the Iron Lynx car has been caught up in a little bit of traffic on these last lap or two around here then. So we are some 16 and a half minutes nearly away from the second hour completed and halfway through this race. And your running order in terms of race leaders, it's Ossi Pelotila for the Iron Lynx team in P1. In LMP2, LMP2 Pro Am is Julian Goffinet for the Delta V team, as that is a shot coming out the pits there. And again, look, around that 45-minute mark, people pitted just before the hour, if you remember. So pit stops now in LMP2 just starting to take place. Sebastiano for Kutsune is LMP3 race leader, and João Fonseca for Delta Racing is your LMGT3 race leader as we approach the 2 hour mark and halfway through this race. But for Kitsune, they did the job on the circuit, didn't they, earlier on? They got past Unity in a great little fight, and they've just pulled away ever so slightly, obviously, after the restart, and have managed to put some distance between them. And that is Pedro Marquez off at I was going to say at turn 1, but that's the team name of turn 1. That is at the final corner. He went very, very wide as the Alpine comes into the pits. Let's see what happened here then. Gaining on a Lamborghini LMGT3 through the chicane nicely. Oh, just got on the curb, just rode the curb, almost like a skateboard, grinds along the top of the half pipe, and it kind of just didn't want to come off of it, did it? Fabian Elbers, we said just before the grass, that was over the grass for the Alpine car, so Alpine maybe a pit cut there. The car before just looked like it grinded on the curb a little bit, and it just didn't want to come off, did it?
You look like, I think he's just been caught in HD though, Matthew, so I don't think the stewards can really argue anyway against it, or they can't argue anyway against it, I should say. He gets a nice half spin going through there, and you're going to see it here, just darts across the track. You know, it could even be a double blade there, because he's darted across the racing line. Obviously nothing has happened, but really that is dangerous driving. What's happening here for Michael Loeffler? Down to turn 1, Rising Panda. Oh, and just clipped there. Oh, synchronised spinning. And who is that? That's Nico Loikkanen for the Delta by Tri-State, getting spun around as well by an LMP3 car. Seemed to struggle to get it going the right way a little bit there again. But either way, everyone seems to be facing back in the right direction. And this is Fabian Elbers for Alpine once again. LMP2 Pro Am driver, currently 6th overall. And that's another big off. Rico Kohlmeier for Revolution. They were currently sitting 5th. They're now going to lose that as well as their front bumper. And he's going to have to wait to rejoin the circuit here. Just trying to figure out what part of the circuit that is. I can see the Mercedes-Benz Arena sign in the background there, so that to me looks like you're about to head on to the long back straight through Hatzenbach. Yes, indeed. So Kumho and Bit Curve, and that's going to be a fairly lengthy pit stop there for the Revolution team. How did that one play out? How did that start up to Kumho Curve? Seems all good so far. Is it just going to be a bit too much speed? Ooh, now that is something you don't often see. The rear just didn't want to grip up for him. Either way, it means he's had to come into the pits out of schedule. That's definitely going to cost him some positions and time now. Haven't seen much of the Revolution team so far this race. You can see the Dynaco car there in as well. So strategy's very much, I think, sort of mixed up, not thrown out the window necessarily, but going to be quite a hard one to figure out, simply because we have had those 2 safety car periods, as Arju Samra also in the pit with Alpine. Alex Gonzalez, 5th in the top class. And we're going to jump off of him and head over here. This is the LMP3 category leaders, almost collecting one another down towards turn number 1. Kitsune leading Unity then by only a few tenths of a second, I should say. And Sebastian Lanzarote currently in the lead of that category and having to do his best job at defending.
Yeah, and Kitsune, what has happened there to them, because they had a good, comfortable lead a couple of laps to go. So something, maybe a mistake or two. I'm surprised we're not seeing a few more pit stops take shape at the moment, but that virtual safety car was up for a while, so maybe they're going to try and go to the hour mark again in the LMP2 category. Here come Unity then, of Mattis Schott here. Up the inside at Dunlop hairpin, lovely little move from Unity, and that's put them back into the second, into the lead of LMP3. So a great little move from Unity there, and they take over the race lead from Kitsune. Are Kitsune, who's lost a bit of ground here, are they fuel saving a little bit to try and get to the top of the hour maybe?
Potentially, that could be what's going on. It's hard to call sitting at this vantage point where we can't see all the extra data that the team will have. So I honestly, at this present moment, could not say. I will say, as I'm trying to just look at which driver is in the car now. Unity currently have their best driver, I believe, in the car. So just trying to definitely work that and double check it. But it certainly looks that way because they all have given a class of drivers, so whether they're bronze, silver, gold or platinum.
Brandon Mosby looked a little slow with the Alpine car there coming out of turn 4. Going back to the LMP3 fight, there was some 7/10 of a second difference in the lap time there last time round. This is what happened to the Alpine car of Arjun Samra. Just a bit too greedy on the curb, round it went, and it took the other LMP2 with it, and a bit of netcode contact there. That could be in trouble, for not holding the brakes as the car's sort of going around the back of him to avoid him, rolling with the brakes off there. That is a little naughty.
It's a little bit. I don't think it was that extreme though, but I mean, we'll have to wait and see on that one. I think that one's also another really difficult one to sort of judge and call. But yeah, we'll keep our eye on the incidents. Oh, look at that, riding over the curb once again there. That's a Christian Sherrard for Tri-State now. Currently third. Not third, sorry, that's their car number. They're currently 9th, apologies. They're having a little bit of a tough evening, you could say here, especially after that first lap incident they had. And they're just trying to get back into things and make it work for them.
By the way, if you're interested in your $100, 4th place.
Ooh, lovely. I'm glad you're tracking it too.
Well, hey, you mentioned it. I thought I'd repay the favour. Sorry, I said last time, by the way, that Kitsune lost 7 tenths. They lost 1.7 seconds on the last lap. So, and we didn't see a mistake from them. I'm not sure what's happening with Kitsune's car there, but that to me is not great. We're already 2.3 behind Unity, so is it fuel saving to get to the top of the hour? I'm not sure if that's the right strategy to go at this stage of the race, but they're going to know what they're going to do. This is Christian Ablasa here then for Gazex, down in P9, car number 92, going up the inside of the Lamborghini at Dunlop. And they are down fighting that of Tri-State just in front of them, with Christian Sherrard here further forward, just on the back of the Audi of Joran England for Vortex, who has been leading this race for a while, and he's had a few dramas with the Ford Mustang and other bits that has dropped him to 3rd place in the category. Just want to give a shout out to Ryan Stringer in the LMGT3 category in that Mercedes-Benz. He's gained 11 places in this race, so it just goes to show that qualifying means a little bit, but it's also not the be-all and end-all, because he's gained 11 places in this race. And don't forget, BSS, Enrique Gomez's car, started from the pit lane, as did the 98 and the number 5 in that category. The only driver we have lost in this race is the Acura of car number 16, the Impact car, due to disqualification by iRacing for not completing its penalty. That was many laps ago, because it's now 30 laps down on the leader.
Well, yeah, it seems like a lifetime ago almost, you could say. Yeah, in all honesty, Matthew, completely forgot about it, but I'm glad you brought it back up. But this is the quad dash car that we just mentioned, Ryan Stringer, currently second in category. That was cutting it a bit fine with the LMP2 car there on the cutback. But yeah, the only Mercedes in the field, and they are having a pretty jolly good time of it at the moment. Seems to be that they've managed to hook that car up rather nicely around this Nürburgring circuit, and why not? It's their home Grand Prix in that sort of sense. So maybe a little bit of an advantage coming their way on that front, but who knows? It is, of course, down to the drivers behind the wheel and how much time they've sort of put into it. So of course, they have their practice sessions over the Thursday and the Friday to sort of gauge where the teams are. But I mean, I never had Quad Dash on the radar in free practice 1 or 2, so really are throwing up a nice surprise. Yeah,
really are throwing up a nice surprise, like you say, at their home circuit for the German manufacturer. Ryan Stringer there then doing a fantastic job. It's the Quad Dash team. And up 11 places, really good stuff to see from that. Mercedes-Benz AMG there then. And let's see what's going to happen for the rest of this race. Do we think, when we think of multi-class racing, a bit of a flash of the lights there for the LMP car in front, not sure why. Either way, or do we think Nürburgring's a good multi-class track to have? I know we see the Nordschleife 24-hour, but it's not very wide, is it? When we look at tracks to come, you know, we've got Silverstone to come, we've got that of Spa, Portimão, nice wide circuits. We're seeing a tighter circuit here compared to them. You know, still got a good bit of width about it, but just seems to be catching some LMGT3 drivers out with these quicker cars as they were getting lapped on this field. I think we're seeing some close calls today. But, so far, so good. We've gone nearly an hour without another virtual safety car. Drive-through for car 94. Oh no, that is the car we're on board with, Ryan Stringer. Car 94, avoidable contact drive-through penalty. So he's done all that work and he's now got a drive-through penalty. There's P3 behind him. And let me just look at the timing screens. Yeah, he's going to lose a handful of place. What do we think it is for a drive-through round here, roughly?
Oh, you are asking big questions, Matthew.
Oh, sorry.
I would imagine, well, okay, put it this way, a pit stop itself, if you stop, the stop time is about 40 odd seconds. I think it's about a minute you lose, or just over a minute. So I want to say you probably lose about 20-25 seconds. 20
to 25 seconds. He's going to tumble right down to the bottom end of this pack in terms, sorry, I say P11. Looks like he's where he's going to come out. Car 47. Drive-through penalty for avoidable contact. That is P6 in LMP3. That is the Team Rex car. And here is the leader in LMP2 Pro Am, the Delta V car, in for his pit stop. Velotti have carried on their merry way. So at the moment, drive-through penalties coming through. Here is the Velotti leader now. We see the track temperature, and it's 1:30 in the afternoon. Here, track time, and the track temperature's just dropped 2 degrees again. So it has fluctuated between that 25 and 35 degree mark track temperature wise this afternoon, and that's really been an interesting watch as much as the racing has, to see what this weather is doing. Because if you remember back 2 hours ago to the start of this race, in fact if you remember back to the beginning of the end of qualifying, it was very gloomy, very misty and foggy indeed. It looked like possible showers could have been on the horizon, and we've now got brighter skies. It's more overcast than cloudy, I'd say, and it's chucked up a good bit of racing, but it's meant that the temperatures are nice and cool, good for the tyres, that we're not getting tyres overheating and going through the roof, especially when you think that LMP2 are only allowed 4 tyre sets, or to change 4 tyre sets, and LMP3 are allowed 5 tyre sets. So you've got to use these tyres wisely. You do. They're going to have to double up. We saw it in Catalonia last month. We're going to see it here again. The prototype cars, they will have to double stint at least 1 or 2 sets to make sure that they get to the end. Whereas the GT3s, of course, they don't have no tyre limits, but I mean, they should only really take 4 sets based on their start and then each pit stop respectively as well. Brand new set going on. But I mean, with the safety cars that we've had 2 now, in terms of strategy, I'm actually a little bit lost, if I'm being honest with you, Matthew. I think there could be a plethora of different options you can go for now.
to try and work your way to the front. I think a lot of strategy now is going to be based on very quick decisions. It's going to be based on in-the-moment decisions as well, and that could definitely make or break some people's races out there today.
I think you're completely right. I really think that. And I agree with the strategies are thrown off. I think the 2 virtual safety cars have really thrown the strategies out of whack. And a great word, plethora. What a word. Well, good choice of words there. By Ashley today, just going back to the Unity Kitsune battle, 6.7 seconds is now the gap. And the NL Academy are only 3.6 seconds off the back of Kitsune. So that Kitsune car, something's gone wrong with it. Either way, it's not looking as good, as dominant as it was earlier on in the race. Just seen a comment in the chat, P3 with some eyeball emojis. You know who that is, don't you? It's R33.
Oh God, they just seem to be on the up and up, don't they? They're not even far off P2 when you look at the gaps. It's who knows?
74 people are watching. 74 people plus us 3 could all be in for $100 each by the end of today. So
it'd be interesting to see if he puts his money where his mouth is.
Stick around. This could be well worth the watch. Eh? What an iRacing race this could be. Unity have came into the pit lane, so Kitsune take back the lead of the race. 2.3 seconds to the NL Academy now. So NL Academy have gained a further second since mentioning it. Also, leader the Iron Lynx is in the pit lane. Wildfire in, Team Rex still in the pits as well. So now looks like the time that we're pulling the pit stop trigger.
Certainly seems that way. The other thing I will add to that sort of battle that we have seen going on between Unity and Kitsune, and when I say this, take up a bit of a pinch of salt, but it could honestly be driver. We noticed that I noticed Unity had their better of the 2 in based on their sort of I rating and the medal they've been given, whether it's bronze, silver, gold, or platinum. So Unity had their silver rated driver in, whereas Kitsune still have one of their bronze drivers in. They currently have just a team of bronzes. Doesn't mean they're slow, but it might mean that slightly less experienced, they're just unable to get up to speed as quick as maybe somebody else can, such as someone who's a bit more higher I rating. I think that it could be what it is.
The I rating and the license on the timing screen is what we're referring to there. In that case, Unity have just put in a C license driver, but I think it's going more off the I rating, isn't it? For
the medals, as I call them. I can bring up the thing and tell you sort of what each of them mean. But bronze is 1500 to 22.5. 225 up to 3000 is silver, 3000 to 4000 gold, and then 4000 to 5000 platinum. So all of these guys, the series is of course sort of really, it's not quite the esport level, but it is just under that. That's how good these guys are. They really are top draw. I tell you what, all of them will be better than me, even the bronze guys. And there's no way any disrespect to any of them out there. I think it is just purely a bit of a slightly less experienced driver going up against someone that has that experience.
Well, the NLP car of Oliver is into the pit lane. Will he change drivers? Let's wait and see as the Screeching Moose comes out of the pit lane. There they are. Lucas Santos in the car. So let's keep our eyes on that Kitsune Velocity. And NL Academy are in this fight as well, as Velotti have gone past both of them already, but it was Unity we're keeping our eyes on. Kitsune pitted on lap 25, was their last pit stop. So interesting to see. And NL Academy have managed to gain a second on them in the pit lane, so this could be a race out the pit lane for LMP3. I think Kitsune have hung on to it just about. There they come out the pit lane. There's the NL Academy. There's Kitsune. And they are a lot closer than what they was when they pitted. Unity have gone past and are some 5 seconds up the road from them. So game on now. The drivers have been changed. Different drivers are in the car, and it's time to see what they can do.
Yep, certainly will be. And of course, these guys will be, or these guys, these girls, will be getting up to speed. So it'll be interesting to see who can do that quicker. That's going to be the key, especially with these prototype cars. I think as well for Kitsune, maybe a bit of fuel saving going on. You mentioned it as well, Matthew. It honestly could just be a case of that, having to do some aggressive fuel saving to make sure that they get to the strategy they need.
And I think that they've gone for that hour mark, or as close to that hour mark as they possibly could run. And again, they're going to know more than what we are, but that to me just seemed for the strategy for the team, whether they're wanting to splash and dash at the end or whether they think two tanks could do the rest of this race. It's going to be difficult to see, but it's one to keep our eyes on as this race unfolds and develops. We are over halfway now in what has been a fantastic and dramatic Nordschleife event here. Nürburgring event here this afternoon. 2 hours left to go. Once again, we are back not next month, we're back in July, on the 19th of July for the 4 hours of Imola. That'll be the third round where I believe it is myself and Ashley bringing you all the action from that one once again in what should be an absolutely dramatic race around Imola. Lovely, beautiful circuit, one of my favourites, Imola. I love the... If you're talking racetracks, I love the old school racetracks. Nürburgring's on that list as well. It's an old school field. You've got gravel traps, you've got grass. It's going to punish you if you make mistakes. There's not really much runoff to sort of be able to, if you've made a mistake, get away with it a little bit. And I prefer them sorts of circuits.
It's old school, I think, is basically what you're saying, and I'm fully in agreement with you there as well. So I very much prefer the tracks that punish drivers that have potentially got it a little bit wrong from pushing too hard, and so it just adds a bit of a spectacle, I personally feel also. But either way, a lot of these teams now are changing drivers over as we have gotten over the halfway point. Now Delta V have now got a Patel in the car. As we saw them just getting past, I believe that was Velotti right near them on the pit exit, but it could just be my eyes. No, it's not my eyes. There they are. Liam de Kock coming out of pit lane and getting back up to speed once again.
Indeed, he is. So Velotti out the pits. That is P2 at the moment. They are 1.9 off the back of Delta V so far, so they've got a bit of work to do to see what they can do to catch up to them. It's still a long time to go. Turn 1 have just came into the pit lane now in the lead of this race. Pedro Marquez for turn 1 into the pits he comes, and that should give the Iron Lynx team the go-ahead to be back at the top of the timing tower. But NOP within that second margin of them, so they've really sort of closed the gap after the pit stops here.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way, but I mean, we've still got half a race to go here, Matthew, so it's... Yeah, you're right. That is how it is trending so far. However, still an incredibly long way to go. So don't write anybody off just yet. You know, one more safety car could completely level the playing field and change things up, very, very easily indeed. So we really just have to wait and find out how it all pans out for these guys. But at the moment, yeah, IRL doing the business, still out in front. NOP second and turn 1 now on the pit exit. So they're just now coming out of that pit lane, currently looking for 4th in class, make that 5th.
Now, I don't know if Samuli has seen the Discord chat. Check out the replay of car number 18's pit entry. I'm quite interested to see what's happened here for this to have been mentioned to us on the Discord about what has happened to car 18. There's a lot of damage to the front of that car. Is that an indication of what has possibly happened in the pit lane? Hopefully Samuli can bring us the replay. That is the Wildfire car. Kevin Galvin is in that car at the moment. It's down in 7th in class. It's down in 8th in class now in LMP3. And, right, he's got a front end now. Oh, dear. Oh,
What's gone on?
I think I kind of know what he's possibly done here. Don't know if hit that middle bit there.
Too much.
Yeah.
Oh.
Running too hot, and do you know what? This probably will surprise you. I've seen that done so many times. Yeah. Like, it is not an uncommon thing to see. Look at that left front bouncing along where he's broken something on that on the front part of that car. But I suppose better to do it pit entry than first corner.
Oh, absolutely. You definitely want to do it that way round. But I mean, by the time you've hit the barrier, just lay down your arms, give up the fight. It's too late at that point. So that's going to be a fairly lengthy pit stop. It looked like there was a bit of damage to the suspension. Front bumpers, of course, missing. And so, yeah, definitely going to be a lengthy one there.
Definitely a lengthy one. Michael Loeffler in the 46 Rising Panda car P5, just ahead then of the Italian job Ferrari. At the moment, this is for 5th and 6th on the circuit. And NOP has got within 3/10 of the Iron Lynx car. There's also a battle for P3 and 4 in LMP2 Pro Am. So a few battles just starting to develop here. And this is what you love about multi-class endurance racing, is just when you get through that middle, you sort of had a middle lull in the race where not a lot happens, and then right at the end everything comes together and bam, we get a dramatic ending. Here we had a dramatic start, let's not forget. This is race lead overall, Mike Schmidt in the car for the Iron Lynx team, and there is then that of Marcus Byfeld in the NOP car in second place. Impact only 4 seconds off the back of these two as well. There's the Alpine LMP2 car just behind. That is obviously Pro-Am.
I'm just reading the comment from Samuli in the Discord. It's a bit savage, I could say, but it just says, if you see your front tyres and you're not driving an open wheeler, something's gone wrong. He's quite right as well.
Yeah.
I just had to bring it up. I thought I had to.
Yeah. That's P4, so I said there was a fight developing in LMP2 Pro-Am. That is the W2E Pro Group Pro GP car of Christian Pereira. So there was in a fight here. Was they P3 at the time? No, it says P10 on the side of the car. I'm not 100% sure at the moment.
Oh, what a snap.
That is a strange incident. It looks like... Oh, look at that, you just drive... Oh, that's how racing works. You drive into the bodywork and it reappears on your car. Beautiful.
Sometimes, yes.
That was a very strange one. As here we go, change for the lead. Iron Lynx on the outside of NOP in towards turn 1. And great move there from Marcus Byfeld to retake the lead. Going back to that Christian Pereira incident though, just like as he got on the power on the outside curb, it just had a bit of a snap. Then the fuel sloshing around in the tank, obviously a tank slap, lost it the wrong way and into the wall. That'll be a bit of damage on the front end of the car. Because I assume that even though that bodywork's reappeared on the car, that the physics of iRacing, it still will have the damage affected to it, yes?
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. It's quite funny sometimes. You really can have some spectacular looking crashes that occur, and you think, oh God, how will they ever come back from that when you look at it on first incident, because they could have a complete, front bumper missing, gone, and then they drive on, 10 metres down the road and suddenly it reappears and it's not as bad as it once looked. So sometimes it's very hit or miss. However, the majority of the time, I would say at least 85%, you can take what you see on the screen as gospel. iRacing is very good like that. I feel they are one of the better simulators out there. Arguably the best, depending on who you ask. But either way, it is top notch having it on this sim and this series as well that is being brought to you. It really is a fantastic combination, and of course it is a nice and lovely mix of sim and real world in both drivers and the sport.
It is indeed. So P4 for Christian Pereira at the moment. That ended that fight with the prismatic car for P3 and LMP2. Kitsune 1.3 off the back of Unity. They have dropped NL Academy and LMP3. So what was just over a second out the pits, they have put 11 seconds between them. So the Kitsune and Unity car have really got a charge on here. Also, I don't know if you've been keeping an eye on LMGT3, but BSS car is up to P2. It's 33 seconds off of Delta Racing as cars still leaving the pit lane. I assume we may start to get an influx of GT3 drivers into the pits. We know they can go a little bit longer, so may start to see a few of them drop into the pit lane anytime soon. And due to the two virtual safety cars, the pit stops are a little bit out of whack.
They are slightly, but again, I think once you get into this final hour, Matthew, you can really see what's going to happen with the strategy and what people need to do. I mean, from what we saw with the LMP3s when they pitted, they just got to the 2-hour mark. They should really and truthfully go for 2 more stops from there, and by that I mean 3 stints. And that will get them to the 4-hour, but they may have to do a bit of fuel saving. The LMP2s I'm completely lost with in terms of strategy at the moment. I will not lie to you all. And in terms of the GT3s, we've seen it. They really should just be getting to the top of the hour, run the tank till it's dry, and then just see how much of it you have to fill up to get to the end of the race. Remember, they will also have to do a cool-down lap, so they do have to take that into consideration and make sure they have enough fuel in the car to do it. Otherwise, they will be penalised.
Yep, so a lot of stipulations to see here. And this is the CCR team of Mark Innes, car number 76, currently 8th in LMP3, at the moment. And that is the cool. You said the word earlier because I couldn't say that one.
Camel llama. Separate it. It's a camel and a llama. Camel llama.
Thank you. Just seen that. I've just seen that now as I read it. Cool Camel Llama Racing. Because that's not confusing. Either way. Again, it's just another car with another animal on it. Look, there is a llama on the livery as well. So brilliant to see. We've had all the animals today here at the Nürburgring. Down in P8, where are they? They are 2 laps down on Prismatic. 1 3/4 hours remaining. Anything can happen. They could get them laps back in this race as we go then. Iron Lynx, by the way, 2.5 seconds off the back of NOP at the moment. So you just maybe feel that Iron Lynx have just, I don't know, maybe saving a little bit for the end of their stint or what? Because I suppose with what we've got to take into account now is we've had them 2 virtual safety cars. Stints are a little bit out of whack from what you'd have prepared as a sort of plan A, no virtual safety cars from lights to flag. This is when we're going to pit. With that going out the window, actually, does this sort of bring a bit more fuel saving strategy into the way you drive to either splash and dash at the end or to run one last stint at the end and make the stints as long as possible?
That itself is I think a very tough question to answer, in all honesty, Matthew. I mean, I think it's a lot of it is down to actual driver preference. I mean, for me personally, with my driving style, I much like to prefer save the fuel and make sure you can go longer. You run at a bit slower pace, but I find when you run at that slightly slower pace, you actually have more time to react and be more precise with your driving, and therefore you actually save the tyres. And normally what happens is you end up going quicker at the end as a result anyway. That's my style. Other drivers, not like that. They prefer to just go at it full guns a-blazing and absolutely tear the tyres to shreds as that's a car round.
That is not Alexis Gonzalez. It is Rico Kohlmeier for the Revolution car. And they are 7th in LMP2 Pro-Am. 4 laps down. Oh, steady. And it's all fine. We're all okay. Calm down, everybody. It is all good to go. Rico knew what he was doing. So this is coming into the chicane then. So he looks like he's being lapped by a few of the LMP2 cars. Does he get a tap? He did. That definitely looks like a tap from the car behind, because that was hard mid-corner. So maybe if we can get an onboard shot from the car behind, if possible, on that one. But that definitely looked to be like it was a tap from the rear end of the car behind. Here we go.
We'll try. I tell you, it's a good thing you didn't panic.
Yeah, it is a good thing he didn't panic. I'm pretty certain that looked like a tap on the rear there from behind.
Either way, they are all back under racing speed and facing the right direction once again, but definitely costing Revolution there some positions and definitely time, as they're now going to try and repass the GT3s there of Quad Dash, and they've got the green Porsche next up on the chopping block.
Yeah, also, while we've had a nice quiet period, it's fun to see that all the stewards inquiries going during the VSCs, and then there's nothing since. We've barely had anything. We've not had a stewards inquiry go in for around, I'm going to say, 20 minutes nearly. It's beautiful to see. At the moment, oh my days, Kohlmeier here just trying to lap the GT3 cars, but that's possibly a driver that's a little frustrated with what's just happened, and you got on the back of the Porsche there, looked a little squirrely on the back of him. He now manages to get through everybody unharmed there. So Rico Kohlmeier trying to come back through the pack at the moment, and let's just see what happens in the rest of this stint. Here's a couple of laps down on the Alpine car who's down the order. This is Mark Reynolds then, W&S P9. So they've gained another place. Remember, they started 11th place in this race due to starting from the pit lane. They're up to P9, so they've gained 2 places, going about it well. And this is, I believe, 4th position with Tri-State in front of them. GazX is 4 seconds behind them. It says on our time screen that NL Academy are out in LMP2 on screen, on your screen that you can see, and they are 5 laps down on the leader, so maybe they are out of this race. Not sure why. That is NL Academy. Louis Gregg was in the car, and they look to be out car number 32. But WNS at the moment, great stuff Mark Reynolds is doing, because they started from the pit lane and had to serve that drive-through penalty. They're now fighting with Michael Simpson in the Tri-State car for P number 8.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. Is this GT3 going to maybe get involved here? Maybe not so much. I think if anything, might actually hold up WNS in through the first left-hander, my favourite, and then the forward curve, my least favourite. I will mention that once again. Please join my fan club.
Not said.
Either way, they make it through successfully, and he can go charging on, try and get to the back of that next car in Tri-State and see if he can maybe make a move soon.
Who was the car that was in the wall? It was number 18, wasn't it? It's come back out on track. It had a pretty long pit stop, did the number 18 car, Kevin Galvin, in the Wildfire car at the pit wall. He is back out on the circuit. He's a lap down on Mark Innes, who is just coming out the pit lane as well. Oh, is he not? Oh, we've been told he's not out on the track. Oh, no, he's not. Sorry, he has left. He was just in the pit lane a moment ago, so they have obviously decided to retire that car. So apologies for that one. It's because it didn't say pit on there anymore. I thought he was circulating. He's not. So I assume they've decided to retire the Wildfire car.
Oh, look at these two going at it, the leaders of the LMP3 class, side by side through the Mercedes arena. They've got an LMP2 in front of them. That shouldn't really cause them any problems or discomfort. And Di Constanzo here for Kitsune has managed to get past Unity, but definitely battle not over here, Matthew.
No, battle not over, and it's Brandt who's coming to try and look back for Unity. Over that of Di Costanzo at the moment in that Kitsune car. And Kitsune, remember, was on the back foot at the back end of the last stint. They've really worked hard to get back up to the frontier in the LMP3 class, and look like they've put a bit of daylight between the pair of them, helped by the LMP2 number 11 car coming to put a lap on them at the moment. That is the turn 1 car of Pedro Marquez, who's putting a lap on them. But a great bit of side-by-side action through the Mercedes-Benz arena there then. And that was a lovely bit of racing between the LMP3 leaders. So, we've lost the Acura, we've lost the Wildfire car number 18 in LMP3, we've lost car number 16 Acura in LMGT3, and we've lost the 32 in LMP2. Apart from that, everybody else is circulating, so we've lost 3 cars in this category. Here is Leandro Toledo then for Delta Racing. Down in P8 at the moment, but he is obviously on the pit exit. We said GT3s are probably going to start to pit around this moment, a few moments ago. So he is, in fact I say that, actually a lot of them have pitted recently. The car that's next due in, I assume, is going to be the PCS car in P11, who pitted last on lap 26. The 33 after its pit stops is sat in P5. Van Luck back in the car, in the Audi, so keep your eyes on what Van Luck's going to do. Second and third, though, the Italian Job and Frida Sport, they both haven't pitted for a while, so I'm going to expect to see them in relatively soon.
Well, I think we saw the Italian Job pit in.
Lap 35.
It must have been about an hour ago. They really should be coming in, I would imagine, within the next lap or two. So if they don't, I'll be very, very surprised indeed. But they were the first ones in on that GT3 category. They were leading it up to that point. So Delta Racing have been able to put some a little bit of daylight between the pair of them. And now it seems to be the case that they've got ahead. And so the Italian Job maybe argue on the bit of the back foot, but at the same time they're not going to have to splash and dash at the end based on when they're pitting, so it's going to be interesting to see how it all comes together.
This is fascinating for me because Delta Racing pitted on lap 60, so that was the lap just gone. The Italian Job, who were currently second place chasing down Delta Racing that you just saw up the road, they pitted last on lap 35, so this could be an interesting one. Samuel Evans in the PCS car down in P11's just pitted. Their last stop was on lap 26. So he's got a long time on that stint that he's done. He is obviously, in fact no, he's not a lap down at the moment. He will be now. That's a long time on that stint. Or the Italian job team trying to go to the end with only one more stop in the bag. An hour and a half just over left to play here. If they can stretch this out another 3 or 4 more laps, they may look to go till the very end of this race.
If they do that, I'll be mighty impressed for one, but two, I'll be very surprised. You don't normally see the GT3 cars able to go that long, sort of talking hour and a half into a session based on their tank size, how much they use per lap. But I mean, if you're able to fuel save that much and go at this pace, I mean, what are you doing here? Get in the real thing. It's yeah, you are absolutely on it if you can do something like that. So Davide really doing a stellar job out there at the moment, if that is the case. But I don't really see it, if I'm being honest.
I think it's just going to depend on what they've saved during VSC and what they're going to save if there's another VSC. That may be where the strategist is looking at running long, as he nearly runs into the back of the BMW there for Delta Racing. This is P1 and 2 on the circuit. They're gaining on VR Racing, who is off on the side of the road there at the exit of Dunlop. The VR Racing car, David Raleigh in that one. Car number 29 was off on the exit of Dunlop hairpin. And yeah, ITJ, the Italian job, it's going to be an interesting strategy to see what they can do. Hey, look, let's wait and see what happens at the moment. Either way, looking at the cars, I think Delta Racing are on the front seat here. Pitted lap 60, lead this race, and have a 6-lap buffer over that of Van Look. 6-lap fresher tyres, and 6 laps they can go longer.
I think the team you do actually have to look at a little bit more in this GT3 field, and I'm not saying it because money could be on the line, but is honestly BSS. They pitted on lap 58, only 2 laps prior to Delta Racing. All the other teams around them, including Vortex, are some 4 laps earlier at a minimum.
Yeah.
So keep an eye on that team, and I'm not saying it for personal gain. I really am not. It is genuinely, I think that is a team to watch at this present moment, based on when they last came in. They are looking good pace-wise. They are definitely in the mix.
They are definitely in the mix, and this is going to be an interesting one to keep our eyes on as this race develops. But this is your race leader currently in that LMGT3 category. It is that of Leandro Toledo in the Delta Racing car, with the Italian job driver of Davide just behind him. I believe that is the Velocity car, and he's just about to put a lap on them, because Kitsune have pulled out good margin here in LMP3. So it's going to be interesting to keep our eyes on. But the number 4 BMW done a cracking job. This is back on with the leaders. We're currently on board with Sam Miller, who's had a bit of a moment, it would appear, as we're looking at a replay. Oh yes, the dive bomb on a GT3 car. That is silly. It's
a bit reckless, I think.
It's just silly driving, isn't it?
Yeah, it's, I mean, the only thing I'll say, they are, a few hours in now. They're over the halfway mark. I think Sam Miller has recently got in the car. So he is sort of trying to get up to speed, work out those those distances, judging all these things. So maybe it's just a little bit of a lack of knowledge, I'm going to call that one down to, and just trying to work it out. But yeah, a bit ambitious.
I'll tell you what we saw there at the end of that was the Iron Lynx car got past the Impact car. Impact pitted a lap after, so he was actually second place on the road overall. So a real shame that has had to be the move on the LMGT3 car, because he was actually running pretty well, and the strategy had played out that they jumped the Iron Lynx team. So a shame for Sam Miller there, but maybe just a bit of a wake-up call for him when lapping them GT3 cars. We've seen some incidents at that same section of the circuit today, haven't we? That's where the LMGT3s have been caught out by some LMP2s.
I mean, that's where we saw the Iron Lynx go back into Screeching Moose. I mean, that one put down to sort of a fault on both parts, and warnings given to both teams respectively. But yeah, it seems to be a tricky one that is catching a lot of these drivers out. Also, I would say the chicane is another one, because you do go in at vastly differing speeds. Of course, cars with greater downforce as opposed to those that don't. So it's easy to get caught out. And you mentioned earlier about, is this track good at for multi-class racing? I actually think it's one of the better tracks to go multi-class racing at, even though it is not a wide circuit.
Well, here is Mark Schmidt and Sam Miller going at it for second place overall and second place in the LMP2 class. There was also that fight we was just looking at a moment ago between Delta V and Velotti in the LMP2 Pro-Am category down there then. But Sam Miller at the moment trying to put Mike Schmidt under some pressure in that Iron Lynx LMP2 car, coming to start their next lap, and that'll be lap 67 for these guys. They come down into turn 1. So Sam Miller looks like he's got a bit of pace out there today, but I'm just looking at the lap times on the last lap especially. They're some seconds slower than the NOP car of Byfeld in that one. So just a little pace difference at the moment, but again, this could all be down to fuel and tyres. They all pitted around the same time as well. Velotti, back in LMP2 Pro, I'm sorry actually, just quickly, have got 4 laps younger tyres, if they did change them, than Patel in the Delta V car. So they're on the back of them for a fight, and they pitted 4 laps after the Delta V team.
Yeah, no, I was, in all honesty, I was going to agree with you on everything you're saying. I think, in all honesty, it's a bit down to the driver change. The second guy's getting in the car. Byfeld clearly getting up to speed a lot quicker and adapting to the conditions better than Schmidt, it would seem, in that case. As we just saw there, the Italian job coming into the pits. And I tell you what, Matthew, they have almost got an hour and a half out of that tank. So yeah, maybe you're not crazy.
Almost like I know what I'm talking about, but we'll see what happens. I don't think they go into the end of the race. I think the strategy is potentially to see if there's a VSC or a safety car. That's where they could save some fuel. That's where they could get to the end of this race. I think that's their possible plan. I have no idea what it is. Obviously, the strategists and the team will know exactly what the plan is, but I think that's the way they're looking at it, is let's fill up now. We're possibly going to have to splash and dash at the end. Others are going to have to as well. You know, the leader in LMGT3 pitted some 4 laps ago. So they're going to be, 4 laps fresher than what the leaders are. But if there is a VSC and they can save, they've got that 4 laps in hand over the likes of Delta Racing, where maybe they could just try and stretch to the end. This is Liam de Kock in Velotti, chasing the leader of Delta V in LMP2 Pro-Am as the fights rage on at the moment in what has been a fantastic 2.5 hours of the Nürburgring.
We had a nice chat with Liam last time at Catalonia. He was having issues with his headset on that occasion, but clearly nothing upsetting him at the moment because he is setting some blistering times out there. And like you just said, caught right up to the back of the Delta V car, and he's now challenging for that first position in his category. Certainly looks as though the move is going to be on there fairly soon. It's just a matter of when and where, I think, at this moment in time. Patel seems to be struggling a little.
Yeah, he does seem to be struggling just a little bit. Just going off the lap times previous. Only a couple of tenths between them, but de Kock at the moment. And I tell you what, Patel is the I-rating is the better driver out of the two. Driver to keep your eye on in this. Not a million miles away is the Prismatic car. He's only 33 seconds off the back. Now that sounds like a lot, but while these two are going to hold each other up and squabble for this place with an hour and a half left, Prismatic could really capitalise here on these two having a bit of a fight. And you can see there the Velotti car's just come under pressure from somebody else behind as they come over the brow of the hill. That is Troston Gross for Gazex in P4 in the Pro category then, and that is for position overall on track, but he's also going to want to pass them for their strategy in terms of that Pro category.
Yes, that's going to be a tricky one to try and figure out as into the pits comes Sam Miller for Impact. So couldn't get past the Iron Lynx team. It's going to try and do it on strategy instead by the looks of things. So yeah, hour and a half left, just under that now. And going to be interesting to see how that one plays out when we get into the closing stages. But this battle still rages on between the lead of the LMP2 Pro-Am category. Liam de Kock trying to find some space and a move past the Delta V team. And as they make their way through the Mercedes arena now, I mean, this next corner, turn number 3, potential, but you really do need to be close in the braking zone of it. He seems to close up well enough, Matthew. Yeah. He's just trying to find that last tenth, isn't he, to get alongside and make a move.
That's what he needs to do at the moment. We have to apologise as well. The number 25 driver is called Raphael Patel. The name on the timing screen is wrong, so we apologise about that one. It's Raphael Patel. But you're right there, Ashley. De Kock just needs to get that extra little inch. He just needs to get that nose up the inside. And he really tried it there, didn't he, to get that one done coming in towards your favourite corner of the circuit at the moment. Now, just want to pull your attention back to that pit stop made there in the Pro category. That was Sam Miller in the pits. He pitted not long ago. He pitted after, if you remember, the Iron Linked car, because he came out ahead of them. So why was he back in the pit lane? And also, I've just noticed somebody in the chat. I'd like to give a shout out to Beto in the chat. Good evening, Beto. Welcome along. Glad to see you here. Obviously supporting from another series where me and managed to meet up with Beto for the first time. Known him for a while now. Managed to meet him at Donington Park this year. Lovely guy, great fella. And thanks for tuning in and showing some support. But that's an interesting pit stop in the Pro category by the Impact car, who's now down in P10 in class. They've just been passed by the GazX car.
Yeah, it certainly is going away. Sorry, I got a bit taken aback there. I mean, it's looking at everything. It's trying to keep an eye on all your different screens all at once. Sometimes gets a little overwhelming. Either way, oh look, it's been corrected. Love that. Rafael Patel then, still leading in his category, but he's still very much under the cosh from Liam de Kock behind, and he's just trying to experiment now with some different lines to gain any sort of advantage over him. But Patel just placing that car where he needs to enable to keep him behind. Maybe he can use a GT3 here to help him out a little bit. That's the quad dash Mercedes there, and I'm just trying to work out the car behind him that has managed to catch all the way up to them. Is that Gross in the GazX now hot on their heels?
It is GazX hot on their heels. They use the Mercedes, not the advantage, and Velotti there really getting close into turn 5, has the lunge this time, and that is a spectacular move. Tapped around the leaders in the wall goes Rafael. Velotti managed to get away with that a little bit, but that was a bit of contact from Rafael Patel trying to come back on that of the Velotti car. And contact was made. I believe Velotti has just come together there with the car rejoining now. That is Alex Gonzalez of WOSR. And I'm not sure. Warning for car 21, incident responsibility. Not sure what that's for. But Alex Gonzalez, let's take a look at what happened here. So Patel leaves the door open a little bit. Nose was shown. Full send. Great move. Made the apex. It's a good move. It's a great move. Patel tries to tuck underneath. Contact was made. I'm not sure where the book's going to be thrown on that one. Let's keep watching after, though. Look at Liam de Kock. You've got the LMP2 Pro driver on the outside line. Yeah, runs a little deep, does Liam de Kock, into then that of the Pro car.
Yeah, that second one there is tricky to call, but I mean the first one, the only thing I would say going the way of Patel is he hit the wall pretty square, so it doesn't look like he's crabbing or anything, so I don't think there's massive damage to that car, to their Delta V at least. But it's still going to hamper them a little bit. Velotti now taking that lead, and it looks like Delta V's having to defend from the one of the Pro LMP2 cars. They're just trying to figure out which one that is. But either way, past they go, and then WSR right there. It's Delta Racing. There you go. Make that nice and easy for me. It does look though like there's a bit of damage though for Patel. He does seem to be losing a bit of time.
Keep our eyes on that for the Prismatic car. Just seeing in the chat, can we have a Project 91 update? Well, of course you can. They're P4 in LMGT3. Oliver Ettridge is in the car currently at the moment. He's just done his personal best lap for that car today with a 1:56.929. Has Oliver Ettridge and Project 91 running 4th in LMGT3. So that is your Project 91 update there for Howard in the chat. Jamie in the chat. Long week, he says. I did get muddled by the use of the word promoted. I, for some reason, read it as they use promoted to progress. I don't know what it's regarding, but
it's a long week.
It's a long week. It has been a long week, to be fair. It's been a stressful one. Rafael Patel, then. Struggling a little bit, isn't he?
He is.
He's got that bit of damage. Could cost him.
It looks as though it's going to go that way. It's whether he wants to maybe try and pit early to try and do something different. I mean, the nice thing is, and it is a very small constellation to it. He's got a 30-second gap, or at least 28, back to the next car in Prismatic. The one thing I'm thinking about, is it worth it to pit, take the time loss, because the car behind them is even way further back, like another half a minute. That's the W2E Pro. Take the time loss, but get the car back up to fighting fit and speed, and then just go from there and see what happens, because if he's just going to keep losing time, it's not worth it.
Yeah, this is going to be the biggest question, isn't it? Is what now do they work out as a team? Drive through for car number 7, incident responsibility. That isn't the car number 7. That's car number 20. Car number 7 is that then of the impact car, and we believe that Simtok have also received a drive-through penalty. That's what they're serving now. But there it is, the impact car number 7. Dorian in that car with a drive-through penalty.
Break.
The Alpine down in P6 in this LMP2 class. That is just... Where has that dropped off to? Because he was running up the top end. He was second place earlier in this race, and all of a sudden he's dropped off massively. Nearly a lap down.
All honesty, couldn't tell you at the moment. It's a bit of a tricky one to try and figure out there. But yeah, certainly seems to be suffering a little bit with that. And
Sam Miller.
It's a shame.
Sorry, actually, Sam Miller, drive-through penalty, incident. Now, I'm going to take a look at the incident report because I want to find out what that's for. Is that for the contact with the McLaren? Car 46, which is that of the McLaren. Yeah, so Sam Miller did get the penalty for the incident with the Rising Panda car.
Certainly seems that way. I tell you what, Matthew, why don't we take one of these interviews that we've got sat here waiting? I'm just trying to work out which team they are indeed a part of. But I'm going to bring Sebastiano into the broadcasting booth here. Do you mind if I call you Sebastian, just to make it a bit easier maybe for myself?
Yeah, it's okay, don't worry. Okay, Sebastian, it's okay.
Okay, lovely. Thank you, Sebastian. Brilliant. Welcome into the commentary booth here then. Remind me, which team are you racing for today and how's it going for you out there?
Yeah, I'm racing for Kitsune Racing Team.
Fantastic. Well, I think I wanted a word of you earlier on, mainly when I think Unity and yourselves were having a good old battle on the circuit, and it just seemed like you guys were struggling a little bit for pace out there at that moment, but it seems like everything's sort of heading back in the right direction for you now.
Yeah, Kitsune, Unity is so fast. Also, their driver are so fast. I'm the one who let's say the slower driver of the team. So now Marco is doing his job and trying to get the win actually, because he's already on lead.
Yeah, I mean you've managed to open up a 10-second advantage over Unity at this point. I mean, you've got just over an hour left now. I mean, how confident are you feeling going further on? I mean, the safety car chances are probably getting slimmer as the field spreads out further. But I mean, you're looking to take the win at this point, aren't you?
Yeah, of course we are. Marco should drive all the way until the end of the race. I already had my race, so I hope everything will go straight. Let's say.
Okay, yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah, keep it straight and narrow to the end.
Yeah.
Well, it certainly looks like Marco is doing the business. The gap does seem to be increasing. I mean, on a race stance overall, how has it gone for you so far? I mean, we know you're in P1 currently, but I mean, on a whole, how has it been so far out there?
Yeah, the problem is right now I don't think there is the fast driver in Unity team racing. So let's say when they will pit, because I'm pretty sure they will change driver, and then let's see.
Yeah, makes. I guess that would make a little bit of sense for you. One last question for you then, Sebastian, that you can potentially answer for us. How's the traffic out there today?
Well, for me it was quite okay. I just had problem on the restart. I just saw a few cars on my right after the safety car. But well, the traffic is okay. There is like also the BOP now today it's correct. It's okay, so it's pretty good.
Lovely. Well, good luck for. I'll let you go. I won't keep you around for too long, unless Matthew wants to ask you anything as well. Or
No, nothing from mine. You've asked all I was going to.
Oh, fantastic! Well, doing my job right. Brilliant. Thanks for joining us, Sebastian. And good luck.
Have a good race.
Yeah.
Have a good race, guys. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye. So that was the driver from the Kitsune team there, then, who are leading this race by some 12 seconds. I believe we have Riccardo Tornacello in as well. So let's grab Riccardo in for a little chat. Riccardo, good afternoon. Welcome to the commentary box. Just remind us again what team you're driving for and how's it going out there?
Hello everyone, I drive for the Italian job. Actually, I'm not racing today. I'm just supporting the team. I'm the reserve driver for this race. So yeah, I can just say how the strategy and the race overall is going, but I don't have the feeling of the driving.
It's funny then, I'm glad we've got an Italian job driver in with us because we've been discussing the strategy of this car. First of all, how's the team doing out there? They look like they're having a bit of an up and down kind of race.
Yeah, we had a bit. We are not the luckiest team actually. About the strategy, we had an issue because at the first stop it was a good stop, good time to stop, but we did a mistake in the configuration and we just changed the tires. We didn't add more fuel, so we had to add another stop, which cost us a lot of time. That's probably what's causing us some issues right now, because we are trying to figure out the strategy for the next hour and a half. Probably we have to pray for a virtual safety car.
So is the strategy then maybe a splash and dash at the end, or is it, if a virtual safety car comes out, you might be able to get to the end?
We are trying to figure it out at the moment. It depends if we are able to save enough. We can probably reach the end with this fuel, if we have a safety car, of course. Or probably we are just gonna send it anyway and we'll have a splash. But this depends on the next laps. We are studying our fuel consumptions and also a bit of luck, we hope.
But where today are you expecting sort of come out? What are you looking to finish today? Obviously as high up as possible, but whereabouts is that?
Well, with our pace, we were pointing at the podium, of course. Probably with the current situation, we are hoping to end in P6 or in that group, because we have a big gap between P6 and the cars in front. The race is still long, there's an hour, so maybe things can change. But at the moment, we think we can reach that position.
Ashley, anything you'd like to add?
No, again, you've covered everything I wanted to ask, so yeah, fantastic.
No, I'm doing my job correct. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure, Riccardo, for joining us in the comment. I'll let you get back, obviously work to do with the team, but best of luck and enjoy the rest of the race.
Thank you, see you later.
Riccardo there from the Italian job team. There then, as they go through the rest of this race and are trying to get to the end. Like we predicted that one.
Like you've got your crystal ball out today, Matthew. I think with a lot of these predictions you're coming up with, I don't know where you're getting them from.
I tell you what, I'm so glad that they're playing off in my favour here, because this is just pure guesswork with endurance racing. But I suppose some go your way, some don't. Either way, it's been a great day of racing at the moment. The Italian job looking to finish P6, so let's see where they can come out in this race. Now, my eyes aren't deceiving me here. How are NOP 35 seconds ahead of the Iron Links team?
Oh, great question.
Honestly,
I think it is a factor of pace alone and potentially some better traffic management at this present moment. Marcus Beifeld clearly just doing the absolute business out front and not looking back.
Well, what a job. So since they've passed the Iron Links, they're just 35 seconds. Iron Links under pressure from GazX, possibly WLSR and Turn 1 are all looking for at place. Mott Reynolds into the pits, P7. He got W&S in this one. This is a comparison of the last lap. that may do it. Lap 73, 4.5 seconds. Then 1.2, 1 second, 1 second, and then just 2/10 on the last lap. So, yeah, that's possible. 4.5 seconds. That would, to me, say that Iron Leaks have had a bit of a problem. That's not just traffic management. That's possibly a bit of a problem, I'd say, there for the Iron Links top. But WNS in the pits, Impact in the pits. So are we now starting to see the next round of pit stops for the LMP cars?
I think the LMP3s, if they haven't done it already, they'll be doing it now. LMP2s, I'd give them another 5 minutes before you should start to see them making their way into the pit stops. But yeah, from looking at the timings out, there's actually a lot of both kinds, LMP2 and 3 starting to make their way into the pit lane. So I think maybe I'm a bit out of touch. But they certainly are.
They're all pitting either way. Ismail is coming out in that WNS car. So we got up to 7th place. Remember, that car started from the pit lane, as did car number 5. That's up to 12th in LMGT3. As did car number 98. That is 14th in LMGT3. And as did car number 33. That is 4th in LMGT3 at the moment. So them 4 cars started from pit lane and had an additional drive-through penalty to their name. This is Francois Brandt here then for Unity Racing. They have just pitted from P2 in the LMP3 category. So let's see what they can do. Here's Oliver Ettridge, then car number 91, and Enrique Gomez, car number 33, pitting from P5 in this race. Is this a pit stop that could get car 33 to the end? I'm going to say yes, based off the fact that an hour and a half seems to be roughly what it takes.
Yeah, they should get to the end from this, no problem. They need to doubly make sure that they have enough fuel to do the cool down, but they should be able to do it no problem. As here comes Michael Loeffler trying to get past the Italian job into the chicane. They're now going to have an LMP2 for good measure. Oh, it gets a bit tight, but managed to find their way through and figure it out.
I think the Italian job car there kind of backed out to that mid-corner, knowing that this could have been disaster for them. That is the leader, I believe, in LMP2 Pro-Am. Is that the Velotti car in LMP2 Pro-Am that has just gone past them? I'm not 100% sure there. And there is another car going up the inside. But there is Loeffler, car 46, the Rising Panda. McLaren currently in P9 in the category overall so far. And it was the Delta V car, not the Velotti car. Delta V, they've obviously been into the pits because they're now down to 3rd place. Or have they actually? Let's have a look. Yeah, they've made a pit stop extra. That's the car that was in the wall earlier with Raphael in the car. So they've been into the pits 2 laps ago, maybe to repair some damage and get that stop out of the way.
Yeah, potentially. I'd love to know. Oh, well, never mind actually, because the IRL, they've just come into the pits. I was being told there was potentially had some damage on the front end. So maybe that is what was causing such a drastic time loss for that team. As you can see there, they're up on the jack, so that will be a tyre change for them as well. So if all goes to plan and there is no extra damage that needs to be done, it should be around about 40 seconds for a stop.
Spinner!
I'm going to keep an eye on it.
That is, not sure who that is. That is Amy Grime, Grime there in the Prismatic Motorsport car, out of Dunlop, lost it on the rear on the outside curb, as you were saying that. Apologies, Ashley, there. I'd like to see a replay of that one because it looked like just too much outside curb lost the rear of the car. Here we go then. This will tell us through the famous turn 5. Outside curb, too much. Yeah, hopped on it and round it went.
Yeah, easy like that sometimes. Luckily, again, no damage into the wall, though. I got worried for a second because I thought when I looked up, I saw Liam's name appear on my screen. I thought, oh, no, not Liam, because he's doing so well out there at the moment. Yeah. It would have been such a big shame as we got the leader into the pit. And I did check IRL's pit time. It's absolutely standard, a 41-second stop. So if they did have any damage, it was able to be done within that window of fuel and tyres.
Interesting there then. So yeah, NOP in, GazX in, WOS are all in. So everybody at the top of the timing screens are coming into the pit lane for their pit stops, and they're trying to get them done now. Christian Pereira has pulled off the circuit. Now what is that for? This could pull out possibly a virtual, if not a full-blown safety car. I don't know why. Velotti's just come in. Turn 1 now lead this race. You're seeing the radio messages to all the teams. Virtual safety car is coming. So what happened here? He was already off the road.
8.
Oh, that's the Iron Lynx car. So what has happened between the LMP2 Pro Am and Iron Lynx? Has this been something together?
2.
And then it won't turn. So he's got major damage. Hopefully Samudi can go back further in the replay. So this is Mike Schmidt in the Iron Lynx car. Oh, has a spin on his own. Rolled. Oh no, he's rolled. He's rolled into the path. He's rolled into the path.
That
could be a disaster for Iron Lynx there. That you can't be rolling when there's oncoming traffic coming at your way. You've got to be on the brakes. And that is big damage then. And Mike
crabbing.
I'd love to see. Oh, look, round he goes. Look, just hold the brakes. Hold the brakes.
I think he's still spinning.
It'd be hot. Obviously, race control will get the full data, won't they? And they'll get the full image. Oh, that's
big damage.
That's not straight, is it? Let's be brutally honest. When the wheel's 90 degrees to the right and you're going straight, that spells broken. And the red car off the circuit there again, that is broken. Right, so if Iron Lynx didn't have damage now, before, they do now. Virtual safety car deployed, which means as well, the Italian job team, who we was just speaking to a moment ago, was hoping for a virtual safety car. They've got one, and they are up to 10th place at the moment. Could they be sat in a position of getting to the end of this race? I think every GT3 car that pits under this window now, before it goes to a full-blown safety car, will get to the end of this race.
Yeah, I've got a funny feeling that's going to be the case as well. I mean, you know, just over an hour left on the clock, so you'd be crazy not to go for the pit stop now. The thing that's going to be interesting is, was the stop earlier here for the Italian job? Is this safety car period going to be long enough that they save fuel, or are we going to see him come in now? Yeah, Iron Lynx staying out here. This is really odd.
This is an interesting one to see here. That car is clearly damaged, but they are staying out on the virtual safety car. Now, surely the pit lane is... We've seen the pit lane is open. His car's in the pits at the moment. I don't understand why they're staying out here. They're down in 7th place. And they are surely going to lose out to Delta Racing, who's just come into the pits. Impact and WNS.
Oh,
they just disappeared. There they are now. I don't get why they're pitting. They're not pitting under this virtual safety car.
No, I am also a bit confused by this. I mean, the VSC, the pit is open. So apart from my faux pas last time and got it all wrong, this time I'm spot on. I know I am. The pit is open, so they can come in. And they had such a whack to the front end of that car. You can still see there the steering, the trim on that car is not straight. It needs repair. And I can't imagine why they would be staying out. Look at it. It's at least 15 degrees to the right. I'm actually a little bit baffled here. I'm not too sure why they haven't pitted that car, but Schmidt has decided not to on this occasion, and I mean it's so late in the race. I feel like this could be race done for them. They're just going to drop further and further down the order. Such a shame, such a big blow to the team as well. They were running it right at the sharp end for so long, the entire race, almost the full 3 hours of the 4. But yeah, cold tyres has caught them out. And it has spilled curtains. And in other news, we did see the W2 Pro car. Of course, that was Lorenzo's team, who we spoke with earlier on in the race. And yeah, their race now is certainly looking a bit more dire.
Yeah, it is. Well, there is Pedro Marquez, 2nd place now for turn 1. And that's the leader there, LMP just ahead of them. There they are, look. So they nearly got the jump thanks to the virtual safety car in the pit lane. That would have been because that I believe Marcus Byfeld was already in the pit lane just as the virtual safety car was coming on. So by the time he came out the pits, he didn't really get an advantage of it. Again, NOP didn't get the advantage over virtual safety car, but it's worked out more in their favour this time. Warning you see on screen for car 33. That is for unauthorised chat usage. Oh dear. That's the P8 in LMGT3. Vortex in the pits. So virtual safety car. Again, if you've just joined the programme, the virtual safety car, the drivers have to stick to 80 kilometres an hour. They cannot go any quicker than that, otherwise will face steward inquiry and a possible penalty to come their way. This is whilst damaged cars get removed from the side of the road, or any other incident that has happened that we require a virtual safety car for. We then should go to a full safety car for a lap or two to allow the field to get bunched back up together and to allow lapped cars to be out the way, and we then go back to racing once again. So plenty of cars back in the pit. Sorry, Ashley, go on.
Oh, no, I was just going to say we're going to have the safety car which will bunch everyone back up. So that's going to, again, it's going to sort of shake this race on its head a little bit. Because it does mean then that the whole field is going to have one. It's going to be a sprint now. You've got 1 hour. It is a sprint. Everyone should be good for fuel, especially for GT3s. You may see a splash. Well, I say may. You probably will see a splash and dash for the prototypes. It's just going to be about who can actually go the longest on that strategy, and then you know, go for the quickest splash.
Indeed, safety car is coming this lap, so when the leader comes around, the safety car will pick him up or her. And there is Mike Schmidt, and
I was going to say, sorry, Matthew, I can tell you, Ossie has kindly told us in the chat, he said Mike's got a bit confused with the rules, remembering that he thought you couldn't pit under the VSC. We know that you can. So, yeah, here we go. He's going to come in now. But that is the reason why he went around for the extra lap, is he was just a bit confused on the rules.
Well, there we go. Well, hey, look, that is part of driving, isn't it? If you're not 100%, it's better to play safe than to take the gamble and get a penalty. Interesting call from the Italian job team. Now, we were speaking to one of their strategists earlier who was saying that they could possibly go to the end if they get a virtual safety car. They're in. Is this just to maybe splash and dash now, get the fuel in the car, make sure you're going to the end?
I mean, it makes sense to do it now. Everyone's slow. You're not going to lose a position to the car behind you, and then the safety car, we've been told it's going to come out at next lap. It's going to bunch everybody back up together. So you really want a level playing field to a degree, in that you know everyone's going to be fighting for position to the end. But that was quite lengthy, so maybe a bit more fuel than we expected. But either way, they will be going to the end now.
Yeah, they will be indeed, and that was a 22-second stop there for the Italian job car. Aiming for P6 is their goal, so we'll see what happens in that one there then. A reminder again, we have only lost 3 cars. Louis Gregg, the car 32 NL Academy car from LMP2. Everybody... no, apologies. We have lost the 52 car Revolution in LMP2 Pro-Am. I believe, was that the car that was... No, it was Pereira's car that was involved in the incident. We've lost Wildfire, the number 18 car from LMGT3. And we have lost Impact as well. Pit lane is now closed. Oh, I've just noticed that the Dynaco car is no longer circulating. So we've lost Dynaco, we've lost Old Firm, we've lost Impact from GT3, we've lost Wildfire from LMP3, we've lost NL Academy from LMP2. I believe there was a Pro-Am one. Revolution isn't circulating. Oh no, it is. Apologies, ignore me.
That's all right. I won't, but...
Oh, don't ignore me in that sense, but ignore what I've just said, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it happens, don't worry. This little bunched up field, what's going on here? They're obviously trying not to get alongside each other, but, you know, within the rules of the within the rule book. Because if they do, I think that is then something that can be reported, shall we say, but maybe not going to have anything come of that. But they just bunched up rather closely there as we got under the safety car conditions.
Indeed. So you see what happens there. That is the Delta racing car, the Delta Racing LMGT3, just ahead then of your overall race leader. This is the P12 car of PCS in that middle of Delta Racing and NOP. So I assume we're going to see the Lamborghini, the red, white and black Lamborghini, be able to unlap itself shortly. The BMW will stay where it is because I believe it's lapped in that category, if I'm correct. Oh no, the BMW goes through as well, so they've been told to go through. So that the leader is now right behind the safety car. Where is second place? Turn 1 is right behind NOP, but there is a car in between them, and that is is that the number 60 or 80? I can't quite tell there on the side. I believe it's the number 60. I think that's the prismatic LMP3 car of Amy Grime in the middle of the two leaders at this moment in time.
That's going to be something to definitely come into play when we get going again under green conditions. But I mean, at the same time, I mean, you would think that they would get out the way, particularly the fact that this is the leaders of the overall race that are going to be fighting each other. But again, they're also in a race on their own, so they're obviously not going to want to completely leap out of the way and just give up free time and positions to anybody potentially behind them. So it's such a tricky thing when you're restarting a multi-class race like this, because you get cars in amongst all of the other classes, and then it becomes tricky to know, should I let them go or should I just hold the line and wait and make them overtake me that way, especially when you get the GT3s in there, because the speed difference is quite vast.
Let's not talk about lapped cars being let through by a safety car. Brings back bad memories, I think, if you're a Formula 1 fan from 2021. A few discussed. I can't remember what happened myself, but
let's not.
I'd like to see Amy be allowed to be unlapped here. We've got 56 minutes left of this race. Let's have 56 minutes of NOP versus turn 1, no car in between. You know, let's get Prismatic out the way. They're third in their class. Let's let them go and let's get this race going with 1 and 2 right behind each other.
I get what you're saying. However, I'm on the other side of the fence here now, Matt, because you know, if you let Amy go through, then she's going to gain a lap on all of the other, or half a lap at least over all of the other drivers in her class. So that is a tricky one to judge, and I would say no, you kind of have to leave them where they are because they're on the same lead lap. If you let them go, they're going to get a massive advantage, and then that is not fair.
No, that is the problem, isn't it? You know, wishful thinking that we'd love that to happen, but that is the problem. If you let one go, you've got to let them all go. You know, and that is the problem. It would just then take too long to let all of them go. Let them get so far in front, but for the safety car to pull in. So they're doing the correct thing. As a race fan, you just want to see that 1-2 to be right next to each other, don't you, and get this race underway.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, in a perfect world. But it's not a perfect world, and that is
world. Yeah.
But that's what we love about racing, is that it's not perfect. You have those things that occur in the real world. It's, you know, it could be a $2 washer that breaks and that's your race over. In the sim world, it could be your internet gives out or your rig decides to have a mare and doesn't want to work for you. So, you know, differing things that cause issues, but it's part and parcel of racing. And at the end of the day, when you get on the track, it is still about your pace and all of the normal stuff that goes with racing. But that's what we love about racing, I think, is the unpredictability. Of course, you get your I guess how you would word it, sort of your common people that are there day in, day out, right at the front, the sharp end, but you do love the stories of an underdog and the unpredictability of racing itself.
I always love an underdog story. Can't beat an underdog story, but yeah, it's going to be a fascinating end to this race. 54 minutes left. And no news yet of safety car returning to the pit lane. You feel that the further this lap goes on, it's going to be at least one more lap. So interesting to see a quick rundown of your order then. It is Marcus Beifeld and the NOP team who are currently P1 in LMP2. From Pedro Marquez of Turn 1, Alex Gonzalez of WOSR, Bart Matcher of Tri-State, Marinko Jordanovsky, I believe that is. I'm just going to widen my thing up to get the team to driver name. Yep, there they are. Jordanovsky, Gazex, P5. Lucas Basser, Gazex, P6. Sam Miller of Impact, P7. Eric Tadeu for Delta Racing is P8. Ishmael Alaya, W and S is P9. Mike Schmidt still in the pit lane for Iron Links, P10. Don't forget, this is endurance racing. They have led this race for quite a lot of it, or been in the top 2. They're now 10th. Lewis Gregg for NL Academy, retired a while ago. Down in the LMP2 Pro-Am, it's Liam de Kock for Velocity. You're leading this race for the category from Aurelian Bieri for Delta V. I've butchered that, so apologies if I have butchered it. Aria Best for Prismatic is P3. Dorian is P4 for Impact. They're all on the lead lap. Then it's Arjun Samara for Alpine, a lap down, P5. Christian Pereira, W2E Pro GP, P6. And Thomas Martin for Evolution is P7. Still going as well, so good on Thomas Martin in that car. In LMP3, it is Marco Di Constanzo for Kitsune who leads this race. From Francois Brandet of Unity. Caleb Koski is then P3 for NL Academy. Evan Washlam for Velotti, P4. Piers Berry for Tri-State, P5. They're all on the lead lap. William Lincoln for Team Rex is P6. Then it's Amy Grime, P7. Zachary Leibold, P8 for CCR. David Bronstein for Simitok, P9. And we have had the retirement of Kevin Galvin for Wildfire, P10. And in LMGT3, it is Leandro Toledo for Delta Racing, doing a grand job. Has got 2 minutes 44 to that of Vortex of Joran Engelsen. So a great gap there for Toledo. Then it's Mika Hoekstra for Frida Sport. Patrick Schwartz for Project 91. Christian Malarek for Fisher. Tristan Engelstad for Quadash. Sam Vaughan for Dr. Baiti. Jao Marcos Angeli for BSS. Valerio Petretti for the Italian job. And Ronnie Richer for the Rising Panda. They're all lead lap in the GT3 category. It's then Kars Kesper for SMM, Joel Ursulo for PCS, Connor Swain for VR Racing, and we've lost that of Dynaco, Old Firm and Impact in these categories. That is your running order of groups, and we are about to hopefully get the safety car in this lap to get back to racing at the moment. That silly dude in the chat, enlighten me please, why is the safety car still there? Any specific reason for it? I assume we are letting lapped cars just gain onto the back of the pack here, although Connor Swain, well, there seems to be a few more actually unlapping themselves. So your guess, that silly dude, is as good as mine, unless Ashley can shed some light on the situation.
I cannot. In honesty, no, I can't. Are they doing another pass around? Is that what you've just said? We're going back around for another one. Apologies, I just had to dip away for just a second. I am back. I'm all here. I'm good. Another pass around. Maybe they are trying to do what you just said, Matthew, and get the leaders to themselves so they've got no one in the way.
29, 84, 23, 94,
they've listened 12, and they've gone, that 33, sounds like a really good idea.
37, 5,
and they've done it. So
46.
the leaders will be together. But they've they've done what you've said, Ashley. They've let everybody go, so everybody has been given that lap back. And I like this for the likes of Amy Grime as well. Is she's going to be back? Where is she? She's LMP3. She's now going to be on the back of William Lincoln and Piers Berry on the same lap as them as they get back around to the back of the pack. And that's just going to allow them to give them maybe a top 5 fight at the end of this race, meaning that their race isn't over. So I kind of like this. What it does do, that great 2.5 minute lead that Toledo had in LMGT3, that's down to 1 minute. In fact, no, it's down to a lot less than that now. So they've got to. I just think this is bringing the race back together for the other categories, as well as giving us, NOP versus Turn 1. With 45 minutes left to go, with a possible pit stop left for the LMP cars. Oh, this could be an exciting finish to this race.
Yeah, it's certainly going to get hot under the collar for some of those drivers. But yeah, it's like you said, it's going to close up all these gaps and allow some more exciting action in the closing stages, and it very much is going to be a sprint from here on to the end of this race. For these prototype cars, it's going to be such an interesting topic, especially when we get into the final 5-10 minutes, simply because who has saved enough fuel or who is going to have to splash and dash. And I think for an LMP2, it's going to be really, really close. LMP3, I think you're pretty much guaranteed one more stop.
I think LMP2, you're guaranteed one more stop. They pitted before the hour mark. And I know they're fuel saving now, but it was between that sort of 2 hours 45 to 3 hour mark they pitted. That's got to be some impressive fuel saving, considering there's still 48 minutes left of this race. So I think LMP2 will possibly splash, and LMP3 are all going to splash and dash towards the end.
I mean, you could be right. We're going to have to watch and find out, as they say.
If they've saved enough fuel to the end, that is mightily impressive.
Yeah, definitely. If they can do that, I mean, I will be impressed. And that says something. No, it doesn't say a lot. But I would definitely be impressed with all of the drivers out there that are able to do that. It's interesting the lines that they're taking, though. They've gone incredibly wide. I'm assuming this is due to the pass-around effect, though, as they are told to get to the one side. But I thought the majority, if not all of the cars, have done that now. So I'm curious as to see why they're still doing that.
Being told by our director that they're being told to stay to the side. So I'm hoping that's the pass around done. Iron Link's still in the pit lane after 13 minutes, nearly 14 minutes now. So
that could still check based on the damage that they would have received from that incident.
That is their race over, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Let's be honest, that is P10 and that is it
and
for
falling.
them.
Yeah.
Because they're now 4 laps off the lead lap of Ishmael, who's the car in front of him. If we go to that championship standings of LMP2, Iron Links, where was they? They was only 7th place after Catalunya, so not the start they'd have been hoping for, especially when you consider that today they've been, one of the top 2 teams in LMP2 today. They've been fantastic, great pace. Take nothing away from all the other LMP2 teams, but between them and NOP, they have been outstanding, and it just went wrong for them.
It did. It's a little bit of heartbreak again for them, because the same sort of thing happened at Catalunya. They had a hardware issue instead on that occasion, where they ended up having to, I think, pit within the same lap. They were still in pit lane. They had to reset the car back into the pit box using the tow effect and all of that fun, entertaining stuff that sometimes happens when you do virtual racing. And it just meant that they were also battling for the lead and dropped way back down to the field. So 7th place for them on that occasion. They would probably take here as well today if it came that way. But 2 times they've just, luck's not gone their way.
No, it hasn't gone their way. 4, NOP was 2nd at Catalunya. Not like they could take the championship lead if things stay the way they are. Let's be honest, Impact Sim Sport,
after this lap.
They're down in P7, so
after this lap,
that's going to go the way of NOP at the moment. Safety car will be in at the end of this current lap. The Tri-State Racing Team, they're sat 4th place. They're not going too bad at the minute. GazX as well, they're sort of midfield around where they was last time as well. If you look at the LMP2 classification, Delta V was your race winner last time out from Velotti. They're now switched, so depending on who's got the fastest lap in that one, they could be all tied going into Imola. Alpine, who was 3rd, well, they're down in P5 at the moment, a lap down as well. So they just struggled a bit today. Not seeing the East Block, not seeing them out there. No, not seeing Fury Sim Sport as well. So be interested to see what happens. If you look at LMP3 classifications, Velotti Racing as well, top of that one. They're down in 4th at the moment. Kitsune off 1st and was 2nd back at Catalunya, so that could be championship lead for them going into Imola. Simatec, they was 3rd. They're not in the top 5. Looking at the screen next to me now, so struggles for them. And then down in LMGT3, it was Vortex who took the win back at Catalunya. They're 2nd. Delta Racing who was actually down in 12th back at Catalonia. They're leading this race, so that'll be a good jump up the championship order for them. If you look at where Dr. by TS is, they are not in the top 5 at the moment.
Reminder to all
and they
teams.
sit, or was sat third. No, sorry, Dynacare was sat third. Dr. by TS was sat second.
Restart.
So them two teams going to take a bit of a hit in this one. But Vortex could, Delta Racing could be the team to have massive gains
on the front straight
at Nürburgring. Obviously,
so
championship standings at this moment
first
very little.
It's not
We've got 6 fantastic tracks. We head to Imola, July the 19th, for the next round of the European Sports Car Championship before going to Spa-Francorchamps for round 4 on August the 16th. Silverstone will be September 13th for round 5, and Portimão October 25th for the 6th round of the season. We have got 42.5 minutes left. I think LMPs are going to have to splash and dash towards the very end. If you can get to the end, that's going to be a fantastic bit of fuel saving under this virtual and safety car period. And Ashley, I think we're going to be in for an entertaining, thrilling 45 minutes worth of racing.
I mean, well, it's a sprint now. It is, all the gloves are off and everyone's going to be coming out swinging here at the restart. Let's just hope it doesn't go completely chaotic and rabid, and that then we have another 5 cars out of the race. But if everyone can keep it clean, this is going to be some really entertaining action to take us home to the checkered flag. It's hard to call who it's going to be. I mean, NOP have really been dominant the entire race so far. They're right at the front, and their closest rivals in IRL this race are right down at the back and still in pit lane.
They are indeed, and just to remember, the LMP2 tyres are going to be stone cold. It's gone a bit cloudy again. Don't know if we can bring up the temperature
31.
of the track. It's 21, there we go. So it's 31 degrees, 31 degrees. So it stayed roughly what it was earlier, but it has gone very cloudy. We're about to go back racing for the final 41 minutes of action here at the Nürburgring. 3 hours and 19 minutes of pure drama. They're already 3 or 4 abreast in the background as we go green for possibly the final time. That is a great restart from wherever the green and black car of GazX is, who has jumped several cars down into turn 1. Squirrely is Sam Miller, who's into the back of several cars, and they're all off at turn 1, and that is the effect of cold tyres under the brakes. Hard into turn 1, and around goes Sam Miller, and I believe he took 3 others with him. There's more dramas happening through the Mercedes-Benz arena of turn 2. That is Aria Best, who is having a struggle there, and now that of Joran Engelen is struggling with a couple of LMGT3 cars, as well as a couple of prototype cars in the way at the moment. Delta Racing have managed to get the gap. Frida Sport have jumped up at the order as well, and side by side goes Lucas Basser here in the red and black car, and a lovely little move there, but a tap on the rear just from the car behind manages to stay as they are. Iron Link still in the pits. Here is Ishmael, who's looking to make up moves. Remember, started from the pit lane, did the 99 to the outside of Dunlop, and he's not going to get it done around there unless he can slingshot out the exit. Nope, no good there. Up over the curb, we saw cars struggle at that stage, but already another frantic and chaotic race start.
NOP back into the lead as well. They've got them ahead of Gaz X, who it looks like they've almost jumped the start. They got such a launch off this restart, but you can see there, look, they thought they went and then they backed up again. I think this has just caught a few of them out when they did finally go green, but it definitely didn't catch out the Gaz X car because they went right to the front. I wonder if that is going to be seen as a jump start though, and this is going to be Sam Miller down into turn 1. You can see there the lock of the rear brakes, trying to slow it as much as he can, but it ended up being a little bit of a concertina effect and a bowling ball into some skittles.
He did, and strike for him. He got a couple of the pins knocked over there in towards turn 1, and Sam Miller's going to have to come back for that. He's going into the pit lane, so if he's got a splash and dash, well, this could be the decision he's taking now to do it, maybe to get some clear air. Who knows? Maybe it's the damage he's got. That's also Liam de Kock for P2 for Velotti, and Delta V are in the pit lane from LMP2 Pro Am. So are then, who is that is the W2E Pro GP team in, as well as the 25 of Delta V. So a lot of cars pitting here in the prototype categories then at this stage of the race. We've got 3 in. We've got 2 coming because Iron Links are still in there from LMP2. 1 in from Pro-Am. And I'm sure there was one, in fact, that was drive-through penalties for a couple of them. So not sure there, because we've not seen anything on screen.
Haven't seen anything on screen, but they've definitely been in a few incidences on that opening lap once again. So, I mean, so far, 3 hours into this race, it's not a complete and utter shock that potentially some of them have picked up enough points to incur a drive-through. But through they went, and away they go once again. And that is a Porsche missing his front bumper. And that's Patrick Serwash from Poland. And his 91, I think that's Project 91 as well, going to be losing a little bit of downforce, I would imagine, from that lack of bumper. But seem to be coping with it quite well so far, currently in 5th.
You see there as well, just in the background, the Italian job Ferrari, 7th place. They was hoping for 6th place. Well, they could be on for a 5th place here. England, who was 2nd place on that restart, down to 4th place, so didn't get the start he wanted. And Serwash then, he's a bit slow there. Looks like a bit of gravel was dropping off the side of the car. Maybe just dropped a wheel into it as he come through. He's struggling in that car and just seems to be letting cars by. Bit of door, hip and shoulder between him and the Italian job Ferrari. Now they've got an LMP car coming up the inside. Oh my days, it's all getting close and claustrophobic once again, and they're darted each way as the prototype. Did he hit the BMW? No, he didn't. The BMW's now nearly ran into the back of him, and it is all a little argy-bargy out there from everybody on this restart. Here come the screeching mooses, and through they go on the Italian job car. Oh my days, we've got to catch our breath. It's just a little bit argy-bargy and handbags out there at the moment, but NOP have got this race lead 3.5 seconds. Here comes Italian job once again. They pitted under that VSC, let's not forget, to try and get to the end of this race. Hard onto the brakes in turn 1. And hopefully everybody through nice and cleanly. Yes, they are. The sun starts to shine again here at the Nürburgring. But what a start to this third restart of the race. This is a look back at Schwarz here. So this is what maybe happened. There is Van Luck in the Audi, who just has to avoid the back of the Lamborghini. And bang, then a double tap between both of them.
That was obviously the Vortex car. He's trying to get out of the way of. He's trying not to go into the back of the car in front of him, but in doing so, he couldn't turn right. Really, the safest call would have been to turn left. But obviously, in heat at the moment, you're not making snap decisions. Just got it wrong on that occasion, but it did mean he went across the front of the Porsche, and that's how they've then picked up some damage there as well. So Patrick having to suffer a little bit from that, but both of them still racing hard and are in the right direction once again. But it's so easy to do, especially later on in this race. Your adrenaline is still high, but your endurance is obviously starting to suffer a little. Oh no!
Oh, that's the 33 hard into the wall on the replay. He's managed to keep his $100, I think, today, or a bit more than $100, because that is going to be a bit of damage on the front of that Porsche. The two cars that went through the pit lane, it's just popped up on the top of the screen. They did have drive-through penalties, and there is João Marcos Angel in the pits. And there has been a lead change in LMP3. Unity lead over Kitsune then in that LMP3 category now. Francois Brandt is your leader for the Unity race team. Is there going to be splash and dashes at the end of this race? This is what we're going to have to wait and see. Who has fueled till the very, very end? Have they done enough fuel saving to the very, very end? Drive through for car 6. Car number 6 is... I can't see... is that of Corbin Lenway of the Impact SimSport car. And that'll be, I assume, for what happened at turn 1.
Yeah, he's not been a happy bunny, I would say, Corbin.
No.
I've seen him a few times in the chat. I won't repeat anything. I don't want to throw anyone under a bus, but I know he's been a bit disgruntled, let's say. And I think in some ways, fair enough. But yeah, it's one of those days to forget, I think, for Corbin, and it's just a bit unfortunate. But either way, we're just going to cut it to the GT3s. Oh my God, because we've had a change for the leader.
We have had a change for the leader in this GT3 category. Mika Hoekstra is now your race leader for Frida. What has happened to Delta Racing? They're down in 9th place here. So what has happened to the BMW there? They're some 53 seconds off the back. Where are they? Timing screen 2 minutes 6 on the last lap. That is a horrendous lap time. So something has happened there. Just want to point out, by the way, Ishmael in the W&S car that started from pit lane and had a drive-through, 5th place in LMP2 at the moment, and is challenging for a potential podium. Drive-through for car number 25. That is then... Can't find him.
Delta V.
It is Delta V.
The LMP2 Pro Am, Delta V.
Oh, there we go. Yes, so that may be the one that we saw in earlier, because we saw that car in for a drive-through penalty. Oh no, it may have another one now then, because it's back into the pits. Well, that's ruined their race. They was up there in the order. I want to know. I take it Samuli hasn't got a replay of what happened to Delta Racing, because they have dropped down the order. There they are. Look, they was leading this race. Oh, they've pitted. They pitted on lap 87.
Is that damage though? What has happened? Why have they done that?
That is the big question. The pit stop was only 31 seconds. So, but they pitted on the last lap. Well, why would you have not pitted under the VSC?
Yeah, I don't get it.
You've just cost... Now they've made a mistake. I think they've just cost themselves a race win.
I think they might have done, actually. Yeah, I completely agree. I think that is a race they've just costed themselves. It's such a shame as well, because they really were doing the business for it. But, potentially, I don't know, because we haven't seen it.
Just being told on the Discord, Ashley, apologies, that they had to pit for drive time. They've just put their gold driver in.
Oh, there you go.
So they've just put their gold driver in, so they've ran the drive time too long. Well, that is you'd have to say, bit of mismanagement on the strategist's behalf. Whoever's done the strategy, for getting them, that's cost them a race win here. They was looking so good for it, but let's keep an eye on that 99 car in LMP2. It is on the back of Delta Racing and Tri-State. A podium from pit lane start and a drive-through, that would be absolutely magnificent, and I'm sure they'd be delighted with that today. The other cars with the drive-through was the 33 that has been in the walls, 98 which is Dynaco and retired, and the number 5 which is 10th place, all in LMGT3. And this is a battle for the race lead, and look at that, it's Engelstad, the Quad-Ash Mercedes-Benz on home surface, who had a couple of drive-throughs earlier in the race, and it's all coming together as he's now attacking the back of the Porsche. It's German machinery versus German machinery. In fact, it's a German top 5 if you look at all the manufacturers listed in that LMGT3 category. But it is the race for the lead, Mercedes versus Porsche, and it's Frida Sport versus Quad-Ash.
That is really quite impressive that it is a German top 5. I hadn't even thought about it before. But yeah, of course, BMW, Mercedes, Audi, Porsche, and the likes of those manufacturers. Yeah, fantastic stuff with all the different manufacturers, really, when you look at it. The guys, I will say, that organise this event, they really do put the time in for the balance of performance, the BOP, as it is known as. They really have nailed it, I think, for these car classes, and enabled any car to really go racing and fight for wins. So big hats off to them.
Yeah, big hats off to them. They've done a terrific job. Italian job. When we spoke to their strategist earlier, wanted P6. They are P6, and they're not far off the back of the podium here as well. They're only 9/10, I believe it is, off the back of England. So not a million miles away. Sorry, not 9/10. It's 9 seconds off the back of Vortex on the podium. So it's a bit further than I've read it wrong on the timing screens. But still, that's possibly doable with 30 minutes left to go.
Yeah, it certainly is. Like I said at the end of the safety car, or during the safety car, this is a sprint. This is where if you haven't been able to
the lead, possibly.
Go on.
Mercedes-Benz looking to the inside line at the chicane. He's taking a risk, backs out of it as the Porsche is allowed to take his line through the chicane at the end there then. And Mika Hawkstra doing what he needs to do for Frida Motorsport at the moment. But that Mercedes-Benz is looking racy.
It certainly is. And I was trying to say, if you're lucky enough to have your best driver in the car, now would be the time to have them, because of course it is a sprint. You need to be putting in basically quali laps right to the end. If you're in a GT3, you don't have to worry about the fuel. You definitely would have enough, providing you filled it up at the last stop. And you're just trying to hammer in a quick lap after quick lap after quick lap, all the way to the checker flag now.
Yeah, indeed you are. Vortex are under pressure from Fisher team down in P4 at the moment. So we'll see what happens there with them. But as it is at the minute, 95, the 99, look, WNS, they're up to P4. So they're not far off the podium now, just some 3 seconds to get onto that podium. That'll be a great race for them. But this is the fight for the lead of LMGT3 between Porsche and Mercedes, Frida Sport and Quadash. It is the Dutch driver of Mika Hoekstra and then the Swedish driver of Tristan Engelstad in this car, who are trying to fight it out for the lead of the race. Engelstad a little wide at the Dunlop hairpin to let the LMP2 car through, as he's now following the Porsche through the Schumacher S's. This is where it gets a bit nervy for the Porsche, is now would be the time to just lift a little bit, brake a little bit early and let that LMP2 car go, and you do indeed, and it brings Engelstad right back onto the rear.
Certainly does. You should be able to use it as well, just a tiny bit, to maybe get a little bit of straight line speed, punching a hole in front of him as they go down this long straight. It's got a kink in it, but you are flat out through the entire thing there. Even through Hatson back, and look at him closing. Had a look at it into the chicane, but we are using the quicker version, so it is very tricky to get later on the brakes and get alongside. But he's having a look in the final corner, maybe trying to go for a cutback now, down towards turn number 1.
Looking for that up and under, and he now pulls to that inside line. The Porsche tries to come across and cover it off, but he can't, because the Mercedes has got so much overspeed on the exit of the corner that he goes up the inside. Is a full car length near enough in front as they break into turn 1. Porsche later on its brakes, round the outside he goes. It can be done to have that inside line into 2 as they enter into the Mercedes arena, and the Porsche stays in front once again. Hoekstra at the moment defending for his life with 27 minutes to go. The Mercedes throws it up the inside of turn 3, and the Porsche will once again have turn 4 covered off by that inside line. But this is a great fight between the top 2 of 3.5 hours of racing. It comes down to this final 30 minutes between these 2 cars, and they've got to be careful, because Vortex and Fischer are only 4 seconds behind in the background. Anything could change with 27 minutes left on the clock, but Mercedes and Porsche are going at it for now.
It certainly could. The only thing I would say, they've been slightly pulling away from those guys, so providing they stick to what they're doing and don't have any big moments, they should be okay, because in terms of pace, they're doing it. They're absolutely everything they need to. And I don't know how you're feeling, Matthew, but I'm tensing up myself just watching this. It's on edge. It's a new kind of tension that I'm feeling right now, but it's exciting.
It is exciting. It is fantastic to sit and watch at the moment, and these LMGT3s are putting on a show for us so far. What a race this has been, and when you look at the gaps of the leaders and the podium places throughout the other 3 categories, they are non-existent. But at the minute, it's that Mercedes that, look at the speed it carries on the straights compared to the Porsche. No way is he going to make the move, and he doesn't. Brakes earlier, backs out of it, manages to meet the apexes, now has a look for the final corner, and he's going to try and set him up through the final corner he goes. Has he got a better exit? Maybe not this time, you know. He's not as close this time as he was last time around, and that Mercedes-Benz is just starting to get closer and closer and creep onto the back of that of the Porsche in front, who goes to cover the inside line into turn 1. Can now the Mercedes take the outside route? No. Looks to get the up and under, can't do it.
Oh, this is fantastic. This is what we love about GT3 racing in itself. On top of that, of course, it's multi-class, just another layer. But the GT3s on their own can do things like this. 2 different cars, 2 different manufacturers going at it wheel to wheel, and both of them have different strengths. The Porsche, of course, better on the braking and through the corners themselves. The Mercedes, it's front-wheel drive, able to just pull itself out of those corners, and it's incredibly quick on the straight. And now we can just see, you know, mano a mano, one-on-one, who's going to come out on top. It's too close to call.
A couple of the Alpine is in the pit lane in LMP2 Pro as the Mercedes looks to the outside line in towards that then of the Dunlop hairpin. Again, just tries to go deep, come back underneath, can't do so, gets a great run out. You're not going to do it around the outside of the Schumacher S, as that'd be a brave move. Also a battle for the podium in the LMP2 category. Tri-State and WNS, who was in the pit lane at the start, are really fighting hard for a 3rd place. Now into what is I believe turn 9 and 10 possibly coming through. No, nothing there. I thought he was going to try and set him up on the exit, but couldn't do so.
He's having a look now as they make their way through Hatson back the kink of 12 up towards the chicane. He's going to be side by side here, Matthew. He might have it done.
They're coming into the chicane now. There was a bit of door banging and the Mercedes backs out of it once again. And he really gave it a good try on the approach to the chicane, banging doors with the Porsche, but couldn't do it. Now he's going to try and look to get the momentum out the final corner and down the start straight. The Porsche defends early, comes right across to the pit wall and manages to say to this Mercedes, if you're going to pass me, you're going to have to work hard for it.
And working hard is exactly what they are doing. You know, hacking at the steering wheel when they get into the corners, foot, you know, tentatively on the accelerator. And this is a fantastic overhead shot. Why haven't we seen this all race long? But here we go, we're getting it now and getting a nice overhead view into this Mercedes arena section. And the Mercedes certainly does seem to close in a little bit as you get through turns 3 and 4. Now onto the straight. This is where the Mercedes definitely has the advantage. You'll close in on the Porsche, but then through the sort of more technical curves, we need a bit more finesse. The Porsche could just carry the speed slightly better.
Can carry the speed slightly better. That's Amy Grime on the back of these two, who is going to put a lap on them. In fact, actually, he's passing them for position on the circuit in terms of the overall standings. And through she goes on the Mercedes. Now at a tricky part of the track where you're coming up to the Schumacher S's. Prismatic LMP2 car 7th in class, and obviously this is just passing for overall position. And should comfortably get past the Porsche. Hasn't just yet. He's alongside here, but he's going to make the Porsche a little wide through that corner. That's going to massively help the Mercedes there.
This is the chance now then for Tristan. Can he just try and get his car alongside? I mean, we've seen it though a few times now. He's just unable to get him done on the brakes into the chicane. And actually, I don't think he got the exit he was looking for.
And that's the bonus of the Porsche. It is a little bit better on the brakes than the Mercedes-Benz. We know that Mercedes power in a straight line will be a lot better than the Porsches. And it'll just help pull it, but it's got to get the exit out the corner. And again, that's testament to the bop around this circuit that the admins and the league owners have done here to make these cars as evenly matched. England in the background isn't catching on the back of these two at all. That gap's now 5.5 seconds. Mercedes to the outside of turn 1. Again, going to look for the up and under. Porsche a little deep on exit there, you have to say, Ashley. And is he just starting to feel the pressure, is Mika?
Certainly could be. I mean, we've got a gold driver against a silver, Tristan being the more experienced of the two. So that could be what is coming into a little bit of play now, as we saw the Porsche go deep there into turn 1, but still holding their nerve at the moment. So Mika doing an absolute stellar job. I mean, both of them, of course, really hungry for this win. And I didn't mention it, but it was on my mind as WS and Tri-State now go wheel to wheel for the final podium spot of the LMP2 class.
Tell you what, if you want to give a team driver of the day or team of the day, you have to look no further than I think WS. They have been fantastic. Pit lane and a drive-through start. They have come back. They are fighting for the podium. They're on the inside line of turn 4. Contact nearly made, and somehow they both come out unscathed. But Tri-State hanging on in there for dear life with 21 minutes left on the clock. This is absolutely hammer and tong kind of stuff. It's just all flat out for these cars in this final few moments of this race. These two separated by less than a tenth. In fact, W&S, are they looking for a run into Dunlop? They are. They're alongside. They're on the brakes. They're up the inside. Drive through for car 2. Contact made between the pair of them, but Ishmael gets through up the inside. Drive through for car number 2. That is Vortex in LMGT3. Drive through penalty.
No way. England is going to have to come through the pit then. That's the podium gone for them. Fisher will obviously pick that one up, and we're still going to have a battle for that final podium spot there because Delta by Tri-State are battling with that Porsche. So there's still a battle for the lead. There's still a battle for the final podium spot. It's all kicking off, and WS managed to get through with Tri-State. And I remember Ishmael saying in the interview right at the start of the evening, he said, I'm aiming for the top 5. I just got to stick with it and get there.
Did W&S just let Tri-State back through? This is Liam de Kock. No, so this is down. I think Ishmael's let Tri-State back through there, you know.
Sportsmanship. That's
I think he's possibly... look, I've let him back through. Don't penalise me sort of thing for what happened at Dunlop. But here we go. Sam Vaughan on the back now of that Fisher car. The green Porsche, knowing that England for Vortex has got that drive-through penalty to come to his name in a little while. NOP out front have just dominated this restart. So have Impact in that LMP2 Pro-Am category. Kitsune look like they're going to win LMP3. Still a lot of time left, by the way, but it is race on between Frida and Quadash, and this race for the podium, as well as the podium race in LMP2, is very close there. Sam Vaughan gets to the back of the Porsche.
There's a nice freeway battle at the moment as it sits, but I mean that's going to change when Vortex come through, and this is still the battle for the lead between Frida Sport and Quad Dash. Barely attempts separated in bumper to bumper racing as they find their way through pit curve and come home curve, now onto the back straight where the Mercedes comes alive.
Yeah, this is where the Mercedes will come alive, and you can just see it starting to creep onto the back of the Porsche. The problem is it's a hard overtaking opportunity around here to get done at this part of the circuit, and he stays behind once again. It's not his run here that's important, it's his run at the final corner with the race leader overall right behind them to put a lap on him. But these two aren't going to care who it is putting a lap on them, because they're wanting to win this race for their category respectively. They're not going to care who's behind them putting a lap. They've got to make sure they manage it well. They're about to lap an LMGT3 of that of Hawkstra, of that of the Lamborghini in front, and Hawkstra going to look up the inside of the Lamborghini, managing to not nearly take his nose off. And this is very close racing, nearly some dramas into turn one, and Vortex are in for that drive-through penalty, and still Frida Sport lead this LMGT3 class. What a race this is turning into. Battle for P3 though. Sam Vaughan right around the outside of turn 2. He's going to look around the outside of 3. Can he keep it there for 4? He absolutely will have a nose up the inside. More than a nose. Here goes the leader, Hawkseth, and then the Mercedes outside of turn 5 in towards 6 now. No change there.
Got it all built up, but it felt like it was for nothing. But I mean, it's so close between the pair of them. I feel like this move could come at any corner. Delta Racing down the inside there of the Project 91 car. That's for 8th position. And Marcos Adami very happy to pick that one up here in the closing stages as well.
Yeah, he is indeed. What could have been a race win for him hasn't gone that way. You have to say this is a heck of a fight. Car number 12 is P3 in class now. The Italian jobs are up to P5. So that's a bit better than what they was hoping for. But my, oh my, what a fight we're having here for this race lead in LMGT3. 4 hours of racing, 4 3/4 hours of racing. And it's come down to the final 15 minutes for this race win in LMGT3.
Yeah, it's absolutely fascinating to watch unfold, and I still can't tell you who's going to come out on top. It is that close. I mean, it takes one small error from either driver, and that is going to be battle over, and it could all end in tears at the end of the day still, and you never know. Delta by Tri-State may still come through to win it. Who knows, especially if they collide, but so far keeping it clean.
Do you know what though, Ashley? I don't think it's going to be these two that make a mistake that's going to win it. I think it could be, we've just seen there with the lapped LMP car lapping the Mercedes, looked a little impatient up the inside of the final corner on the Mercedes, made the Mercedes go wide. I think it could be traffic that might play the part in who wins this race, unless it's done by these two on the circuit. LMPs, Ishmael, on for a podium, he's in the pits.
Well, this is their splash and dash, Matthew, don't forget. So definitely going to be a few more of those. Oh, it's getting close again.
There was definite contact, Mercedes to Porsche there. That Porsche had an almighty wiggle coming out of 4 into 5 now. Gloves are off, I think, Ashley. Handbags are flying, and this is go time. This is all or nothing. They're leaving everything out there on the track. Does the Mercedes have enough to brave it up the inside? No, Porsche covers him off. Outside for the Dunlop hairpin. Brake early. Get it tucked in. Is there a car space underneath? No, there's not. Porsche doing a great job again.
Yeah, definite handbags, and you can't separate these two. I don't know what it's going to take for it to end. I think if you're in that Quadash car, Tristan, he's going to need to do something unconventional to maybe get the move done and put off the Frida Sport driver if he wants a chance of taking this win today.
I think we've seen, and I think the Porsche's seen, where that Mercedes is strong and what Tristan has got up his sleeve. I think he's got it, like you say, pull something out the bag, maybe do something a little unconventional. Here, I don't feel like he's using here as his full opportunity. Look, little dummy. Why make a dummy there? Nobody's going to pass there unless the car's made a mistake. It's here where you need to sell the dummy. Look to throw it up the inside. Make him run a little deep. He keeps going deeper into the start of the corner, bringing it back to the apex at mid-corner. Looking for that cutback. It's not working. He's cost his run now down into turn 1. Tristan's got to think outside the box at this stage of the race.
He certainly does. He even needs to absolutely send it, and even if it's not an actual send, to try and get the position, it's going to put off the Free Sport driver. It means Mika will then be offline. He'll be rattled a little bit, in a sort of a sporting term that I think a lot of people tend to use. You're playing mind games at this point because you've tried to do it on pure pace. Pure pace clearly isn't enough because you are matching each other. You now need to do it psychologically.
I think, though, selling the dummy at the chicane's the wrong option. He now wants to be jinking over to the left. He wants to now be looking up the left of this car. Can't do it. Now can he get a run down the right-hand side of the car? The gap was there, but again, he's just not selling that dummy or just showing the nose a little bit to maybe force that error. Here at Dunlop, get on that right-hand side of him. If he's going to squeeze you tight, he's got to leave you a gap if you're alongside, but he doesn't. Sticks to the outside, runs it a little deep. He's going to try and tuck it back under, and you just see there, mid-corner, he just has to lift off that throttle, just wait that little bit more, because he can't put the power down as the Porsche holds his line where he is. And I think this is, I don't think this is bad attacking from the Mercedes. I think this is great defending from the Porsche.
I think I'm completely on board with that statement as well, Matthew. I mean, yeah, Porsche doing everything right. Mika really is placing the car exactly where he wants it. And in doing so, he's just denying the Mercedes any opportunity to try and make a move. And in doing so, he's just doing a stellar job. I mean, he's got, just over 10 minutes now to hang on to this one. It's going to be probably the longest 10 minutes of his life.
It could be one of the most rewarding 10 minutes of his life if he is to hang on to this race win here. Tri-State look like they're pretty set for that third place in that LMP2 podium. Depending on pit stops in this last 12 minutes, this is going to be all important. See who has to pit or who doesn't. Last 12 minutes of this race in the LMP2 and LMP3 categories then. This is fantastic at the moment. Ryan Racing in the chat, she said, I'm in the voice chat with Tristan. He's not said a word since the race start. That tells you what his focus is, and that is to catch and pass that Porsche.
It's laser focus. I don't blame him not saying a word. I think I'd be in the exact same position, just absolutely tunnel visioned in almost on the car in front of you to try and make a move. But sometimes that's dangerous. Too much tunnel vision, and you then end up just focusing too much on your rival and not finding the gap potentially where it could arise, and therefore the move's never on because you're so focused on that car in front.
Couldn't agree more. Who's this into the pits? This is Unity from P2 in LMP3. So yet another pit stop for an LMP car. So definite not able to make it to the end. So keep your eyes on who is going to pit at the end of this race. But this, well, it's going to throw us. It's going to throw us out of whack for LMP3. We know that the LMGT3s are getting to the end. The LMPs, I think, are going to be thrown out of whack while pit stops happen. And if anybody does get to the end in LMPs, then that is a fantastic stop for them. Trost and Gross into the pit lane as well. And Ryan Racing, from 3 drive-thrus to battle for the lead, says it all. And that is basically what endurance is about. 3 drive-thrus that Mercedes-Benz has had, and it's 7/10 off of a race win.
That's insane when you think about it. If you're in any other sprint format, I mean, let's take Formula 1. As soon as you have 1 drive-through, your race is done and over with. You're barely ever going to have a situation where you're coming back from that. But in these longer formats, 3 drive-throughs, yes, it obviously makes a difference. It has an effect. We got confirmation it's about 22 seconds for one. So that's a whole minute that effectively he's lost, but he's still fighting for the win.
And that's why I love endurance racing. It is fantastic at the moment. It is just all go. This is Ronnie Richer in the Rising Panda McLaren on the back of that of the Italian Job car. The Italian Job team was looking at P6 as a goal. Well, they're currently P5, fighting to hang on to P5 and not drop down to P6. There is the Vortex car in the background. They would love to try and challenge a bit more as well. But I'm interested. I'm keeping my eyes on these pit stops for the LMP cars. Iron Lynx, by the way, are out of this race. They're P10. They've not come back out on track, still in the pits, so they are also out. but it's lap 80 was the last pit stop by NOP. They're now on lap 104, about to start lap 105. That's running it pretty fine with 8.5 minutes to go. But if you're these two, you've got 8.5 minutes of pure action and drama. Do not go anywhere, folks, because you are not going to want to miss this last 8.5 minutes. It is pure action, especially between these two. The gloves are off.
Absolutely is. Ryan there saying it was his mistakes that caused the drive-throughs, but either way, your driving has still got your team in this position, so don't completely knock your confidence over, because you've got there, you've done your job, and you are in a position where your team can take a win, so definitely pick yourself up on that front. But either way, this is obviously not done and over with. We're going to be following this all the way to the checkered flag, because I feel like this is the closest battle on the circuit as we look at it. But like you said, lots of prototypes I think still going to be coming in, particularly in the last 5 minutes. It's just going to be a case of who was able to maybe go one extra lap and have a slightly shorter stop and get a little advantage.
Porsche looked a little slippery on the exit of the final corner there. This could allow that Mercedes to just get a bit of a better run down into turn one. The problem is he's not close enough. Look, he was 3 tenths quicker on the last lap alone, or 2 and a bit tenths quicker on the last lap alone. And the Mercedes right to the outside, going to chuck it in towards the right-hand bend of turn one. Now into the Mercedes arena. Can't do anything at the moment. He's just not close enough, as it goes a bit cloudy once more. So these cooler temperatures on old tyres, maybe just making it slide around. Here's your leader, Kitsune, in the pits from LMP3.
Yep, I'm also just looking at the how many positions sort of where teams are from their starting blocks. Frida Sport and Quad Dash, Frida Sport have gained 9 positions from when they started. Quad Dash have gained 11, so that just shows that qualifying does not always mean that's going to be where you finish. And
what a race. You know, you look at W&S in LMP2, up 6 places, started from the pit lane, was third a moment ago. We think that others have got to pit. They could have just pitted earlier to get some clear air and get them tyres up to temperature a lot better. I think it's hats off. This is Evan Waslam for Velotti, who now is your leader in LMGT3. And Kitsune came out the pits in 2nd place, comfortably ahead of Tri-State. So that is crucial for them, as that gap between Frida Sport and Quad Dash opens up to 6 tenths of a second, and now starts to tumble back down once more in LMGT3. If you're NOP, 14 seconds in the lead, could you not fuel save and try and get that to the end?
You can. I think, though, the fact that you have got 14 seconds in hand, what you're probably trying to do as a team is work out if the car behind pits, and if they do, you're then going to immediately follow up the next lap and play it safe. Yeah. It's just you're reacting rather than being proactive in this situation, because you have that advantage. But equally, if you're Tri-State or something like that, and you feel like you might be able to do an extra lap or so, you may try and risk it. It depends how much you want to make sure you get on the podium, or whether you really want to go for the win.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what racing's all about, isn't it? That's what endurance racing's all about, towards the very end. This is Alex Gonzalez, who is gaining on the back of the Ferrari. No, that's the Corvette, sorry, apologies, of the Screeching Mooses. They get out the way and let WOSR, 2nd place currently in LMP2, Alex Gonzalez. He's had his fair share of dramas today. He's been off the track a few times, running P2 in class now, and in overall as well, actually, so fair play to him. That gap for the lead in LMGT3 is just dipped under 4 tenths of a second here. We've just had a little breather from it, but I reckon it's the calm before the storm. It's now under 2.5 tenths of a second, that lead in LMGT3.
It's definitely going to be picking back up again. It's just a matter of when. I mean, like you say, the gap there is still only 3 tenths. So, I mean, they are still bumper to bumper. Here we go, riding back on board with them now. It seems like the sun decided to come back out again. So it really cannot make its mind up. And we are in the closing 5 minutes of this race. So, yeah, strap yourselves in, because it's going to be an intense 5 minutes.
I feel like this could be a bumpy ride in these last 5 minutes. The Mercedes-Benz has got some prototypes just behind him as they go through. He's now going to go up the inside of the Porsche. Is the prototype. Just leaves the Porsche a little wide. It allowed the Mercedes to take his normal line. Now the other prototype's going to have a look in towards the chicane. Porsche's going to need to brake early, as will the Mercedes. The prototype goes through the Porsche, all offline through the chicane. Could this be the Mercedes' chance now at the final corner to just maybe set him up and have a look? Feel like he's got the chicane more wrong than the Porsche, because the gap opened up a little bit again?
I don't know, it seemed like he pretty much neated it up immediately on the exit of the chicane, so Mika doing a fantastic job keeping that Porsche very much under control there, even with the traffic making it difficult for him. And I mean, he's just doing everything right at the moment. He seems like he's impossible to beat out there. That Porsche seems as wide as the circuit itself. Probably the biggest Porsche anybody has ever seen, particularly from Tristan's point of view.
Prismatic in the pits for LMP2 Pro-Ams. That is from third place at the moment. So he's into the pit lane. And this is all it comes down to. We have got just over 3 minutes worth of racing left to go. Velotti in the pit lane from the lead of LMP3 now then. So that will give the lead back to Kitsune. Does that allow Tri-State to get past them as well? Kitsune, fastest lap of the race for the LMP3 category there then. So a cracking job for them. I don't think we're going to see the leader into the pits. I think the leaders have pulled this strategy masterclass. Whoever's not pitted in this final stint under the virtual safety car, masterclass worth of fuel saving we have seen today. No fuel saving here. All gas. No brakes, well, apart from into the corner. They are just trying to get this to the end. This could be a dramatic last lap between Tristan Engelstad and that of the Porsche in front. In fact, maybe 2 laps left because NOP crossed the line a moment ago. I don't think they're going to be on the back of them to lap them this time around. There might be 2 laps to go here. Engelstad's running out of time.
It certainly is. The other thing with the fuel, the cars that do finish the 4 hours and get to the checker flag, fantastic, well done. You've done job number 1 and that is finished the race. Job number 2, make sure you've got the fuel to do the cool down lap.
Because, here we go, Engelstad looking up the inside. Sorry, Ashley, didn't make it at the final corner.
Oh, no worries. He's had a little look at it. He's gone for the lunge. It didn't quite pay off, but it might put Mika a bit under pressure now as they come down to turn 1. But yeah, you've still got the cool down lap to take into consideration for these prototypes. It's not just getting to the 4 hour mark.
Mercedes looking up and under again, parking it on the apex. Almost British touring car style there, just stopping on the apex and making the driver behind have to wait to get on the gas to get going. And Engelstad here looking each way he can to try and get through. He's had a look now at the final corner. He's had a look at turn 1. He's starting to look all over. NOP, are coming towards, I believe, the line to start what will be the final lap of the race. They cross the line now and start their final lap. So these guys may have 2 laps left in the bag to try and get it done. And all of a sudden, Engelstad has come back fully charged and going again. Get to the inside of Dunlop. He's not going to. He's going to go to the outside line. Earlier on the brakes, just a little bit than the Porsche, but watch the Porsche with corner lock. Slows the Mercedes down and he can't power out the corner as much as he'd like to. The Porsche doing a terrific job at the minute. You've got to catch him off guard through the Schumacher S's. Can you get a good run up through here? They go once more on the back of the Porsche. Is he going to chuck it up the inside? Porsche covers the middle part of the road early on and comes back across, and that Mercedes not able to do so.
I'll tell you what, keep an eye on this when we get back down to the Dunlop curve once again. Tristan's been going for that outside line time after time after time. I wonder if he's trying to lure Mika into a false sense of security as an LMP2 comes out of nowhere into shot and just charges down the inside of the pair of them through the Patson back kink into the chicane. No dramas though for the pair of them, and still nothing separates them.
Still nothing separates them, and look at the Mercedes now, just gets that power down a little better than the Porsche out the final corner. Is that the run he needed? It wasn't the best of exits. Porsche got a good one as well, and now down the start straight, this may be their penultimate lap of the race. This may be their final lap of the race. In fact, it is their final lap of the race. They come down towards turn 1, Mercedes to the outside. It's now or never for the Mercedes of Tristan. Mika has held on fantastically in this race to keep hold of this race lead, and the team at Frito Sport will be absolutely delighted, I'm sure, by Mika's work. The race is coming to an end though, and it's the NOP car of Marcus Byfeld who is going to win the 4 hours of Nürburgring and win in LMP2. That is great stuff from the Swedish driver. But back to the action here. Out front, it is Mika versus Tristan. Porsche versus Mercedes-Benz. Who is going to take this? You said watch it down to the Dunlop curve. I don't think Tristan's close enough.
It doesn't look like it on this occasion, but this is definitely going to be a battle for the ages, and he does go for the outside line once again. Very characteristic there, you would say, at this point. He's running out of chances though now, Matthew. He needs to do something unconventional in these closing corners, because otherwise he's not going to get a move done at all. But look how close he is through the
run is he's in the rear of him. He's in the rear of the Porsche. He's now going to go to the outside line. This is his moment. This is his chance. You've got to hold it strong around the outside. He doesn't have the momentum to take him on to the next part of the corner. And I think that could be the game done. That could be Porsche to take the LMGT3 win. Impact have won in LMP2 Pro-Am, and Kitsune have won in LMP3. But this is still going down to the wire. He's got a great run in towards the final chicane. Pulls out to have a look. Is he going to put the Porsche off? Porsche has an almighty slide. Oh, nearly goes offline. And now they come together again just a little bit. And the Porsche is going to hang on in there till the very, very end. And it is going to be Mika Hoekstra who wins for Frida Motorsport, ahead of that of Tristan in the Quadash Mercedes, but Tristan gave it everything at the very end.
Dear oh dear oh dear, I thought it was going to come to tears there in the final chicane. I'm very happy it didn't, but I think the pair of them are going to be super happy with that result, and they're definitely going to relish in the battle that they've just done for the last half an hour. This is still a battle though for P5 as the Italian job rounds the final corner. We've got Rising Panda right up behind them. I don't think it's going to be a contest though, as they take the checkered flag, and the Italian job will be happy with 5th place in the end, and Rising Panda there for 6th.
Pour myself a glass of juice there, because that was absolutely incredible. What an end. There is your race winner, Dorian, in the Impact LMP2 car. Fantastic job by the guys at the Impact team there. NOP race win in
all cars
in the LMP2 category. Absolutely fantastic driving from everybody out there today, let it be said. So that is Impact Simsport who win in LMP2 Pro. I'm LMP3 winner there. Look, Kitsune is your LMP3 winners in that category. Fantastic to see. And then the LMGT3, that of Frida Motorsport. I believe that's how it's said anyway, with the 1 and the 3. I'm sure that's meant to be an E and an I and an E. But these LMP cars, this is now a bit of crunch time, isn't it, for the prototype cars, to make sure they've got that 1 lap of fuel in the tank to get back round and make sure they're, not underweight.
Well, I was going to say that we've had the race, and now we've got another race to get to pit lane, so it's going to be interesting. I mean, so many of the LMP teams out there actually have done that full stint at the end and are still going around. I'm really surprised by that, actually. It's very impressive indeed. A few have already made it back into pit lane itself, but yeah, their foot's going to be on the clutch. You don't want anything going into the engine.
Yeah, this will be rolling as much as you can roll and letting it just go and doing exactly what you need to do to get this to be done, and to make sure you've got that fuel in the tank at the very end. But whew, that was and look, this is why we love endurance racing. 4 hours of action, and it came down to that last bit at the end between 2 fantastic teams and 2 fantastic cars and drivers.
Certainly was. Getting a good look of Ismail's WNS car, and he said to us, "Oh no, here we go. Oh no, there's the first one." David Braunstein for Simmertop.
The WNS car should be fine because it pitted.
Yeah, it should be. But I was trying to say that he predicted that at the interview at the start, he said, top 5 should be on. He says he's normally there at the end of every race he does. So, well, was he on the money? Because he did finish 5th.
Fair play, Vickers. Holy, that was intense. Great racing. Quad Dash. Big GT3 battle. Holy moly, big thank you to Quad Dash as Frida Sport in the chat. Great racing. And that was crazy close racing. So a lot of comments coming in about how good the racing was at the end. But what a series, what a race, what a championship. We roll on to Imola in 2 months' time, and that was fantastic here in Germany. And like we say, 2 months, just under 2 months before we get to do it all again. We have a few drivers in the waiting room, but we will get into the provisional results. Obviously, all full results will be sorted out at the end of the race. And it was the NOP team, car number 89, who won the race in LMP2 from WOSR. Tri-State was P3 from Delta Racing. WNS was P5. GazX was P6. Impact from GazX. Car 63 P8. Turn 1. And then Iron Links down in 10th place. I believe we did lose a car in that. There was 11 overall. Impact won though in LMP2 Pro Am. Car number 7. Velotti car 27 was P2. Prismatic car 59 P3. Alpine by XRL is car 48 P4. Delta V car at P5. Revolution P6 and WTE Pro GP P7. In LMGT3 then, Kitsune won the race from Tri-State. Unity was P3 from Velotti P4. NL Academy P5 with Team Rex P6. Prismatic 7, Simitok P8, CCR P9, Wildfire P10. And in LMGT3 then, it was a great fight towards the end. As we bring up the results now, it was Frida Sport who was P1 from Quadash. DR by TS was car number 12 was P3. Fisher P4. The Italian job was P5 with Rising Panda P6. Vortex P7 after that late drive-through penalty. Delta Racing P8. Project 91 9th, and the Screeching Moose Motorsport was P10. P11 for VR Racing with RSS P12. PCS P13, and I can't quite see who that is at the bottom. I think that's Dynaco P14. Obviously we had a few DNFs in the GT3 category. And that then was the race results. We can now go and speak with a few interviews. I'm going to let Ashley take the first one. I need a massive bit of drink at the moment and just to clear my throat. But Ashley, I'll let you take the first one.
No worries then. Well, I do recognise one name quite clearly, so I can confidently bring Marco here into the commentary lounge. Hello, Marco. Welcome into the commentary booth. First of all, big congratulations on your win here in the LMP3 category of Kitsune. How are you feeling after that one?
Thank you very much. Well, we have been practicing a lot since the last race. That is basically all we have been doing, and it's been very nice to have the work pay off. So yeah, we are very happy.
As you should be as well. I mean, I had a look at your practice. You were sort of leading the FP2 and then went into qualifying. Didn't seem to quite go as planned there. I mean, how are you feeling starting off this race compared to where you are at the end, of course? But yeah, starting off, what were your emotions going through in the car?
Yeah, I was a bit worried about qualifying because I did not have any feeling for the last chicane. I had a little bit of trouble there, and I did not do a single lap where I did it properly. But in the race I gained some confidence, and at one point I got too much confidence and I spun out. So yeah, that was a bit of a mistake, but yeah, overall great feeling, and it's good to win.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, the race itself, of course, we've had 3 safety car periods in that. It felt like a few sort of sprints in between each of them. How did that affect the strategy for you guys today?
Well, actually, between the safety car and the virtual safeties, we haven't been, well, other than losing the gap that we had, it went as planned. There were no hang-ups there, so it was good. On the restarts, I feel that we got mugged the first time. The second time there was a penalty for Unity because of a clear jump start, but I was not very confident on the restarts. I feel like we should work a little bit there.
Yeah, I mean, either way you look at it, though, the research, you did somewhat get away cleanly from each of them. No big dramas, which is the main thing. I'll also congratulate you on your use of the word mugged. It was very perfectly executed. Well done. I love that as a British person. Thank you. But yeah, overall for yourselves and the team, it was a really good performance from each of you. And I mean, how are you looking to celebrate this one?
I don't know, I'm going to eat pizza tonight, so I'll go out with friends. That's my celebration.
Nice one. Well, that sounds brilliant, Marco. Before I let you run away and disappear for pizza, is there anyone you'd like to give a big thanks out?
Yeah, of course. Of course, Sebastiano was great. He ran all the practice sessions with me. He helped me with the setup work. So yeah, big shout out to him. great teammate.
Lovely stuff. Well, thanks for joining us here, Marco. Big congratulations to you and the team once again, and I hope you look forward to Imola next time out.
Thank you. We'll try to do it again. Bye.
Bye-bye.
That has to be one of the most Italian answers. How are you going to celebrate? Oh, we're going to eat pizza. It's just brilliant, isn't it? I mean, that's why you got to love this. Great win for them and the team. I do believe we've got Oliver, who is overall race winner, in there waiting. So let's bring Oliver in for a quick chat now. Oliver, congratulations. First of all, great win for yourself and the team. That was a brilliant drive.
Yes, it was. Thank you very much. We had a brilliant race. Good pace, not too many mistakes, good battling. I mean, what more can you ask for?
Exactly, just that. Just talk us through the first pit stop, though. Obviously, the virtual safety car had just came out as you entered into the pit lane. That allowed a few cars to jump you. Was you surprised by how many got the jump on you after the pit stops?
Yeah, I was over the moon because I thought it was just a full course yellow. And then I realized, oh no, it's the virtual safety car. Then I'm fucked. So I got out, but the restart was actually quite good, and we were behind P1 again, like in 2 laps, I think. So, well, it all worked out in the end. Yeah.
And that last stint there, obviously we saw your teammate was in the car, Marcus was in the car for that last stint. Was there a lot of fuel saving going on? Because he pitted just before the hour under the the next virtual safety car. But it looked like he was in control after that. Was there fuel saving going on to get to the end, or was there a thought of maybe a splash and dash?
There was quite a lot of calculating going on with what we could and couldn't do, but with the last safety car period being so long, that took away some fuel saving to be done. So quite straightforward, the last stint actually. And Marcus has been having a lot of good pace, so he got to stretch his legs and show what he can do.
He did get to show what he can do. It's a great win. Oh, not just the class win, but overall win as well. How are you going to celebrate that one tonight?
I'm going to crack a little beer and just be calm and collected and just take it in, because you never know when you win the next time.
Yeah, exactly. We head to Imola in just under 2 months. Thoughts going forward for Imola?
Yeah, we had a decent result there last season, so I enjoy Imola quite a lot. So hopefully we can still have some good pace and carry on winning, but that's the goal at least.
Well, Oliver, congratulations on the win for you and the team. Well done, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you very much.
That was Oliver there from the race winners in LMP2 and overall who had the race win, and apologies for any language that may have been heard there. Ashley, who do you want to bring in next? If Ashley is there, I'm not sure he is a moment. So what we will do is let's bring in, I believe Mika is waiting in the chat, who is your LMGT3. No, is that LM?
I am here, sorry.
Oh, actually is here. Mika is the Team Frida Sport one. Yeah, that is the race-winning Porsches. Let's bring Mika in for a chat. Mika, welcome into the commentary booth. P1, but that last half an hour was an epic battle.
Yeah, I am sweating. My foot was cramping up in the last 10 minutes because it was just shaking on the throttle, but I'm thrilled. I don't think I've ever been this focused in my life.
I said on commentary with Ashley that I don't think it's... I was complimenting the aggressive style and the attacking opportunity from the Mercedes, but your defensive driving was brilliant.
Thank you. It's taken a lot of years of practice to actually master, and well, it's paid off. I think that's what you could say.
It has paid off as well. Talk us through that race though, because strategy-wise, you wasn't really in the shout for possibly winning this race at the start of it, and then that last virtual safety car really played in your favour.
Well, and contrary, to be honest, because we qualified somewhere, I'm not sure, I think it was P10, and then there was a car ahead that had to start in pit lane, so we started P9. Jordan drove an absolutely amazing stint. Absolutely amazing. I don't think that is something that should go under the radar. He has had some cutthroat moments where the car, I would say, would have been totaled, and he kept it clean all the way through. Then, of course, with the early virtual safety cars, that's where we, how do you say, got screwed a little bit because of the fuel and the driving time. Of course, with the bronze and silver driving time. Max came in clutch with the strategy. He managed to pull it all straight, drove his hour, gave the car to me, and then the virtual safety car came, which I think we even lost one place to. But then, of course, with the traffic that was behind, I was able to capitalize and defend for the last half an hour.
Was you a bit surprised by the BMW making a late pit stop? We're led to believe that it was for driver time. Was you surprised by that?
No. We knew from the start the virtual safety car started that the fight would be between me and I believe it was the Vortex Audi who was ahead.
Yeah.
Because we saw that the BMW up ahead, the Delta Racing team, had too many laps on one set of tire and therefore also on fuel, so they wouldn't make it towards the end. So we calculated that and knew that the fight would be for P1 between the cars that were around me.
So great strategy worked out from you and the team, it sounds like, away from this. But a great win, a thrilling end to what was a good 4-hour race. How will you and the team celebrate tonight?
I don't know. I think we've got some stuff to discuss because honestly, up until the last corner, I genuinely didn't believe I would be here talking to you. But I think first of all, I'll get myself a drink because my throat is dry as a desert, and get myself some food, and then we'll see what happens. But it's going to be a good night, that's for sure.
Well, we can't wait to see what you can do at Imola in just under 2 months' time. Congratulations to you and the whole team.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
No problem. And actually, I'll let you bring in Brandon for the final interview.
Yeah, no worries. Well, let's grab him in then. Apologies before, I couldn't work out my mic. Either way. Brandon, hello. Welcome into the commentary booth here today. I think you might have to run us through a bit of your race because it was one of those races where I think we just didn't see an awful lot of you on the sort of TV itself. But you've still done a fantastic job, and I know you've been up there for the majority of it. But walk us through the race, Brandon.
Well, I like to say big thanks to Dorian. He did a great job. He really brought us back into it. I had a couple spin outs, had a guy go off in front of me and made me come to basically a complete stop, had a little damage, and 2 drive-throughs, but we got through it. We saved enough fuel at the end to get around, and a couple people had to pit, and we were just there, I guess, for the end. Big thanks to Impact and Corbin Linaway and all those guys. They practice with us all the time. They keep us up to date on all the new stuff, and yeah, it was just good. We didn't realize we won until it was over, so we were happy with that.
Yeah, as you should be. You mentioned there obviously a little spin earlier on. I mean, how did that affect the strategy? In this race. I mean, we had lots of safety cars as well, or did it sort of fall into place as you went through?
Well, after the second spin, I decided that I was going to fuel safe, and that ended up working out long run. And then Dorian got in, and we realized we needed 7 liters saved for the last stint to finish, and that's what we did. So props to him. He ran a great race at the end, no incidents, and kept us right there.
Fantastic stuff. I mean, was there any point, I mean, of course, you're in and amongst the LMP2s, the pros and the AMs, of course, all mixed together. I'm sure there was some ferocious fighting up and down that field. But, I mean, was there any point, I know that the Velotti car and Liam de Kock at the wheel at some point was at the lead of your category. Was there any doubt, maybe, or were you thinking, are we going to win this, or is it just a case of getting us the best result we can?
Well, when we were in 6th, I believe he was ahead of us, and I think he pitted. I'm not sure if it was him or not, but when that happened, we thought we were in 2nd place in our group because, unfortunately, I'm new. This is my first time filling in here, so I didn't know all the names. And then when we finished, we're like, oh, we won. Okay, cool. So it was really a surprise to us, but a happy surprise, and we just never gave up. We kept pushing.
Yeah, and I think it's that attitude that definitely gets you to the top. So yeah, well done again on your win, Brandon, and to Dorian as well. Fantastic stuff. I mean, how are you going to celebrate this one tonight?
I'm going to go out with the family. We just got a new puppy, so we're going to go out and do some walking and enjoy the outside air and, get out of the sim for a little bit.
Brilliant. I will have to ask, what breed of dog?
Rottweiler. I have a bunch of Rottweilers, so.
Lovely. Love that. Yeah. Brilliant. Well, Brandon, before we let you disappear, is there anyone you'd like to give a special thanks to today?
Really, I just want to thank the Impact team, Corbin, Sam, Eric, all those guys. They're just great. And I know I leave some people out. I don't want to, but those are the guys that really, Joe, all of them, they just really come together and help us. We work together well. They help us get faster every week, and we love it. So Impact, great team. We love these guys.
Great to hear. Thank you very much for joining us, Brandon, and look forward to seeing you next time at Imola. Good luck for that event as well.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Well, Brandon Moseby.
Yeah, and that then wraps up the driver interviews that we have for you today. What a race it has been, the 4 hours of the Nürburgring, and we have it all again on the 19th of July. The 4 hours of Imola will be coming your way. I do believe it's me and Ashley who'll be back in the commentary booth for that one. But all the drivers, commentators, and the stewards, in fact, no, the stewards have actually still probably got a bit of work left to do. So results provisional. Keep your eyes on our Instagram page for all final classifications and championship standings as they get posted through there. What a race it's been, though, at the Nürburgring. Ashley, pleasure as always to bring the action with you.
Yep, same goes your way as well, Matthew. It's fantastic to have you alongside, and we got to speak to Lorenzo as well, so big old nice shout back there to him and his team. But to everybody that took part today, it was really exciting racing out there, and I very much hope for the same at Imola.
Indeed we do. July 19th, it all happens again. We'll see you next time. Goodbye.